Is it Wednesday? Is it Wednesday? Happy Wednesday? Yes, Wednesday. Are y'all ready? Y'all ready to watch some escape footage? Oh my God, we're gonna see little green ass Sean escape. He's gonna try to escape. This is gonna be so much fun. Hi, everybody. It's me, AV. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back for day 9 of the Julio Foolio trial. It is very likely that the state is going to rest its case today. I apologize for being a few minutes late. I needed to film. Everybody called me yesterday for the Stephon Diggs thing. I needed to give my Boston perspective on this case and the debauchery. Y'all watched it with me. It was such bullshit. It was such bullshit, but I needed to just give my legal opinion. I didn't think it was worth my time, but we just got done filming that. So that's all done, and we're good to go, and we are clear for what is arguably the final day of the state's presentation of the Julio Foolio trial. This is huge, guys. It's a very, very big thing. Today's going to be huge. It's the final 3 witnesses. We're going to start by looking at the escape footage. I'm excited about this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm ready. I want to watch it. So we're gonna see what Sean was doing. He's punching walls. He's punching the air. It's gonna be fantastic. Thank you guys for coming in. Do me a favor, hit the like button. Today I will lock you out. If once we get over 1,000 viewers, and if y'all are at 50%, I'm putting the shit on members only. I'm sorry. Please. This is a business. I don't know what you think this is. But if there's a Young and Ace video, I want to see all of that. No spoilers. If you've seen it, no problem. We start late, guys, because it actually benefits us later where we can skip through breaks. So if you have seen some things in Law and Crime or in another chat, just keep it to yourself right now and be respectful in the chat. I haven't seen anything myself, and you guys know I have a full case notebook here where I'm following along and giving you live reactions to the feed. So I'm really, really excited. Let's jump on in and watch green ass Sean's interrogation footage. This is going to be really good, man. I am so pumped for today. We might also, I don't know if we're going to have time, we might also have the defense start their presentation of the case. I'm going to turn myself down, turn the soundboard down, turn the mic volume up for the courtroom. Let's go in. Good action there. Davion is better today, huh? Or sorry, that's Rashad. I sound like Father Time. All right, let's see. We got them all filing in. Okay, we're shaving off that time. Shaving off a lot of that time. Here it is. I
Itself is several hours long.
Are you gonna play the whole thing?
Just this 3 minutes that the state seeks.
No, I mean in your case in chief. Are you playing the whole video?
The full 3 minutes of this, yes.
That's okay.
That's it. Not the full hours long. No, okay. No, Your Honor.
He's trying to take off the ankle monitor. So he took off his shoe. He's trying to take off the ankle monitor. This little boy got it off. How? We have about 10 seconds here of his forehead on the wall. Doesn't it alert them if you break it? Like, doesn't it let them know that you fucked it up?
Let me out, bro. Let me out, bro. Bro, let me out, bro. Let me out!
What the fuck did he think he was gonna find up there? Like, man, what you thought you were gonna go through the plumbing ducts and just you thought it was a movie? You thought you were gonna be able to climb through that? And then what? If you're on the 7th or 8th floor and then you get to the end of the vent, what were you gonna do? How are you gonna get down? I love watching teenagers think they know what they're doing.
Sit in that chair and don't move.
Okay, so here's the thing. That actually is a crime. Tampering with that device is a crime, right?
Yes,
It's
Your
a
Honor.
felony, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's a third-degree felony.
Little green ass. You don't know what you're doing.
But he wasn't charged with it.
No, Your Honor, not to my knowledge. I couldn't say for certain. I never inquired.
Okay. So I don't know. I mean, it's got some probative value, but I'm concerned the prejudicial effect may outweigh the probative value. And I don't know if it's necessary to have all of that in with what the state's trying to convey. So back it up to about 2057-ish. Just back it up.
May I mute it, Your Honor, while we?
Yeah, that's fine.
To 20.
I thought it was 2057 is what I was.
Oh, on the top of the
Yeah.
screen, yes, Your Honor.
So it's after he takes off the monitor, he takes it off, he goes stands against the wall, then he kind of plays with the ankle monitor a little bit more, then he finally sets it down, and then he kind of starts, I think about right here. So just back it up to the moment when he puts the ankle monitor down for the final time. There you go. Okay, so I'm going to sustain the objection to anything before that and then deny it as to anything after that. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor. So make the redactions to.
Come on, Judge. We needed to see him try to escape. We need to see it. We got to see the green ass little, little temperament.
2057. Is that 51? I can't see it on
I
this.
can't see out there.
Yes, Your Honor. I will make the appropriate redactions to this moment.
Okay,
Which on the video timestamp is 2 minutes into the original video. If I can make a record with that because I can't. Oh, it's 2056:51.
and then I will also give the instruction that the video's been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that the jury knows.
Michelle, did you say you want public first? But can you play Game Over? Yeah, I'll just speak up so that you can press play so I can work on this. Okay. And can you tell me how to skip it back to Yes, just press dock cam. And then, yes. And then on here, it's gonna, when you press that button, it's gonna be black. And then you push this thing and you put.
While ChatGPT is loading her video, I just put up the daily poll. So that is up for y'all, chat. Make sure you hit the like button. I'm not playing today. I'll lock you out once we get over 1,000 if you haven't hit that like button. However, the question is the same every single day. This is likely our last day of the state's presentation of the case. We're going to go to the defense, and closing arguments are tomorrow. So this is one of the last times you can vote, chat, and it's very important. The question is, who is the most cooked? First one, Isaiah. Next one, Sean. Next one, Davion. Next one, Rashad. Of course, we know that they're all cooked, but I want your opinion on who is the most cooked. And I cannot believe that we are starting off, dear chat. Yesterday, it was at 70%. Y'all are starting off at 85%, Sean. The Chatterhood has spoken. Let the shenanigans begin.
There's a little plug over here.
And other than the letter from DOC, do we need any photos or all photos there? The photos are not there. So your photos will be everywhere. Okay, so I have to use the letter. Did you want the photos as these things? Yeah. All right, so this is not the exhibit. You cannot put that in. This is everything you need. So we'll just put in whatever that packet is. This one. 100%, not the reference there. Yeah, okay, but I can also use this. Yes, and we don't want, where are you going to use one? I'm gonna say that he's not DOC, I did not have addressed. Then they don't want this specific communications, or you want to put on another description? Yeah, but they want that out. It says, I'll work that out. I'll let him see it.
And then do you want to let this coming in through Detective Griffin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just let him know we're not going to talk about the Mr. Gathright taking off his ankle monitor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And from the revised lineup, are we starting with this Drew?
We are, but we're gonna play the game over. We didn't play it yesterday because we went long, but since Detective McCullough testified to it, we want to play it, and then we're gonna call Marjorie.
The only reason I bring that up, we filed a motion to exclude Ms. Drew's testimony from Dauber, which is still, I think, pending. I think we had discussed in the motions here, if we would address it when she testifies.
Okay,
Still not the same.
let's address it. What's your motion?
Motion, Your Honor, is, and really we lay out our position in the motion under the state's body response. Our objection is the field of ballistic testing is, it's unreliable, basically, because it relies only on the subjective opinions of the expert. There are no set standards within the industry. She confirms that in her deposition. It's basically relying on her subjective opinion. There is peer review within, or not peer review, but there's review within FDLE. Other than that, there are no set guidelines that are followed within the industry. At least once class characteristics are determined to match, from there the individual characteristics are just up to the eye of the examiner. And given the standards, given also that it relies really on uniquenesses within the firearm manufacturing field, and in recent years, and this is discussed in some of the authorities on the site, in recent years, especially with companies like Glock, they've become much more uniform in their manufacturing practices to be said there really are not significant differences in firing pin impressions, aperture marks, things of that sort. So based on changes in technology over the years, and the fact that there are no objective guidelines to be followed, I would suggest it's not about this.
I know, but hasn't this opinion testimony been permitted in the state of Florida for decades
It has.
at a minimum? Okay, response?
Judge, that is our response, and we did provide the court with case law citing exactly this, that has been considered reliable, admissible. And in Florida, there are cases where there were no restrictions put upon the terminology utilized by the FDLE analyst.
Okay. And was it a motion to strike? Is that what the title of the motion was, due to Daubert?
I think motion to exclude. It was
Motion
brought
to
up.
exclude, okay. Okay, I'm gonna deny the motion. All
Judge,
right.
I believe Rashad Murphy adopted that motion, and if it wasn't, I would ask that it be adopted and note our objection as well.
Sure. Is that the same for all defendants, Mr. Sonardi?
Correct, Your Honor, we'll adopt it.
And Mr. Petridis? Okay, same ruling.
Judge, another issue,
Sure.
if we can. Your Honor, in contemplation of Detective Griffin's testimony, he would be the 1200 detective. I had filed a motion in limine, which the court heard, fourth motion in limine regarding opinion identification testimony.
Right?
And essentially, the gravamen was that the state was going to introduce digital media, one of which was a series of music videos. And I was asking the court, which the court granted this motion subject to any exception, and that is that no member of law enforcement is in any better position than jurors to make a determination as to the identification of someone in a rap video
Well, no. Identification of the defendants.
of the defendant.
Of the
And-
defendants.
There's going to be still photos that are going to be introduced. There's going to be the videos themselves that are going to be introduced. And my understanding, what I don't want Detective Griffin to do, in what I believe is in opposition to the court's order, is say that person right there is Rashad Murphy. The jury, as the trier of fact, can determine whether or not is it in fact Rashad Murphy. Certainly, if Detective Griffin wants to identify anyone else in that video to associate them together as gang members, I don't believe there's any preclusion to that. But
Yeah, but isn't the case law on this, essentially, if law enforcement is in the same position as the jury, meaning they don't have any particular knowledge of the defendant as far as any prior interaction, that in those instances, that's when a law enforcement officer can't tell the jury, well, this is defendant A, B, or C. However, doesn't the case law state that if the officer testifying does have specific knowledge of the identity of the defendant, they are permitted to testify as to a
Judge, my understanding, especially of Bentley and Proctor, is that law enforcement officers are not permitted to offer an opinion identifying a defendant in digital media unless the officer was an eyewitness to that event, and that special familiarity with the defendant or prior contact with the defendant, which is in and of itself a problem, or otherwise being an expert in identification, is not permitted. It's the jury's province to look at that picture still or look at that video. Of course, in the video, if it was only a video, then certainly I might even, to a certain extent, suggest that, okay, maybe it would assist the jury by way of something they couldn't do on their own. But there are still photos that are certainly identifiable if the jury were to want to make a determination that they are in fact Rashad Murphy.
Yeah, I gotta take a look at the case law again. So, state what's your response.
My understanding of the case law is that the court has articulated if the officer is in a better position to make an identification or a specific knowledge of the individual that is depicted or prior knowledge of that individual, then the identification is permitted. That said, I have attempted to be pretty careful and can continue to be very careful about the manner in which I ask the questions. It's just that the door essentially is opened on cross when they say, when you see so-and-so in this video. But I have tried my best to indicate, is there an individual in this photograph that you documented in Rashad Murphy's gang documentation report for purposes of identifying him or meeting a criteria? So I can try to ask the question in that way to ensure that the record is preserved, but at some point it becomes obvious.
Certainly, Judge, I want to let the court know that we've had this discussion. I'm not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that was the state's intent. I just, and if in fact it goes that way, as suggested by the state, I'm certainly not going to say, is that Rashad Murphy? to open the door to some type of redirect. So if that is the manner in which the questioning is going to be done, certainly talking to Detective Griffin about his answers, then I think it does meet what I understood the court's ruling to be.
Well, yeah, and honestly, my ruling was geared more towards, I didn't want law enforcement watching the crime scene videos and with the mass shooters saying, and that is Sean Gathright, or that is Rashad Murphy, or that is Davion Murphy. Now, during the course of the trial, they have been asked to their opinions, not necessarily by the state, but regarding who shooters 1, 2, and 3 are. But that was really what I was thinking about when we were discussing this topic.
And I'm not sure that hasn't happened already, quite frankly.
Yeah, no, I understand. And
Just for the record, it's clear, that was, defense opened the door when we first put on.
I agree. I'm not casting aspersions to anybody. I'm just saying the context of it is when we were having this discussion, and that's what I was thinking of when we were discussing law enforcement opining as to the identity of a masked shooter. So I wasn't thinking about the identity of one of the defendants being in a rap video. And I think these are distinctive situations. So let me take a look at the cases again, and then I'll let you know before Griffin
Thank
takes
you, Your
a
Honor.
stand.
And those cases were provided along with the motion. It's motion limit number 4.
I have them in my stack, my forest of paper over here. I just need to find it. Okay. Okay. Very good. All right. And Amara Drew's going to be first anyway, correct? Right. Hello,
I
Bueller.
apologize, Your Honor.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Amara Drew's going to be first, right?
Michelle?
It is going to.
You're going to play the video
Video.
and then your comments too. Okay. So I'll have an answer before Detective Griffin takes the stand. Okay. Okay. Very good. Are our jurors here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Bring them in.
All rise. All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to proceed. Everyone have a seat. State, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit and publish State Exhibit 132 if not previously admitted and published. 132 A and B.
They've already been admitted.
Yes, Your Honor, may the state please publish 132A, the video Game Over?
Yes.
All right, y'all. Y'all know I can't publish this because, it's the Game Over song. So I'm going to play it on mute. I will drop, if you do want to listen to it, it's Young and Ace's song. I'm going to play it on mute. But if you want to watch it, I'm going to drop the actual link in the chat right now. Okay. So she does plan on playing that. We're going to hit play, but it is going to be muted for copyright purposes.
gonna want me, man. He don't want this shit, bro. He didn't want to want me, man. Fuck. Fuck that. Hit the fucking road, man.
Very good. And who's going to be our next witness?
The state would call Amara Drew.
I think this is a crime scene technician. I put a few things for y'all to keep note of in the chat. This was published a few days after Foolio was killed. I believe it was about 4 days after. If you want to listen to the full song, we have dropped it. It has 30 million views on YouTube, and again, published on June 28th, 2024, days after the murder. Yes, Judge Cisco does say very good. I don't know why, but we are going on to our next witness. I believe this is witness number 36. Final 3 witnesses for the state today. Let's go in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I did.
Very good. You may proceed, Mr. Harmon.
Good morning. Would you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
My name is Amara Drew, AMARA-DREW, and I'm employed with FDLE, which is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Okay. Let me ask you real quick about FDLE. Is FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, is that an agency that maintains offices statewide here in the state of Florida?
It does.
Is there an investigative branch to that agency?
There is, yes.
And are there laboratories
That
are
is
part? There are. Okay. And are there laboratories that are maintained throughout the state?
There are, yes.
Is there one here in Tampa?
That is correct.
Now, and that's actually on North Lois here
Yes.
in Tampa near HCC. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And is that where you work? Is that where your office is?
Yes, I'm located in the Tampa laboratory.
Okay. And what position do you hold there, that lab?
I am a crime laboratory analyst within the firearms section at our Tampa laboratory.
Can you tell the jurors your educational background?
So I have a bachelor's of science from Westchester University of Pennsylvania in forensics and toxicological chemistry.
And ma'am, are there any specific degrees or educational requirement for a person to work or be trained as a firearm and tool mark examiner?
You do have to have a bachelor's degree.
Okay. Prior to FDLE, did you have prior employment in this field?
I did. Prior to FDLE, I was employed with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services in their firearms section, as well as the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory in their firearms section as well.
How long did you work in Idaho?
With Idaho, I was there for about a year and a half.
And then you went from there to the North Carolina laboratory?
That is correct.
Did you receive training in the field of firearms analysis and tool mark analysis at the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory?
I did.
Can you detail that for us?
So when I was employed with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services, I completed their firearms and tool marks training program. So that training program included examination of all different types of firearms and functionality of them, as well as comparisons of cartridge cases, projectiles, shot shells, serial number restorations, and database entry. So I successfully completed all of those trainings, which included practical assessments, written assessments, tests, and a mock case. And that was the complete training with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services.
When you say a mock case, can you tell us what that means?
So a mock case is a case that is generated by my training officer, where they create a case similar to a case we would receive from an external agency, where I will then work it as I would a general case that would come into the laboratory.
Did you conduct active casework there?
I did.
So moving on to the North Carolina laboratory, this would be the North Carolina State Crime Lab. Is that what you told us?
That is correct.
Okay. And first of all, where was that located within North Carolina?
I was in the Western Laboratory, which is in Hendersonville, North Carolina.
And what time periods were you employed at that lab?
I was employed there from, I believe, July of 2020 to May of 2023.
Did you undergo additional training there?
I did.
And did you conduct active casework there?
I did.
Was your position with both of those laboratories similar or generally the same as your position here at the FDLE laboratory?
It was, yes.
All right. And then at some point you left that agency and you came here to Florida?
That is correct.
All right. And how many total years here at Florida?
I've been with Florida since June of 2023.
So when you arrived here, did you receive additional training?
I went through an assessment period and then 6 months of supervised casework.
And then at some point you began to do active casework without supervision?
That is correct.
Do you continue to receive annual and continual training?
Yes.
Do you, as a firearms examiner, keep abreast of current trends, new developments in the area of firearm and tool mark analysis?
Yes, I do.
Now, let me talk to you about this first. Is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's crime lab here in Tampa, is it accredited in any way?
We are, yes.
And is your individual section, is it accredited separately from the lab or is that part of the general accreditation?
Our entire lab gets accredited for the types of examinations that our entirety of the Tampa laboratory is accredited for. So firearms falls within the scope of our accreditation.
Can you explain to the jurors that process of accreditation, what that involves?
So to be accredited means that we are meeting the standards set forth by the international standards. So every 4 years, we go through a new accreditation cycle. So we'll have accreditors come or auditors come and evaluate our standard operating procedures, our casework, all of our policies and procedures to verify that we are following the said standards and that we are following the standards that we say we are following. So that accreditation cycle is every 4 years. There are spot checks annually to verify that our lab is still meeting our scope accreditations. And then we also have internal accreditation or audits. Apologies, not accreditations. We have internal audits that we do as well to make sure that we are meeting our standards as well.
Well, how does that internal auditing process, how does that work?
So the internal auditing process works as members from the same section, but from a different one of our laboratories will come in and evaluate our casework and our policies and procedures to verify that our casework is meeting the policies and procedures and the standards that we say we are meeting.
Does FDLE maintain a crime lab in Jacksonville?
They do, yes.
Have there been occasions or are you required as part of your position to participate in an internal auditing of?
Welcome in to everybody. Can you guys get me to 500 likes? We're over 1,000. We're almost there.
Other laboratories within the FDLE?
I'm trained to participate in those internal audits.
Okay. And you mentioned there are spot checks. Is there any kind of an external auditing process of the FDLE laboratory where an external agency comes in and audits?
That is done during our accreditation period, that external people are the ones who come and do our audits for the accreditation cycle. And then there'll be like offsite paper review, casework review, and all of that is done by external people for the purpose of the accreditation.
That would be an independent agency doing that?
It would be other examiners from other laboratories that are trained as auditors through the accreditation system.
But not part of FDLE?
That is correct.
Okay. Ms. Drew, have you previously testified as an expert in the area of firearms analysis and examination and identification and tool mark analysis and examination?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 20.
What jurisdictions?
It's been in different counties here in Florida and some counties in North Carolina.
in those occasions where you were testifying as an expert in that area, were you testifying to actual comparisons and analysis that you conducted?
Yes.
How many total number of comparisons and analysis have you conducted in your career?
I've worked hundreds of cases, which is thousands of comparisons, hundreds of firearms.
Now, I want to talk to you about proficiency testing that you have to undergo. But before I do that, so that the jury can have a good understanding of what that requires of you, I want to ask you generally in your position as a firearms examiner at FDLE, well, let me back up a little. Do law enforcement agencies submit items that are related to firearms for you to analyze?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And what is it you're commonly asked to do? What types of items do you receive?
So generally in casework, we can receive a firearm, fired components, which consists of a cartridge case or a bullet or projectile. And we'll be asked to do a microscopic comparison to determine whether those fired components were fired from the same firearm or the submitted firearm.
Okay, so in the instance where law enforcement does not recover a firearm or just doesn't have one to submit to you, you can look at individual cartridge cases or you can look at projectiles, and depending on the quality and what's imparted upon them, you can determine if they were possibly fired in the same gun.
Yes, we can do a comparison of two fired components to determine if they were fired from the same firearm.
Okay. So can you explain to the jurors the proficiency testing that you are required to undergo?
So at FDLE, we are required to do proficiency testing. So every year we'll participate in a microscopic comparison proficiency test, meaning an external agency will send us a test, which will include either cartridge cases or bullets. And we will be tasked with determining if the unknowns or the questioned items in the case came from the knowns that they submit to us or not, or whether the other questioned ones came from the same firearm, but not the one that they submitted.
Are there instances where you have had to look at multiple shell casings or cartridge casings, fired cartridge casings that have been fired by different firearms and distinguish from a group which ones were fired from which firearm?
Yes.
And the people that are submitting this to you through this proficiency testing, is that an FDLE body or is that an external agency that is tasked or contracted to do that?
It's an external agency that we buy the test from.
All right. So in that instance, if you have cartridge cases or projectiles and there's multiples, and you may have multiple firearms that fired them, they know what firearm fired those projectiles or cartridge cases.
Yes, the people who created the test do know the correct answers of that test.
All right. And if I understand you correctly, then you're required to look at this group of fired cartridge cases and determine whether they were fired from the same gun, right?
That's correct.
And group them to a specific firearm.
That's correct.
Have you ever had any problems with proficiency testing?
No, I have passed all of my proficiency tests.
Now, in addition to proficiency testing here at the FDLE, when you worked in North Carolina, did you undergo proficiency testing?
I did.
Did you pass all of those proficiency tests?
I did, yes.
Did you have to go through, or were you at the Idaho lab long enough to go through proficiency testing?
I was not. When I was released for casework there, the testing came out later in the year and I had already switched employment by the time it was time to do the proficiency test with Idaho.
So I want to talk to you generally about the process of evidence being brought into the laboratory here in Tampa. When a law enforcement agency such as the Tampa Police Department brings evidence to the Tampa lab, is there some type of a transfer or an intake area there at the laboratory?
Yes, evidence is brought into our evidence intake section.
And are there employees that work there that specifically handle that?
There are, yes.
Is that a secure area?
It is, yes.
Is the laboratory within a secure facility?
It is, yes.
And is that same process followed at the Jacksonville lab?
Yes, it does.
And when the evidence is submitted to FDLE, does the agency's report number for that case, is it recorded and documented?
Yes, they provide an agency case number associated with the submitted case.
And as in this case, where you have multiple submissions coming from different agencies, as far as that specific agency number, is there a unique and distinctive FDLE number that is assigned to that individual submission in case?
Yes, every case that enters our laboratory is assigned a unique FDLE case number, and each item within the case is given a respective item number as well.
And after you have conducted your analysis and examination, do you complete a laboratory report?
I do.
Is that laboratory report with your findings, does it go through a review process?
It does.
Can you explain that to the jury, what that entails?
So when a case is complete and our work is, all of our work and examinations are complete and all of our results have been checked, we will generate a report that includes all of our findings for all of the evidence that we received, and it will go through a tech review, which a qualified analyst, another qualified analyst within the firearm section, will go through our report and our notes to verify that we followed our technical procedure, that we're not incorrect in any of our technical aspects, and all of the information is accurate and provided. Once it completes the tech review, it'll go through what's called an administrative review to make sure everything is spelled correctly, formatted correctly, and just grammatically correct all the way through. And once those passes through all of our review processes, then a report can be released.
When evidence comes into FDLE from an agency like Tampa Police Department or Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, is there a labeling process that occurs?
In what aspect are you referring?
Does the employee within the evidence section that's receiving that evidence, do they create a label, or is at some point a label created and placed onto the packaging containing the evidence?
So when the items come in and they are accepted into our LIM system, which is a laboratory information management system, once they are given that unique item number associated with that unique FDLE case number, a label is generated, and each item that comes in is given its own label.
Now, if you receive, and you talked about some of your casework, if you received multiple cartridge cases, do each of them receive a designation as far as an item number?
So if a cartridge case comes in a package, the FDLE item number that it's assigned upon coming in, if there are multiple items in the packaging, like there's 5 cartridge cases in item 1, we will then, as an analyst, sub-designate them either 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 to give it a unique number so we know which cartridge case we are talking about during our comparisons and our reports.
I want to call your attention to your laboratory report that's dated December 26th, and it's going to be in your FDLE number that ends in 7688.
Am I allowed to refer to my notes?
Yes, of course. So just take a moment, look at your report. Once your memory is refreshed, just look up and let us know you're ready to proceed.
You said the one for December?
December 26th.
Okay,
Have you had a chance to look at it?
I have, yes.
Okay. Did you in that report receive a single 9mm casing?
I did, yes.
All right. And who was the submitting agency?
The submitting agency for this case was the Tampa Police Department.
And who actually was the submitting person or officer?
I believe it was Juan Ramos.
Okay. And was that evidence that was submitted on September 18th of 24?
It was, yes.
All right. That fired 9mm cartridge case, did you give it an FDLE item number?
It was given one, yes.
All right. I'm going to publish stage 14. Ms. Drew, if you can look at the monitor to your right, I can see you're already doing so. Do you recognize the label?
I do, yes.
Do you recognize right below the label some writing in red ink?
I do, yes,
Is that your writing?
it is.
Is this the item that was submitted in that report?
It is, yes.
On the top here, what is this number?
That number is the unique FDLE case number that it was assigned.
And we see the reference where I referred you to 7688.
That's correct.
All right, and your item number 7.
That's correct.
And since this contains a single item in it, that is the item number for that item.
That is correct.
And the submitting agency is noted on your label
That's correct.
and their report number or case number.
Yes.
Did you conduct an analysis or examination of that cartridge case?
I did.
So we didn't get into this earlier, but you told us the first step as far as the travel of evidence into the FDLE goes into the evidence section. When you're assigned to the case, which you are in this case, correct?
Yes.
All right. How do you retrieve that evidence to conduct your examination?
So I'm assigned my cases by my supervisor. So once I'm assigned a case, I'm given a folder with a case tracking form in it. With that information, I will take the folder to our evidence window, and a member from our evidence section will retrieve the evidence and transfer the evidence to me via our LIMS system. That's our laboratory information management system. And that requires a password from both them and me to electronically transfer to electronically transfer that evidence to me into my custody. Therefore, I can take it back to my work area to work.
Is there a firearms section or area within the secured facility?
There is, yes.
And that's basically your laboratory, individual laboratory?
Yes, so we have a firearms section, and then within that section, I have an office workspace as well.
So you retrieve this item. Is it in this packaging that we're looking at?
Yes, that's how I received the item.
And is this a common type of packaging that you receive firearm evidence such as cartridge cases, fire projectiles,
Yeah, it can be.
paper envelope?
Yeah.
Sometimes plastic bags?
Yes, it can be.
When you get back to the laboratory with this, before you open it, do you take some type of precaution or do you put something on your hands?
We'll generally wear gloves in order to protect ourselves from any contaminations that could be on evidence.
And at some point you open the package, remove its contents?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Now, in this exhibit, states 14, we see an internal envelope. Let me just go ahead and jump ahead. Once you complete your analysis and examination, do you place the item back into this packaging?
Yes, I do.
And when the item is received, we see this red tape. It says evidence on it. Is that something you frequently see when you receive packaging of evidence from law enforcement?
Yes, it is.
And when you open the envelope, do you cut through that tape or do you try to avoid doing that?
I'll try to avoid it to try to cut in an area that does not already have an evidence seal.
And then when you reseal the package, do you then place tape, similar tape from your agency?
I do, yes.
All right. Now, this tape here, we can see the F and the D. We can't see the LE, but is that your tape?
That is, yes.
Okay, down here we can see the L and D. All right. And when you seal it back, do you write something on it?
Yes, so I will initial and date my seals, so I know that I'm the one who sealed it and when I sealed it.
And then is this taken back to your evidence section?
Yes, when I've resealed evidence and it's ready to be returned, I will transfer it back. Yes, so those individual details can come during the manufacturing
Them black gloves. Like OJ's glove.
process. They are individual in the sense of when each tool is creating the different parts of the firearm, not only is the surface of the part that they're creating changing, but
That age.
I think that we just had a time jump. because he was right here on the envelopes and we were 12 minutes behind. Sorry, guys. Bless myself. But I'm going to pick it up right here because we were 12 minutes behind and they are showing some shell casings that I do believe match what was found in Sean's car. So I am going to go back.
Agency's item number
That is correct.
for
yes.
this evidence, okay? And does it contain your item number
Yes, sir.
and your individual unique FDLE number?
Yes,
All right, now down below here, that's your writing again?
it is. Yes,
All right. Your initials, your FDLE number, and the item number?
that is correct.
Did you follow the same process when you received this evidence for analysis?
I did. Yes.
Take the same precautions?
Yes, sir.
Publishing the contents of States 58. During your analysis of these items, did you again mark them? Try not to touch it with my hand. Let me just do one at a time, I guess. Okay,
That is my markings. Yes,
okay. And this would be 9.2,
that is correct.
all right? And then the other item, you see your writing on here? See if it'll focus. It's not focusing. There we go.
That is my
And
markings.
this is 9.1.
That's correct.
Okay. As part of your analysis of those items, did you do comparisons of one to the other, 9.1 to 9.2?
I did.
Okay, what were your findings?
I concluded that the cartridge cases were identified to each other.
And did you locate class characteristics on either or both of these cartridge cases?
I did.
What were your findings as to class characteristics?
I determined that the class characteristics were consistent with pistols by Glock.
Now, since you're identifying them to each other, and I think you told us earlier that you identified both of those as being fired in the same firearm as the exhibit in States 14, your item number 7. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
I want to talk to you about that term. Can you tell the jurors what you mean by an identification when you're talking about shell casings or, cartridge cases or projectiles?
So an identification means that they were fired from the same firearm.
Okay. I want to ask you about other potential findings. Okay, so you have a finding of identification. What about a finding of elimination? What does that mean?
So an elimination, meaning that the two items were not fired from the same firearm. It could be an elimination on class characteristics, meaning those predetermined characteristics were different. So say a D shape versus a circle or an elliptical shape. Those would be a difference in class characteristics. Or it could be an elimination on individual. So those are the finer, more specific details that we would potentially use for an identification. There's significant differences in those finer details that indicates that these were fired from two different firearms.
I'm going to come back to that and talk to you about individual characteristics. You mentioned, before we move on, D and circular as far as impressions on a primer on the shell casing. All right. So let me go back to the States 58 and show you one of these shell casings. This is 9.1. Right. So trying to get this to focus. There we go. All right. You talked about this impression being left on this portion of the shell casing.
That's correct.
This is the head of the shell casing?
Yes, that's the head.
Okay. This silver area here, what is that called, or what is that?
That is the primer of the cartridge case.
What is the purpose of the primer?
The primer is the component of a cartridge that is struck by the firing pin or the striker of a firearm, which ignites or creates a spark when it is struck, which ignites the gunpowder or propellant that is housed in the cartridge case. And when that burns, it expands the cartridge case and allows the projectile to be pushed out and down the barrel of the firearm.
So when you're talking about a D shape, are you talking about the shape of this impression on the primer mark that's been left by a firing pin or striker?
That is correct, yes.
And the shape of that, is that associated to the very tip of the firing pin or the striker?
It is, yes.
And that would be the portion that actually makes contact with the primer?
That is correct, yes.
And that shape can vary with different manufacturers, different types of guns or brands?
It can, yes.
Can it vary within one brand of gun, like Glock, depending on what generation or iteration of that or what model?
It can, yes.
And are those, you said those are, I believe you termed it pre-known characteristics?
Yes. So
predetermined?
Predetermined. The manufacturer will decide this prior to creating or making this firearm.
And is that something that you document and is documented within the field of firearms analysis?
Generally, yes.
So you mentioned earlier, when you eliminate two items or multiple items as being fired from the same firearm, you can do that based on class characteristics.
Yes, we can.
So in this instance, you found class characteristics for 9.1 and 9.2. These two shell casings submitted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in States 58 that were consistent with having been fired in Glock pistols, correct?
That is correct.
All right. If one of them had class characteristics that was consistent with pistols by Glock and one didn't, would you be able to eliminate them right there on that alone?
Yes. So if one came in with that D shape and the other one came in with a circle or a hemi or an elliptical shape firing pin, we can eliminate that right away.
All right. So I'm going to take a little deeper dive with you here in class characteristics. I'm going to move on because we do have some projectiles we're going to talk about. All right. So I want to talk to you about that too, and kind of, because I think that's more commonly known by most people when you think of ballistics. So class characteristics on a projectile. What type of class characteristics are potentially found on a fired bullet or a fired bullet jacket, such like where the jacket may have separated from the rest of the bullet from the core? What are class characteristics that you commonly see or encounter?
So some class characteristics of projectiles would be the number of lands and grooves, the direction that they're twisting, and their widths are some common class characteristics. And those lands and
She's almost done, guys. I think we have 15 minutes with this repeat witness. She's testified before, and she also testified in Alicia's trial. I think she's going to really talk about the shell casings that were found and other ballistics that do match some of these firearms. So it's a little dry, but she is one of the 3 witnesses that the state has today to wrap up their case. So it is going to be interesting. And thank y'all for hitting the like button. You're actually well ahead of pace today. So I'll probably not talk about that too much more, but thank you guys for hitting that like button.
grooves are part of what we call the rifling. And those are helical grooves that are cut down a barrel. for stability purposes of firing the projectile.
Okay, so that is something that is manufactured into the barrel?
It is, yes.
So when you're looking down the barrel, that would be in the inside of the barrel. Would that be accurate?
Yes,
The rifling? And if a bullet is fired in that firearm and is traveling down that barrel, is the bearing surface of the bullet, which is normally a jacket, if it is a jacketed projectile, is it going to come into contact with that rifling?
it is, yes.
And is the rifling in some way imparted onto the projectile?
It is, yes.
Why?
Due to the pressure buildup from striking the primer of the cartridge case and that gas buildup, that pressure is sending the projectile down the barrel. And as it engages into that rifling, the size of the bullet is at the determined caliber of that firearm. So specific firearms are designed to fire certain types of calibers. So if a firearm is designed to shoot a 9mm, the diameter of a projectile that is shot in that allows for, when it engages with the rifling, for it to come into contact, and that pressure and the movement allows for the details and that rifling to be translated onto the projectile as it's traveling down the barrel.
So it's imparted to it.
Yes.
So when you see that on a projectile, right? Say you have a jacketed 9mm projectile that's been fired out of a handgun, and that handgun has rifling in the barrel, and it imparts that rifling characteristic onto the projectile. When you see that on the projectile, do you find that class characteristic of rifling, if you find it on the projectile?
Yes,
Okay. And that would also be a class characteristic of the firearm, right?
it is, yes.
And they match as far as class characteristics.
Correct.
I'm not talking about identification, specific identification.
Correct. So if the firearm has 6 lands and grooves and the projectile has 6 lands and grooves, that would be a consistent class characteristic. But if one had 6 and one had 5, that would be a difference in the class characteristics.
And the contact between the projectile, the outside surface of it that is actually making contact with the interior part of the barrel, is that a designed process? Is that supposed to happen?
It is, yes.
Okay. And you said that the rifling has a twist to it as it goes down the barrel.
That's correct.
And those can be at different rates, right?
They can be.
Okay. But it's there to design to impart a spinning motion to the projectile to impart stability.
That's generally what the rifling's used for, yes.
And that imparting of rifling onto projectiles, is that a consistent, repeatable phenomena?
Yes, if a bullet is traveling down a rifled barrel, that rifling is imparted onto that projectile.
So we talked about eliminating and identifying. You can eliminate a projectile as having been fired in a certain firearm, right? Based on class characteristics, if it's present on the projectile.
I can, yes.
So if it has, well, maybe I should talk about that real quick with you. So within the term rifling, are there class characteristics within the rifling itself? And I think you've mentioned a few.
Yes, I did realize I forgot to mention the type of rifling is also a class characteristics. So there's conventionally rifled firearms and polygonally rifled firearms, as well as polygonal with rail rifled firearms as well.
Okay, so polygonal and conventional. Polygonal is talking about the shape of the rifling.
Yes,
So when you have conventional or polygonal, you're going to have a certain number of lands and grooves. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And depending on the manufacturer, the type of firearm, Glock or Smith & Wesson or an H&K or whatever type of handgun we're talking about, a Sig Sauer handgun, you may have a different number of lands and grooves, correct?
That's possible, yes.
And the twist, the direction of the twist, whether it's right or left, may be different.
Yes, they can differ as well.
Are those class characteristics?
They are, yes.
Can they, when that impression is left on the bullet, can you tell if they are all present, the number of lands and grooves?
We can, yes.
Can you tell the direction of twist?
Yes.
All right. So you have 2 projectiles. One of them has 6 lands and grooves. One has 7. They have a different twist. You can eliminate them as being fired from the same firearm,
Yes, I can.
just on that class characteristic.
That's correct.
All right. Now, let's say you have rifling on 2 projectiles that have been imparted. They have the same number of lands and grooves. Is the width, the measurement of the width of the lands and the grooves, is that another class characteristic?
It is, yes.
And if those are the same and the twist is the same, can you identify them as having been fired from the same firearm?
I can screen them together saying that they have similar class characteristics, but in order to identify them as being fired from the same firearm, I would have to go on and do.
Let me wake y'all up a little bit. Hey, chat, y'all want to watch Sean's mom testify last time and get chewed up for by ChatGPT on the during lunch break? I think that'd be fun. So during today's lunch break, that's probably what we'll watch is Sean's mom get chewed up by ChatGPT. It was so glorious. It was beautiful to watch. Like, it was so entertaining. So we'll probably do that for lunchtime.
A microscopic comparison of their individual detail.
Okay. And that individual detail or individual characteristics, how are those created and imparted to the bullet?
So the individual detail comes during the manufacturing process. It's the minor irregularities, imperfections that occur during the manufacturing process. It can also occur during wear and tear and use of the firearm. So these are those imperfections, irregularities that occur that are unique or specific to a certain firearm. So that detail is specific to this firearm. In that sense of that's how we would use, that's the type of detail we would use for an identification. So for that car analogy I gave earlier, where I said, consistent with class characteristics, you're looking for in the parking lot, your gray Jeep Gladiator. So kind of on the aspects of individual characteristics, you backed into a pole the other day and now you have a dent on your back right side of your bumper. That's individual to your car. You have a torn, proud parent sticker on the back window. Those are the, specific details to your car that that when you walk up to it, you're like, yep, this is my car. So that, kind of individual detail allows you to say, yep, this is my car. Yes, this specific detail matches this firearm.
Okay. And is it that specific individual characteristics that allow you to identify a shell casing or a projectile that has those markings left on them to a specific firearm to the exclusion of all others?
So we will use that individual detail to make identifications.
And is that what lends its power and forensics to this science?
Yeah, so that individual detail is what gives us the ability to make these identifications of the fired components to those firearms.
Those type of individual characteristics through the manufacturing process, are they commonly imparted to the rifling during the rifling, the process of rifling the barrel?
Can you repeat your question? I
Yeah,
apologize.
the individual characteristics, can those be imparted during the manufacture of a barrel where the rifling is being cut into the barrel?
Yes, so those individual details can come during the manufacturing process. They are individual in the sense of when each tool is creating the different parts of the firearm, not only is the surface of the part that they're creating changing, but so is the tool itself. Kind of a general analogy I like to use for that is sandpaper on wood. When you take sandpaper across the surface of wood, you're changing that surface of the wood, but you're also changing the sandpaper a little as well. So when the next time you go to use it, it's slightly different. So it's all changing on that microscopic level that allows the individual detail to be specific to a certain firearm.
And that would be true even in our modern age with CNC machining and other techniques.
There are different finishing processes that allow individual detail to still be present.
Now, in this instance, going back to the 2 fired shell casings submitted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in States 58, your items 9.1, 9.2, were you able to make a determination of identification of these 2 as having been fired from the same firearm?
I was.
Can you express your opinion about that, if I didn't already?
Yeah, so I determined that the item 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge cases were identified to each other, meaning they were fired from the same firearm.
And then going back to the individual shell casing with the MXT on the head stamp that was submitted by the Tampa Police Department in reference to, I believe, a death investigation or a homicide. This would be your item 7. Did you compare those 2 shell casings from Jacksonville to the shell casing submitted by the Tampa Police Department?
I did.
And were you able to make an identification?
Yes, I did identify them together.
Okay, and can you just tell us again what that means?
So in this instance, the item 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge case were identified to the item 7 cartridge case submitted in the FDLE case number 2024-0307688, meaning that they were fired from the same firearm.
All right. Now, I want to move on. Before we move to further evidence, we've talked about identification. We've talked about elimination. I want to talk about another finding, inconclusive. If you have an inconclusive finding, either as to whether cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm or projectiles were fired from the same firearm, or whether they were actually fired from a firearm that was submitted to you, can you tell us what that means?
To be inconclusive?
Yes.
So we have actually 3 different versions of inconclusive. So the first one would be an inconclusive positive, meaning that all of the class characteristics of the item were the same. So if it was a projectile, they're both 6 conventionally rifled projectiles, for an example. And there were some similarities noted of the individual detail, however, insufficient for an identification. The second one is a straight inconclusive or a neither nor, meaning that the class characteristics were the same. However, there was insufficient detail to go either direction of closer to an identification or an elimination. There just was not enough detail present on the items to come to a more definitive conclusion. And then the third one is an inconclusive negative, which again is the class characteristics are similar. They are consistent with each other. However, there were some differences noted in the individual detail. However, those differences were insufficient to move to a more conclusive elimination conclusion.
So if you have just inconclusive, just right in the middle, inconclusive, let's say you have 2 projectiles. They have a different level of quality as far as the projectile. One may be a fired bullet. One may be a fired bullet. It may be just not in as good of a shape. It may be deformed in some way. And you have similar class characteristics and all that, and you make a finding of inconclusive. Does that mean that they were not fired from the same firearm?
No, it just means that I could not determine whether or not they were fired from that firearm or not. I could not come to a conclusion, basically.
All right, I want to move on to your FDLE report number. This is going to be, again, submissions by the Tampa Police Department under that original case number with the single shell casing, 7688. And this is a death investigation, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right, and this is going to be, I'm referring you to your January 9th, 2025 report in reference to 7688. Now, were there additional items submitted by Detective Juan Ramos on on August 21st and December 19th?
There were, yes.
All right. And were there multiple items contained within that submission?
There was, yes.
And were they coming in under different labeling? I'm sorry, different packaging?
They would be in their own separate packaging.
And were there items in that submission designated as items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9?
There were.
And I'm going to walk through the first 4 items, items 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you could tell us the descriptions that you gave to those items in your report.
So I determined item 1 was 1 fired bullet jacket. Item 2, 1 bullet core. Item 3, 1 bullet core. Item 4, 1 fired bullet jacket.
Okay, I'm going to publish states 33A. Do you see your FDLE label for this item?
Yes.
Okay, is that, let me back out a little bit so you can see the writing too. Do you see your writing down here below that label?
That is my writing,
All
yes.
right. And is this in reference to 7688, your FDLE number?
That's correct.
And this is going to be item number 1, is that correct?
That's correct.
Publishing states 33B, same FDLE number, you see your writing?
I do.
And this is item number 2 that you've described for us?
That is correct.
33C, again, is this going to be your item number 3 packaging?
It is, yes.
33D, and your item number 4?
Yes.
Item 5, item 6, item 8, and item 9 in your report, are those related?
They are.
Okay. And was there some issue with item 5 and 6 as it came to you from the Tampa Police Department?
When I received those items, there was a mix-up of the labels on the boxes themselves. What was said to be in one box was actually in the other. So they had to be remedied.
How did you remedy that?
So when the error, the mislabeling was found, we contacted the agency in order to return the evidence to them for it to be corrected, and then it was resubmitted with the correct labeling. And when it came back into our laboratory, it was actually given new FDLE item numbers due to the change of the agency item numbers.
And during all of that, these items were secured within their packaging that they came in?
Yes, after I opened them and noticed the discrepancy, they were resealed to return to the agency for the fix and then resubmitted to the laboratory.
Chain of custody was maintained?
Yes.
Now, so going to your item number 8, how did you describe that?
I described item 8 as Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle, model BF15 with the serial number D0000, that would be 4 zeros, 1, 2, 3.
All right. And item number 9.
With 8, there was also 2 fired bullets and 2 fired
Yes.
.223 Remington caliber cartridge cases that were not examined. Item 9 was described as Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm, model AM-15 with the serial number 201895158. And also there were 2 fired bullets and 2 fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases that were not examined as well.
So in both of those items, the 5.56 caliber semi-automatic rifle and the 300 blackout auto-loading firearm, with both of them you received fired bullets. In the case of the Black Forge 5.56, your item 8, they were actually 223 Remington caliber cartridge cases, and you received 2 fired bullets also, right?
That's correct.
You were not asked to do anything with those, correct?
No, I was not.
Is it uncommon or common to receive test fires with submitted firearms from law enforcement where they have actually test fired the weapon?
It depends on the agency, but some agencies do test fire some of their firearms.
And the same was true for item number 9, 2 fired bullets and then 2 fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases?
That's correct.
Your item 1 and 4, which is going to be states 33D and 33A. You have described these in your report as item 1, 1 fired bullet jacket, item number 4, 1 fired bullet jacket.
That's correct.
All right.
The Foolio case, like they're actually gonna show us the guns in like 5 minutes. So I know it's a little boring, guys, but we're gonna get through it. It's an important witness. I mean, it's just, formality for the case.
Did you examine and analyze those items?
I did.
And did you compare them to each other?
I did.
What were the results?
I determined that the 2 items were inconclusive to each other.
Item 4, again, described in your report as 1 fired bullet jacket. Were you able to determine what caliber class that bullet was?
I was.
How were you able to do that?
So based on its design features, I was able to determine what caliber class family it fell in.
Okay. And what was the caliber class for item number 4?
I determined it was a 22/5 millimeter caliber class.
Now, 22 5mm caliber class, does that class contain several different calibers?
It does.
Would it contain 223 Remington?
Yes,
Would it contain 5.56 NATO?
it does. Yes.
And while we're talking about those two, 223 Remington, is that a suitable cartridge or a suitable caliber to be fired in a rifle that is chambered in 5.56 NATO?
Yes, you can shoot a.
So looking ahead, it looks like they're gonna show us the guns and then we're gonna take their morning break. I have a ton of TiVo time, so we're gonna skip through that. And then for those that are just popping in, we are going to be doing a flashback to Alicia's trial for lunch. So I am going to take you back to when Sean's mom was on the stand and we're gonna watch her versus ChatGPT. So stay tuned for all of that.
A 223 Remington and a 5.56 NATO.
Okay. And in fact, those test fires you received from TPD in reference to, I believe it was your item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle, were in fact 223 Remington, right?
Yes.
Okay. That 22 5mm caliber class, does that contain 9mm?
It does not.
Does it contain 300 blackout?
It does not.
Are each of those calibers in their own distinct caliber class?
They are. Yes.
As such, on that caliber class alone, its caliber class of 22 5mm, were you able to eliminate item number 4 as having been fired in the 300 blackout Anderson rifle or firearm, your item 9?
Due to being able to determine the caliber of item 4 and determining that it was in that 22/5 millimeter caliber family, a comparison was not done to the 300 blackout firearm because they were different calibers, meaning that was not fired from that firearm.
Right, just based on that, then that's a class characteristic.
That is, yes.
Okay. Real quick, going back to your items 2 and 3 that are states 33B and C, you have described those as lead core.
Bullet cores, yes.
I'm sorry, lead bullet core. All right. And were they of any value for microscopic comparison?
No, they were not.
Why not?
So a bullet core is the inner part of a projectile. So this can kind of be thought of like an M&M. So the core is like the chocolate center of an M&M, and the bullet jacket is like the candy coating. So as a bullet is traveling down the firearm, only that jacket or outer portion comes in contact with the rifling, not the inner portion. So since that core does not come into contact with the part of the firearm where we would get our detail for comparison purposes, it has no value for us for microscopic comparison.
The two rifles that were, or the rifle and what you've described as a firearm, the 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm in your item 9, you've described these, well, you described your item 8, which
Get in that nose, Davion.
is the 5.56 NATO caliber rifle, as being a semi-automatic rifle, right?
That is correct.
Okay, what does that mean?
So semi-automatic means that with a single pull of the trigger, one round of ammunition will fire. And during the cycle of fire, so you will load a firearm, a cartridge will enter the chamber, you will pull the trigger, it'll fire. That pressures that I was saying earlier that build up, that send the projectile down, will also send the carrier group rearward, extracting and ejecting the cartridge case, and then it will load a subsequent cartridge as long as there is one remaining in the magazine. And then the trigger would need to be pulled again in order to fire another round.
So in that type of firearm, when you pull the trigger, the gun fires.
That is correct.
To fire it again, do you have to release the trigger so it can reset?
Yes, so you would release the trigger and then it would have to be pulled again in order for another round to fire.
So each time the gun, to fire it, you have to pull the trigger.
That is correct.
So this is not a automatic weapon, correct?
That is correct.
We'll start with 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle. Did you conduct test firing with that rifle?
I did.
And did it function as designed?
It did.
Did its safeties function as designed?
They did.
Does it have an external manual safety?
It does.
Did it function as designed?
It did.
Is that firearm designed to expel a projectile under the force of an explosive?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, if I can have the witness step down.
Yes.
I can have the witness stand in front of the jury box. Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. You come over here. So there are things on this I want the jury to see. We can't magnify it because it's too big. So I'm going to ask you first. So I'm just going to ask you finding that it's safe?
Firearm is clear.
First of all, maybe it would help if you stood here. I don't know. We talked about the manual safety, so I'm gonna have to turn it over. Keep it pointing in the safe direction. Or maybe I can just put it up. Okay. So where is that located on this firearm?
So on this firearm, this portion right here is the manual safety.
Can you all see that in the back, Your Honor? Can I ask if they can see it? Yep. Okay, everyone can see that. All right. So to fire the weapon, what direction does that have to be in?
So in this position, with it pointing upwards and that lever being kind of downwards, that is in the fired position.
And are there some type of markings, roll marks on this firearm?
There are.
I know it's kind of dark here. That indicate that is a firing position?
It is, yes.
Okay. And there's no position behind that, correct?
Not on this firearm, no.
So then to place it on safety, you have to push it back this way?
So this is exactly what happened in the Alicia trial. So Mr. Harmon was the one that was handling the firearms. They put it in front of the jury last time. That's how you know you're getting close to the end of this. So if you think about it, think about the effect when you had Alicia, it was a little different. Now that you got these 4 defendants and we're now actually looking at the firearms used, this is exactly why I want to go back to Sean's mom for lunchtime, because this lady owned these guns.
That's correct.
All right, and to do that, this has to be cocked, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I don't know if that will work or not. This may be heated from cocking, right?
Yeah.
The zip tie. But normally that can come back in a horizontal to the gun and it'll be safe.
Yes, that would be the safe condition.
Are you familiar with brass catchers?
I've seen them.
Okay. And you're familiar with how they function?
Yes.
When a brass catcher is attached to a firearm like this, does it go over this area, the ejection port?
Yes, it'll be housed and like secured to the firearm in this part. So during the cycle of fire, when the cartridge case is being extracted and ejected or kicked out of the firearm, that is in place in order to catch it, so it remains in that basket.
So to fire this gun, what does one have to do?
So in order to fire this firearm, the first thing we would do is load a magazine. The magazine would then be inserted into this portion of the firearm right here, the magazine well. On this type of firearm, this part right here is called the charging handle, will be pulled rearward and then let go. By pulling this rearward, this bolt will travel to the back of the firearm. And as you release it, it will come forward, stripping a round of ammunition from the magazine and pushing it into the chamber of the firearm. At that point, the firearm is ready to fire. As long as the safety is disengaged and isn't in the fired position, the trigger would be pulled, the firearm would fire, that gas pressure would send the projectile down the barrel of the firearm, and that gas would then travel backwards and up the firearm to push the bolt, this part of the firearm right here, rearward, extracting and ejecting the cartridge case, and then the spring that's housed in this portion of the firearm would then push the bolt back forward, putting another round of ammunition back into the chamber of the firearm.
And that process you just described, from firing going forward to stripping another round off the magazine, is that an automatic process that the user doesn't have to do?
That part is. So the only part is the initial charging of the firearm, is pulling the charging handle, and the pulling of the trigger are the two parts that the user would do.
So in that mode, would it be fair to say that the firearm can continuously be fired by pulling the trigger until the magazine is depleted of ammunition?
Yes, after the trigger resets, each pull of the trigger will keep firing as long as there's a round in the magazine. But again, the trigger has to be pulled each time.
If you can just stay here, I'll go get the other firearm.
All right, here comes the next gun. So this is a shorter one.
Publishing states 57, and this would be your item 9. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to ask, the rifle that we were just looking at, that was an AR style rifle?
It was.
Is this also an AR style rifle?
It's an AR style firearm.
Firearm, I'm sorry, firearm.
Oh, the last one was a rifle. This one is an AR style firearm. This time, pay attention to this, chat. This one actually still has it looks like the brass catcher is still attached to it. And it looks like that's that like mesh thing on the side.
Does not have a butt stock, correct?
Yeah, there's no stock present.
But is the loading similar?
It is, yes.
You have a charging handle here.
Yes.
Do you want to check it? I didn't even ask you to make sure it's clear and confirmed.
The firearm is clear.
Okay, this might be also the one where they got Sean's DNA from the wrapping on the handle.
So this firearm, would it be loaded in the same way?
It would, yes.
And if it was in semi-automatic mode, would it fire and operate the same way as your prior exhibit or item that we just looked at, state 56?
That's correct.
Okay. But does this firearm have, in addition to a fire mode, does it have another mode?
This firearm did have an additional location.
And that lever can be switched all the way 180 degrees to point backwards?
Yeah, so it'll be facing the opposite direction of when it was in a safety mode.
So safe is this direction. This one's actually allowing me to put it on safe, is that right?
Yes.
Trying to find a good light. Here we go. This is a good light. That's fire, up, the safety's up.
Yes, that would be semi-automatic fire.
And then this rifle has a function built in where it can go all the way around 180 degrees.
That's correct.
Now, what function is that?
So on this firearm, I determined that to be a binary trigger function, meaning the difference with this mode of this firearm is that when you pull the trigger, a round of ammunition will fire. But additionally, when you release the trigger, another round would also fire. So for this one, a pull of the trigger would fire one, and the release of the trigger would fire a second round of ammunition.
So on the other firearm, the 5.56, this is the 300 blackout, right?
That's correct.
Okay, caliber,
Yes.
chambered gun, correct? All right. On the other gun, you pull the trigger, it goes off, you release it to reset it, but nothing happens until you pull the trigger again.
That is correct, yes.
But if I understand you correctly, you pull the trigger, gun goes off, when as you're releasing it, it fires a second time.
Yes, in this third mode.
So in this mode, and that's called binary trigger?
Yes.
Okay. So that binary trigger mode would allow you basically to get 2 for 1. Every trigger pull, you're getting 2 rounds.
Yes, a pull and a release would be 2
Does that,
fire rounds.
would it be fair to say, well, let me ask you, does that allow for a higher cyclical rate of fire?
Generally, yes, than a normal.
Was this gun, when you examined this gun, did you test fire it?
I did.
Did you test fire it in all modes?
I did.
And did it function as designed?
It did.
Is it designed to expel a projectile under the force of an explosive?
It is.
I want to ask you about this item. Is that the brass catcher?
It is, yes.
Okay. I just saw you kind of flip that up. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see on this catcher that there are gaps in here, correct?
There's a gap,
In
yes.
fact, there's a big gap between here and the gun, correct?
There's a gap there, yeah.
Okay. And the cartridge cases are being collected into that basket.
Yes.
Essentially, is that right? Okay. So the fact that it's able to be pulled up like that, is that to allow the user to dump it?
I'm not that familiar, but yes, that's what I believe the purpose is to be able to empty the basket.
Have you seen these before in your work?
I've seen them 2 or 3 times, not frequently.
2 or 3 times, and how many times have you examined a rifle in an AR-15 rifle?
Probably hundreds.
Thank you, ma'am. You can return to the witness stand.
Mr. Harmon, are you almost done, or you still have a bit?
I have a bit more to go, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take our morning recess, okay? All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
All rise.
All right, so they took their morning break. That concludes the gun demonstration. We're almost done with this witness. Remember, the state only has 3 witnesses today. That is the first one. So we're almost done with her. We're going to go to the second one, who's likely Officer Griffin. I think he's the one who arrested Sean, and they are going to get into this escape footage. If you're just now joining us, we actually went through the full escape footage. The jury's not going to watch all of it, but it shows Sean ripping off his ankle monitor, like bumping his head on the wall and saying, "Let me out." And then he tries to move a ceiling tile up. And it's like, bro, where you going? So Officer Griffin is likely next up. I want to see who they're going to end with for the afternoon. But for lunchtime, I do need to drop my dog off at the groomer, which is around the corner. But while I'm gone, we are going to play Sean's mother's testimony from Alicia's trial. It's about 40 minutes, so that should get us through lunch. So if y'all are waiting on that in the next hour or so, I'm going to play that for y'all to get a refresher. But let's go back on in. We're going to skip this 10-minute recess break. Shout out to TiVo Time. They come back right around here.
Continue, Mr. Harmon.
We are caught up with everybody else. This puts us 5 minutes behind the actual live feed.
Ms. Drew, staying with this report that we were talking about earlier before we took the break, 7688, your FDLE partial number, and your January 9th report. Going back to items 1 and 4, which would be states 33A and 33D, you determined the caliber class of item 4.
That is correct.
And you said it was a 22 5mm caliber class, which includes 5.56 NATO, correct?
It does, yes.
All right. And did you compare that projectile, since it's the same caliber class as item number 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle that we were looking at? Did you compare that to that rifle to see if it may have been fired from that rifle?
I did do that comparison, yes.
What were the results of that?
I determined that it was inconclusive to the rifle, the item 8 rifle.
So being inconclusive, is it still possible it was fired in that rifle?
I mean, it is possible, yes. There's just insufficient detail.
Okay. So there's nothing to say it wasn't.
That's correct.
And item 1, which was also in your report described as a fired bullet jacket, was there enough material and enough left in that item for you to determine its caliber class?
I could not determine the caliber class of the item 1 fired bullet jacket.
But there were class characteristics that allowed you to eliminate that as having been fired in the 300 blackout, your item number 9?
That is correct, yes.
And did you compare item number 1 to the fired bullet? Make sure I'm describing it correctly. Yes, the fired bullet jacket in item number 1. Did you compare that to item number 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle that we looked at earlier?
Yes, I did compare item 1 to the item 8 rifle.
What was the result of that comparison?
That comparison was also inconclusive.
All right. So asking you the same question, is there anything to say it wasn't fired in that firearm?
No, again, there was insufficient detail to determine any conclusion besides inconclusive.
So it could have been fired in that firearm,
That is a possibility.
but definitely not in the 300 blackout.
That is correct. It was eliminated to that firearm.
How was it eliminated? You said it was on class characteristics?
Yes.
What were the class characteristics that allowed you to eliminate it?
I'm going to refer to my notes real quick.
And the reason I'm asking is I know you were unable to determine its caliber class.
So for the elimination of the class difference between the item 1 to the item 9, the 300 blackout firearm, was a difference in the groove width. So I was able to have present enough of the bearing surface to measure the groove of item 1 and the grooves of the firearm, and they were different widths.
And the grooves, meaning the grooves of the rifling?
That is correct.
And just publishing item 33D, which is your item, well, let me go back to item 1 because that's what you were just describing. This is states 33A, just so the jury understands where this fragment was recovered from.
Oh yeah, according to the packaging from the left perial cavity.
And then your item number 4.
According to the packaging, jacket from right chest.
I want to go to a January 9th, 2025 report, and this is going to be under, again, your 7633. This is in reference to victim Charles Jones. And an offensive assault in Duval County.
You said 7633?
Yes. So distinguishing it from your 7688, which was submitted by TPD, by the Tampa Police Department, this is 7633. In this case, the submitting agency is the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
That is correct.
And the submitting officer is
Oh, remember we were talking about the autopsy last week and how there were bullet fragments actually taken from Foolio's body? This is about to get interesting. Let's see what they're going to talk about here.
C. Drabeck, Detective Drabeck.
Yes.
And that's in reference to victim Charles Jones and an offense of assault.
Yes, that is what I have.
This was submitted to your agency on December 19th of 24. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And was this a group of several items contained in one package?
Yes, this came in as one FDLE item number that had multiple items in it.
Okay. And were those individual items then individually given an individual item number referenced at number 1?
They were, yes.
Okay. And I believe you had 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, 1.10 through 1.16, and then items 1.6, 1.7, and 1.9.
That is correct.
Now, the first set of items that I read off, 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, 1.10 through 1.16, did that consist of 13 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases?
Yes.
And then the second group, 1.6, 1.7, and 1.9, were those consisting of 3 fired 223 Remington caliber cartridge cases?
Yes.
Looking at these, did you conduct microscopic screening and grouping?
Yes, these items were screened.
And what were the results of that?
So I determined that the items 1.1 through 1.16, the cartridge cases were microscopically screened and grouped together based on similar characteristics.
Using one of those, and let me go to your packaging here.
I want to see if they're going to link this back to Sean. Like, y'all got him at 72% cooked today, but these might be linked back to Sean.
This is going to be states 50. Does that label appear to you to be associated to this report?
It does, yes.
Has the 7633 FDLE number on the top,
Yes.
your item number 1,
Yes,
submitting agency,
that's correct.
and item 1-4 is the department's item number, their item number. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you see your writing underneath there?
I do.
contained within this, and we can see inside this package, are several smaller envelopes. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And just picking one out, this would be your item 1.11. Let me see if I can get it. Here we go. 1.11,
Yes,
and that's your initials and the case number.
it is. Yes.
So each of these individual shell casings are placed into an individual envelope.
In this item, yes.
Now, you indicated that you were able to, by screening, you were able to group them in some way.
That's correct.
How did you group them?
So I will first look at the class characteristics, determine if those are similar, and then I will put them on what's called a comparison microscope. Basically, it's two microscopes connected by an ocular bridge, meaning that I can see both items at the same time under the same magnification. So I'll put those items on my scope. I'll look for those class characteristics. If they're similar, I will look for some similarities and no significant differences. If there's no significant differences and I'm seeing some similarities, I can go ahead and group them together, screening them together. This is not a full identification saying that they came from the same, but there is similarities that indicate that there's the potential that these came from the same gun.
Now, did you take one of your item numbers, which would be 1.1, which you've labeled as one of the 13 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases, that 1.1. And did you go back to the previous report that we were just discussing, 7688, which was the submissions from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, I did do a comparison there.
And did you compare that 1.1 cartridge case, which is a 5.56 caliber cartridge casing, did you compare it to item number 8, which is the, I'm sorry, let me make sure I have the right item. Item number 8, which is the 5.56 NATO caliber rifle, and the 7688 submissions from Tampa Police Department.
I did do that comparison.
What were the
yes.
results of that?
I determined that the item 1.1 cartridge case was eliminated to the item 8 rifle submitted in FDLE case number 2024-0307688.
Now, going back to your screening and grouping of these shell casings, did you find that they had similar class and individual characteristics?
I did, yes.
Did you come to any conclusions or opinions based on that?
I determined that they were all screened together, so they were all grouped together because I saw some of these similarities. And that's as far as that comparison between those cartridge cases went.
So now I want to move on to, and we'll come back to this report. I want to move on to FDLE number 4099. And I'm just, again, giving you the 4 last digits in your FDLE number. And a January 9th, 2025 report. Are you at that report, ma'am?
I am,
You have it
yes.
in front of you?
Yes,
Okay. Now, in this situation, is this a report involving submissions by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
it is, yes.
And were the submissions sent in by a Detective Drabeck again?
Yes, it was.
All right. And did you have an item 2, which was a collection of several items contained within a package?
It was, yes.
And did that packaging, item number 2, did it contain 5 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases?
Yes,
And 4 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases?
that is correct.
And were those sub-labeled?
They were, yes.
I believe you have a 2.1 through 2.3, a 2.5, and a 2.8 that labels all of the .223 Remington,
That is correct.
okay, cases. And then for the 5.56 NATO cartridge cases, 2.4, 2.6, 2.7, and 2.9. Is that
That
right?
is correct.
Okay, all right. And did you conduct a screening of those items?
I did, yes.
And were you able to group them in some way?
I determined and was able to screen items 2.1 through 2.9. Were all screened and grouped together.
Publishing stakes 49, 1 through 9. Does the labeling on this exhibit appear to match up to that report?
It does, yes.
Has your 4099 FDLE number,
Yes,
item number 2,
yes,
and your handwriting is below the label?
it is.
Okay. And you have 2.1 through 2.9.
That is correct.
And on the agency label, can you read that for me where it says DSC description?
223 caliber casings from Black Box.
Out of this submission, did you take one of those cartridge cases, item 2.9, which would be out of the 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases? Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you conduct comparisons between that cartridge case to item 1.1 cartridge case submitted in the 7633 report that we were just talking about previously?
Yes, I did do a comparison there.
And just to remind the jury, the 7633 report deals with an assault on Charles Jones. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
So taking the shell casings that were submitted that came from a black box and comparing it to shell casings from reference an assault on Charles Jones, and you conducted an analysis of the two?
I did.
Did you determine whether they were fired from the same firearm?
I did.
And what were your determinations?
I determined that the item 2.9 cartridge case, that's the one from 4099, was identified to the item 1.1 cartridge case submitted in FDLE case number 2024-040-7633.
Okay, and that would be Jacksonville Sheriff's Office case number 23-060-8083.
That's correct.
All right. So by identifying them, can you say in that identification that they were fired from the same firearm?
Yes.
Sean Green asked. Oh my God. She just said it. It was fired from the same gun. Ooh, Shawnee.
When you are making that identification of those two groups, those two shell casings from those two groups, you indicated earlier with fired projectiles going through rifling, you talked about the individual characteristics. Where are you looking on these cartridge cases for those individual characteristics?
So for cartridge cases, we're looking in mostly that primer area, but there are areas outside the primer. But on the primer area, we had what's called breech face marks. So that occurs when the cartridge case comes in contact with the breech face, it slams back into it. And the details from the breech face is slammed onto the head area of the cartridge case. Another area we look at is the firing pin impression. So when that firing pin strikes the primer, it creates that indention. And within that indention, there's individual marks that occur due to wear and tear, due to the manufacturing process. And we're looking in, those are our two like common areas that we're looking for. And then there's a few other fired in areas we can look for individual detail.
Is there an aperture area that you're looking at, or marks left by the aperture?
Yes, there are some type of firearms that create what's called a aperture shear. And that mark occurs when the firing pin strikes the primer, that material has to go somewhere. So in some instances that material is displaced back into the aperture, which is the hole on the breech face that the firing pin will protrude from. And in some instances, the barrel will drop, and that bottom edge of that hole, it's a point like this, where the two tools create this mark. And as the barrel is dropping, that area is slicing or scraping that displaced material, creating a shear mark. So that's striated detail that we potentially can use for individual detail to identify a specific firearm or not.
So when you're comparing and identifying two shell casings that's coming from the same firearm, it's not simply just the firing pin mark, correct?
That's correct. We will look at all areas of the fired component, the cartridge case or bullet, and look for similarities. We only need to ID on one when there's sufficient agreement or, enough individual characteristics there for us to determine whether or not they were fired from that specific firearm or the same firearm. But we do, general practice, look at all of the areas to make sure there's nothing out of the ordinary that would give us pause to question what we're looking at.
You said earlier when you were describing an inconclusive or even an inconclusive positive that you don't have enough individual characteristics or markings to allow an identification.
That is correct.
But in identification, you do have ample individual characteristics. Is that correct?
Yes, an identification means there was enough agreement present to allow us to come to the conclusion of an identification.
The process that you followed in identifying these rifle shell casings from the assault on Charles Jones to ones that came from this black box, did you follow a similar process when you identified in your earlier findings, when you told us you identified your item number 7, which was a shell casing with the MXT impressions on the head casing that the Tampa Police Department submitted to you, when you compared that and identified that to the 2 shell casings submitted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, the 2 9mm shell casings?
Yes, I followed the same process for comparisons.
And in that instance, you did have aperture shear that you were looking at?
For the 9mm, yes, I did.
So I'm going to move on to your a report that you have dated of March 30th and March 20th of this year. Some follow-up work that you did in this case where items were submitted to the FDLE laboratory. Are those 2 reports related?
They are related, yes.
Do they essentially have almost all agreement as far as all of your work and findings in both of them?
Yes, there is just one additional item on the March 30th report that was missing from the first report.
Okay. And was that in fact some fragments or pieces of lead that were in the submission?
Yeah, there was a missed lead fragment that was later examined and determined to have no value.
So I'm going to go to your March 30th report. Do you have it? If you can pull it up, you have it in front of you?
I do.
Okay, thank you. This is under the same TPD number that we've been talking about throughout, 7688.
That is correct.
So I'll ask you, on February 24th of this year, did Juan Ramos again make submissions?
He did, yes.
And on March 5th of 26, did Detective Joshua Kennedy from the Tampa Police Department resubmit the 2 rifles, your items 8 and 9?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to go to your, outside of the rifles, we'll start with that first, the other items. This would be your item 10 through 16. So items 10 through 16 and item 12 and 13 were their more than one items under those two items?
Correct. Items 12 and 13 had multiple items in their singular F daily item number.
And were they labeled 12A, 12B, and similarly 13A, 13B, et cetera?
They were, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go to item number 10. What was its description?
Item 10 was one fired bullet jacket.
Your Honor, the state would tender State's Exhibit 142A through G for admission.
142 A through G.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
I will renew previously litigated objection.
Okay, and Mr. Petrides? Okay, admitted.
So I'm going to publish States A. Is this your item 10 packaging?
Yes, it is.
Do you see the FDLE number and your item number on there?
I do, yes.
And remove the exhibit panel here. You have your handwriting, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you've described that as a fired bullet jacket?
That is correct.
142B, you see the same label, same numbers, and this is now your item number 11,
That is correct.
and your handwriting?
Yes.
And how is item 11 labeled?
Item 11 was one fired bullet jacket.
Let me go back real quick because I don't want to have to republish. In States 142A, your item 10, is there an evidence marker description?
Yes, that says EM number 23.
Okay, and it's described as jacketing.
Yes.
And back to 142B, same thing. Is this related to evidence marker 25 in the description?
That is, yes.
And States 142C, is this your item 12? And you see your handwriting, if I can move this.
Yes.
Okay. And is this related to a described item at evidence marker number 29?
Yes, it is.
States 142D, is this your item 13?
Yes,
Do you see your handwriting?
I do.
And is this a described piece of evidence from evidence marker number 30?
It is, yes.
States 142E, your item 14,
Yes.
and your handwriting.
Yes,
And up here under description, evidence marker 31, projectile.
that's correct.
States 142F, your item 15, is that correct?
That is correct.
And your handwriting,
That's correct.
all right? And this is described, and this is at evidence marker 35, fragments.
Yes,
And these white labels were attached by the submitting agency,
that's correct. Those are agency labels.
and that's the Tampa Police Department, obviously.
Yes,
States 142G, your item 16,
yes,
and your handwriting is below it,
yes,
and it's described as evidence marker number 36, jacketing. or
That's correct.
jacketings. Okay, great. So going back to, we've described 10 and 11, evidence marker 12, you had a 12A, a 12B through G, a 12H, and then you described a one unknown apparent metal fragment not examined.
that's correct.
Okay. At 12A, you're describing the item as one fired bullet,
That is correct.
and then at B through G, 6 fired bullet jacket fragments,
That's correct.
and item 12H, 6 apparent lead fragments.
That is correct.
And then item 13, again, this was the other item that had several items contained within it.
Yes,
At item 13A, 1 fired bullet jacket.
that is correct.
Items 13B and 13C, 2 fired bullet jacket fragments.
That is correct.
13D, 1 apparent lead fragment.
Yes,
And then 13E in bold, 1 apparent lead fragment.
That's correct.
Was that the additional lead fragment?
It was.
That was not in the previous report?
That is correct.
All right, and it was of no comparison value?
That is correct.
Item 14 is one fired bullet.
That is correct.
Item 15 is one fired bullet jacket fragment.
Yes.
All right, and item 16, two fired bullet jacket fragments, 16A and 16B. So I guess there was a third item that had two items.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. All right. So all of those items that were of comparison value, that
Okay.
you were able to find either something that had been imparted onto them where they had contact with rifling, all of those items, and I'm going to read them to you, 10, 11, 12A through 12F, 13A through 13C, 14, 15, your item 16A and your item 16B. Were those compared to the item 8 and 9 firearms, the two, the 5.56 NATO rifle and item 8 and the 300 blackout auto-loading firearm, just going by your description, and item 9? Were they compared to them to determine if they may have been fired from them?
There was a comparison done.
Okay, and were they eliminated?
They were eliminated.
And how were they and why were they eliminated?
So all of those listed items were eliminated to both the item 8 and item 9 firearms based on a difference in their class characteristics.
Did that include on some of these items different caliber class?
There were two that I could determine caliber on. So that would be a difference between those items and the firearms. But the remaining items were different class based on their rifling type.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that all of them that had rifling on them that you were able to determine rifling type were different than the rifling type in those in the rifle in 8 and the auto-loading firearm in 9?
Yes, all of the items that I determined had value in this instance were eliminated to those two firearms.
Okay. The rifling in the rifle, the 5.56 rifle, your item 8, and the 300 blackout auto-loading firearm that the jury got to see. What type of rifling do those two firearms have?
So both of those rifles have what's called conventional rifling. It's sharper, kind of more step-like, so the rifling kind of goes like step like this a little bit.
Okay. And the imparted rifling on the items that you've described that had rifling on them, was it a different type of rifling?
Yes, so for the listed items that council mentioned, 10, 11, 12A through 12F, 13A through 13C, 14, 15, 16A and 16B had what's called polygonal rifling with rails, which is a different type of rifling. It's a little bit more wavy with rails cut into them as well. And then the item 12G fragment was only determined to be polygonally rifled, so that more kind of wavy rifling versus the conventional of the two firearms.
And on that class characteristic alone, they would be eliminated as being fired in those two guns under your item 8 and 9?
That is correct, yes.
All right. So I want to talk about the two projectiles that were submitted this year, 12A and 14, where you were able to determine caliber class. All right. So 12A you described as one fired bullet, and 14 is described as one fired bullet.
Yes.
With both of those items, when you examined them, you were able to determine their caliber class?
I was, yes.
What is their caliber class?
I determined that both of those items were 38 caliber class.
Okay. And would that caliber class include 5.56 NATO caliber?
It would not.
Would it include 300 blackout?
It would not.
So both of those calibers of your 8 and 9 items, states 56 and 57, they are different caliber classes.
That is correct, yes.
So let's talk about calibers that fall within this caliber class of these two items, this 38 caliber class, okay? Would 9mm fall in that class?
It does, yes.
Would 380 Auto fall in that class?
380, yes.
357 Magnum,
Yes,
38 Special.
that is correct.
So if we go back to the item 7, the shell casing from the Tampa Police Department in this case, that had the MXT on it, that's a 9mm caliber shell casing, correct?
That is correct.
Would that have been a round that would have fit in caliber into that caliber class?
That caliber class is generally loaded in 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases.
Other than 12G that you mentioned earlier, you indicate in here 12A that you noted displays rifling characteristics similar to firearms by Glock.
That is correct.
Were there other items that also shared rifling characteristics similar to firearms by Glock?
So yeah, based on my results, I ran what's called a general rifling characteristics search only on the one item due to I was able to determine caliber class and more characteristics of that one item. But due to the remaining items in that grouping having the polygonal with rails type of rifling, that is generally consistent with Glock style firearms as well.
Did you conduct microscopic screening of these items?
I did.
And you grouped them on similar class characteristics?
I did.
Was the polygonal rifling one of them?
It was, yes.
Would it be fair to say that, well, let me rephrase that. Glock firearms generally have polygonal rifling?
Yes.
The two that you were able, 12A and 14, to determine the caliber class, why weren't you able to determine that with the others?
Due to the remaining items being fragments, I did not have enough characteristics or a diameter of the item to be able to determine a caliber class.
So even though you noted 12A in your report as having, and I want to read it the way you have it written, rifling characteristics similar to firearms by Glock, among possible others, several of these others also had the same thing, correct?
Yes.
In your examination, you determined that?
Yes, due to the polygonal rifling with rails.
Okay. Now, polygonal rifling with rails, can you further discriminate and distinguish between generations of Glock firearms as far as that rifling?
Based on my experience and what I've seen, the polygonal rifling with rails is with the Generation 5 Glock firearms or newer.
Okay. 12G, that item, 12G, was that also a situation where the item itself did not have sufficient amount of rifling to allow you to determine if it was polygonal with rails?
Due to that item, I was only able to determine that it was polygonally rifled in order to be able to do the elimination. Due to the size, is it possible there could have been rails? Yes. Is it possible that it was just polygonal rifling? Yes. Due to its size and its condition, I could not determine anything further.
All right. So it's possible that could have also been fired in a Generation 5.
It's a possibility.
All right. And because you didn't have enough material, I guess, or enough bearing surface that was imparted, I don't know how to phrase it. Maybe I'm not doing it very artfully, but and you were only able to say it was polygonal. When you gave your description in your report as to similar firearms that display that, you gave Glock, and then you added Heckler and Koch. Is that correct?
That is correct.
For the record, that's Heckler and Koch. That is a German manufacturer?
I believe so.
All right. And among others, you wrote too.
That is correct.
Okay. In making that determination, about what firearms possess that type of rifling characteristics, do you consult a known database that is utilized in the field of firearms analysis?
Yes, we use what's called a general rifling characteristics database. It is maintained by the Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiners, which is an international organization of firearms examiners. It's maintained there, and we can enter the different class characteristics. So for example, if it is a 38 caliber class with polygonal rifling, we can go ahead and enter those characteristics in, and it'll generate a list of makes and models of firearms that potentially have that same characteristic of 38 caliber class with polygonal rifling.
And that's a database that was created by the FBI?
Initially, yes.
Okay, and now maintained by AFTE?
Yes, that is correct.
Is that something that is generally accepted as a common practice in the field of firearms analysis, using that database?
Yes.
Do you regularly use it?
If I have a bullet comparison or a bullet without a firearm, yes, I will use it for purposes of generating lists of firearms.
Is access to it restricted to law enforcement and AFTE members?
You have to be a member of AFTE to be able to use it.
But other than 12G, the other items where you found the polygonal rifling with rails, that is consistent with being fired in a Generation 5 Glock pistol, or possibly a Generation 6, or newer generation.
Based on my experience, that's the type of firearm that I've seen it in, that I'm most familiar with of it coming from a Gen 5 Glock.
And just for the record, the Generation 6 has been introduced within the last year.
Yes, I believe so. I don't have no experience working with the Gen 6 one yet.
So I just want to make sure we're clear. So the items that you found polygonal rifling with rails would include 10, 11, 12B, 12C, 12D, 12E, 12F, 13A, 13B, 13C, 14, 15, 16A, and 16B.
In addition to 12A as well.
And 12A. Thank you. And your item 13D and 13E and 12H, you described those as lead fragments?
That is correct.
And did they display or have any type of rifling imparted on them, or any rifling characteristics?
No, I determined they had no value.
Would they be similar to your items 3 and 4 in the previous submissions that were lead core?
Yes, for these, they could be parts of that core or other lead material that broke off. They're all smaller fragments.
If we had a Generation 5 Glock with polygonal rifling with rails, would you be able to determine, or would you be able to at least conduct analysis to determine if there was enough individual characteristics that those projectiles that we've discussed were fired from that firearm?
If a firearm was submitted that matched the class characteristics, comparison could be conducted.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. True, the same would hold true for any 9mm projectile, specifically one that may have been found in the hood area of the vehicle that our victim was in. That was intact with rifling on it. That was a 9mm projectile. If we do not have the firearm to compare it to, I mean, it couldn't be compared, right, to a firearm unless we had it to send to you.
Yes, I can do comparisons of projectiles to projectiles. Or if it needs to be identified to a specific firearm, I can't do anything unless we have the suspected firearm or suspicious firearm.
I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, you have any questions?
Your Honor, I don't have any questions.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi,
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise,
Yes, thank you. Morning, Mr.
Good morning.
I want to go back first, kind of over the process you administer in a case like this, and really the field in general.
Okay.
When you're analyzing casings, projectiles, you're looking first at class characteristics, right?
That's correct.
And I think we covered some of this. Those are what you call the predetermined features, right?
That's correct.
That can be the lands and grooves, the caliber, the direction of the twist, things like that.
Yes, sir.
And that's a relatively objective comparison, right?
It is.
Where you're taking measurements, you have a standard to go by when you're determining class characteristics, right?
Yes.
When you move on to the individual comparison, where you're trying to identify not just a type of firearm, but a specific firearm, that becomes a subjective analysis, right?
It tends to lean more subjective, yes.
And in that situation, you're looking for basically significant agreement of individual characteristics. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And within the field, when you're looking at the individual characteristics like that, there's really no set threshold for qualifying something as being in significant agreement with something else.
We don't have a set number. However, during our training, we look at thousands of comparisons of items that are known to come from the same firearm and items that are known to come from different firearms, including makes and models that are the same, to determine, that we are able to distinguish these differences and these individual characteristics.
And you yourself, in doing this for a number of years, you've kind of developed your own threshold that you kind of hold yourself to, correct?
That's correct.
But within the industry, that's not really the case. Unless someone like you does that, it's really up to the subjective work of the specific examiner. Is that correct?
Each examiner does develop their criteria. The more they see, the longer they do it. But however, all of our training indicates, comparisons of known and known non-matches in order to develop a suitable criteria to make these conclusions.
And with regards to the individual comparisons, there's really no scientific process for determining whether two things are in significant agreement.
I don't understand what
Yeah,
you're saying.
Really, when you're determining whether two items are in significant agreement as to individual characteristics, it's really based on the examiner's eyes, right?
So what we're looking for is the overall pattern agreement of the detail present. So yes, we are using our eyes through our comparison microscope. That allows us to see two items at the same time under the same magnification. And we're looking for this agreement of the detail. So it's the overall pattern of the knowns that we create with the firearm to see this. And if we don't have it, we're looking for that repeated pattern between the two items of evidence submitted. And via our training, we see all of these different types of, yes, this is enough for an identification because we've seen what is needed to know that these came from the same firearm and what that requirement is for the appropriate quantity and quality of an identification.
Now let me jump to this case. Of the items submitted to you by Tampa Police Department, and I'm going to talk to you first about the different projectiles. We heard earlier in your direct about a report from January 9th of, I think it was 25, where you analyzed, I think, 4 potential projectiles that were submitted. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And of those, 2 were sufficient for comparison purposes, correct?
Yes, 2 had value.
And there were two, they weren't full bullets, but they were 2 bullet jacket fragments, correct?
That is correct.
But there was rifling on those fragments, correct?
That is correct.
And because of that, then you were able to compare it.
Yes.
And in that instance, with those 2 projectiles that you were able to compare, you determined they were inconclusive to each other.
To each other, yes.
So you can't say whether or not they were fired from the same firearm.
No, due to their condition, I was unable to determine if they were fired from the same firearm.
And we covered this, but one of those 2 you were able to determine at least was a 22 caliber class, right?
Yes,
The other one you were not able to determine a class.
that is correct.
So you can't say whether that one was even, I mean, we can't say they were fired from the same gun. Can't even say they were fired from the same caliber gun, right?
For that instance, they did have similar class characteristics, and in that instance, like similar landing groove widths. However, I could not determine a caliber for I believe the item 1 due to its condition.
And just so we're clear, and it probably is, but you discussed earlier that when you received the 2 rifles, they came with test fires. Right?
Yes.
But when we're talking about these projectiles you're comparing, those weren't the test fires, right?
No, these were the submitted evidence, and for the purposes of comparison to the firearms that I received, I generated my own test fires.
Gotcha. And that's standard, right?
Yes.
Now, jumping ahead to the more recent report from, not last month anymore, but from March. In that instance, there were quite a few projectiles you were able to test, correct?
Yes.
And that included two basically intact bullets, 2 complete bullets, right?
Yes.
They had some damaging on them, but you were able to, they weren't fragments, they were actual bullets.
Correct. Yes.
And then you had 3 fired bullet jackets, correct? And when I say 3, I mean 3 that you were able to compare.
Yes, I think there were 3 more intact fire bullet jackets. I believe the rest of them were fragments.
Okay. And yeah, and there were, I think, 11 total fragments that actually had rifling as well that you were able to compare, correct?
I'd have to count, but that sounds right.
If you wouldn't mind counting.
Yeah. Yes, I do count 11 fired bullet jacket fragments.
Okay. So between the 2 TPD submissions, there are 18 total projectiles that had enough rifling on them that you were able to compare. I think there's 2 from the 2025 report, 2 bullets from 2026, 3 jackets, and 11 fragments, which, if my math is correct, is 18 total projectiles.
I believe so,
Sound
yes.
right? Okay. I won't hold you to the numbers if my math's wrong. Okay. Of those 18 projectiles, all of them were eliminated from having been fired from that 300 blackout that you showed the jury earlier, right?
The initial 2, oh wait, you said to the 300 blackout?
The 300 blackout.
I apologize. Yes, I believe all of them were eliminated to the 300 blackout firearm.
And of the submissions from Tampa PD, those 18 that you were able to compare, none of those, there were some you weren't able to determine caliber class, but of what you could determine caliber class, none were 300 caliber, correct?
That is correct.
And then again, of those 18, all but 2 were eliminated from the 5.56 that you showed the jury earlier, correct?
Correct. All but the 2 that were inconclusive were eliminated.
And the 2 that were not eliminated, they were inconclusive, right?
That is correct.
And you discussed earlier, you have inconclusive positive, inconclusive negative, inconclusive.
That's correct.
These were just inconclusive, right?
That is correct.
So you can't come to any conclusion as to whether they were fired from that 220 or that 556 that we saw.
That is correct. They lacked any sufficient detail.
Now, of the 16 projectiles on that report from this year, you talked earlier about basically 3 different types of rifling, right?
Yes,
Conventional, polygonal with rails, and polygonal.
that is correct.
And I think you kind of covered this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you talked about lands and grooves some. And you're
That's
correct, right? Lands and grooves is really like more connected with conventional rifling, correct?
There are lands and grooves in polygonal rifling as well. It's more described kind of as like hills and valleys rather than like the step that you see in conventional.
Okay, good. That was gonna be my next question. Are they more like hills and valleys? Okay. So that's, and conventional rifling is much more common in the firearm world, correct?
I do see conventional rifling more frequently, yes.
And you're able to make comparisons with conventional rifling to determine or potentially eliminate, a projectile having been fired from a rifle or a firearm, right?
I can do that with any type of rifling. I can determine.
But the markings, the rifling left on something fired from a polygonal firearm, it's quite a bit different than the markings left on something fired from a conventional rifle firearm. Is that correct?
They do mark a little differently in the aspects of how it is, but we are still able to make identifications on them. They still have the machining processes that develop the individual characteristics in their barrels that allow us to look at that individual detail to make comparisons and identifications.
And that was kind of the point I was going to be getting at is it's pretty easy to distinguish between something fired from a polygonal firearm and something fired from conventional, right? And by that, I mean, it's easy if something's fired from a polygonal rifling firearm, it's pretty easy to eliminate that from a firearm that has conventional rifling.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I should have just asked that question to begin with.
Sorry.
That's okay. My fault. So of the vast majority of the projectiles from the 2026 report, they showed having been fired from a polygonal with rails rifled firearm.
That is correct.
And that's generally a Glock, right?
In my experience, yeah.
There can be some other, maybe some obscure brands, but of the major brands, Glock is the one that uses that.
That is correct, yeah.
And then one of the others, 12G, you found polygonal, not polygonal with rails.
That's correct.
And you said that it's possible it could have had rails, but you did not. And that one, all you could say was polygonal.
That is correct, yes.
And polygonal is used by some of the older Glocks, and then of the major manufacturers, also H&K.
Yes.
And there, again, could be some smaller manufacturers that use it, but generally, when you see polygonal, it's an older Glock or an H&K.
That's generally what we see it in, yes.
The two rifles that you showed the jury earlier, no question they have conventional rifle, right?
Yes.
The all of the projectiles that you were able to determine caliber for in the March 2026 report, again, I think we covered this pretty clearly, but those were all 38 caliber class, right?
Yes, the two that I could determine were 38 caliber.
Which is also 9mm, right?
It could be, yes.
There's no way that either one of those rifles could fire 38 caliber class projectile, right?
No, 38 caliber class would not be able to be fired in those.
Okay. Now, let me then talk about the casing comparisons that you conducted. So the two reports that we heard about from Jacksonville submissions, and that was like 9 casings that were submitted by Jacksonville. Were you told where those originated from?
I have, the only indication I have of location is on what's called our case tracking form, and I have it in the description from Black Box in Juicy Bag, and that's all the information I was given.
Okay, so that may connect back to some things that the jury's heard about, but that's what you have for those. And then what you did in that case is you compared those casings to each other, correct?
In this instance, these cartridge cases were only screened with each other.
And that was gonna be my next question. You just did a presumptive examination. Right.
Yeah, basically. So I determined that they potentially could have come from the same one based on their class characteristics and some similarities, but full micro was not performed on these.
And to make an identification, you would have to do a full microscopic comparison.
That is correct, yes.
And then the same thing with the, I guess it's 15 casings that you were also They were also submitted to you by Jacksonville that went back to an October 2023 alleged offense. Those casings, you again only did a presumptive examination, correct?
Between the casings submitted and just here, yes, these casings were just screened with each other.
And in each of those instances, when you did the comparison of the casings to one another, you just used one case from each group. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And in that instance, then you were the one that you selected from the group and the one you selected from the other group, you were able to identify them as having been fired from the same firearm.
That is correct, yes.
But then the other, I guess, the other 8 and 15 from each group, you did not do any further testing on.
Correct.
Now, when you make an identification like that to say these were fired from the same firearm, you can't say they were fired from the same firearm on the same day, right?
Oh, correct. Yes, I can only say that they were fired from the same firearm. I don't have any information or any ability to say when they were fired.
They could have been fired 5 years apart.
Yeah, I can't speak to that.
Now, both of the casings that you took from each of those groups, you also compared to the 5.56 that you showed the jury this morning, right?
That is correct, yes.
And you eliminated both of those casings as having been fired from that firearm.
That is correct, yes.
Now, we talk about the 9mm casings that we heard about. May I approach, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Yeah, I don't, did you get all your exhibits back? Okay. Wait, what's going on here? So, what happened? I mean, Mr. Harmon opened it, okay, and the bullets fell out, so we need to reclose it, unless you're gonna, okay, that's fine, just make sure the evidence gets back in there.
Okay, so the 3 9mm casings that we heard about, you compared those and were able to determine they were fired from the same firearm, correct?
That's correct.
But again, just like with the 5.56 casings, you can't say that.
Gloving up. Please gloving up, chat. Could y'all do me a favor and get me to 1,000 likes? We're almost there. And that's like the quota for the day.
They were fired at the same time or the same day, correct?
No, I can only determine if they were fired from the same firearm or not.
And again, might have been fired 5 years apart.
Objection, speculation.
She's already answered the question, she can't say when.
The 2 firearms that you compared, and again, were you given information as far as where they originated from, anything like that?
The 2 firearms, you said?
I'm sorry, not the 2 firearms, the 2 groups of 9mm casings.
And keep in mind, this is Sean's attorney. He's up for cross first. The reason why this is so important is because we know that a lot of these guns were supplied by Sean's mom. Not supplied, but at least were taken from Sean's mom's possession. She owns them. But at the same time, you have so much evidence against him coming in through this firearms expert that we might be here for a little while. Keep in mind, we have 2 witnesses after lunch. It's almost lunchtime, 12:09 Eastern Standard Time. We're 5 minutes behind the live feed. Once we go to lunch, we're going to go to Sean's mom's testimony from Alicia's trial. And I'm kind of looking forward to that because it gives us a little bit of a comedic break. But let's check this out.
Judge, just for the record, we're talking about item 7 and 9.1, 9.2, is that right?
This one is, I believe, item, well, it is 7. I think it's your 14. Number 14, yes.
So I only have on my case tracking form for what is FDLE item 7 from 7688. According to this, it was recovered from homicide on 6/23/24 at 15:16 hours via Tampa CST. And I believe that is the only location information I have provided for any of the three.
Gotcha. And that one is the one that I have on the overhead right now, which is States Exhibit 14, correct? If you need to-
Yeah, I don't know states exhibits, but I believe that is my
Okay.
item 7. Sorry.
And the reason I have it up here, we see MXT, and I think you were asked a little about that.
Yes.
MXT is on the headstand, right?
That's correct.
And that stands for Max Tech,
I believe so, yes.
which would be the brand. of the
Yes.
ammunition, right? Which is a pretty common brand, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And then in comparison, the other two 9mm that you determined were fired from the same firearm, they are a different brand, correct? And I can put them up there to show you.
Yeah, I believe they were both federals.
Because they have a little different marking. They both have that FC, correct?
Yeah, so they're different manufactured brand of ammunition, but the brand of ammo does not have bearing. We're looking at the individual marks that are translated from the firearm.
Sure, sure. And again, you determine these are fired from the same firearm, but I'm just pointing out two different brands of ammunition. Right?
That is correct. Yep.
Thank you, man. That's all.
Okay, please make sure the evidence is repackaged and given back to the clerk. Okay. All right, very good. Any questions, Mr. Petrides? Any redirect, Mr. Harmon?
Looks like brief redirect from Mr. Harmon. Prosecution's probably going to wrap this up. That will conclude witness 1 for the day after this brief redirect, and then they're likely going to break for lunch. For anybody that's looking for the escape footage, it was brief, but it was funny. Just go all the way back to the beginning of the stream. They played it first thing this morning.
Council asked you about the commonality of Max Tech ammunition. I just wanted to ask you, there's a lot of other manufacturers of 9mm ammunition,
Yes, there's a lot.
federal.
There's Federal, Winchester, Remington, Spear, Hornady. There's a lot.
So you were asked about, and this would be your report 4099, and then your report 7633. Okay? So
Yes.
4099, just to reference your prior testimony, were the casings from a black box,
Yes.
and 7633 was in reference to an assault on Charles Jones.
Yes.
Okay. You did grouping within each of those cases with the groups of shell casings that were submitted.
That is correct.
And in both cases, you had 223 and 5.56 NATO caliber shell casings,
That is correct.
which are all consistent with being fired from an AR-15 style rifle.
They're consistent with being fired in that style, but that's chambered for 5.56 NATO.
And you were able to identify them as being fired, one from each group within each of those cases is being fired by the same firearm?
Yes, I took one cartridge case from each screening group and was able to identify them together.
And you group them by caliber, 223 versus 5.56 NATO?
That's how they were labeled and identified in my item description, but they were all actually screened together, the 223s and the 5.56 within each case. All of them were screened together And then I selected one representative cartridge case from each grouping and was able to identify them.
Okay. And then you took one from the shell casings from the black box and one from the shell casings from the assault on Charles Jones, and you compared them and you identified them as being fired by the same firearm.
That is correct.
Now, counsel asked you about eliminating the items that were submitted this year, the fired bullet jackets, the fired bullet jacket fragments, and we talked about those. And you're in 7633, I believe. You're at TPD submissions.
7688.
88, I'm sorry, thank you. And you were able to eliminate all of those that had polygonal rifling on them from either of the rifles, either your 8 or 9.
That is correct.
Right? Because those are conventionally rifled.
That is correct, yes.
All right. And that was, using counsel's term, an objective determination.
Yes,
You didn't need to look at the individual characteristics.
that is
Is that
correct,
right?
yes.
Okay. And the items that all the items that you saw that were submitted in this year in that 7688 report, and that's, I believe, 10 through 16 are your item numbers, basically?
I believe so, yes.
All right, with 16, 12, and 13 having several items within those.
That is
items.
correct.
Okay. You were able to determine with 2 of those the caliber class as being a 38 caliber class.
Yes,
All right. And the rest of them, they were all grouped consistent with each other as polygonal rifling with rails, except 12G, which didn't have the rails, but could have been fired from a railed Glock.
yeah, that is a possibility, but yes, they were all screened together with those, with rails minus the 12G, which was just polygonal.
All of those are consistent with being fired from a Glock handgun.
Yes,
And they're all consistent. In fact, the ones with the rail would have to have been fired. If it's in a Glock, it's in a Glock Generation 5 or maybe a Generation 6.
yes, the barrel that is placed in a Generation 5 Glock is the ones with polygonal rifling
With the rails.
with the rails, yes.
Right. And if they were fired at a crime scene in 2024, there was no Generation 6 at that time.
I do not believe so.
And that caliber class of those 2, that's completely different than the caliber class of the of your 8 and 9.
Yes,
The 5.56 NATO and the 300 Blackout.
that is correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Now, counsel talked about a total. He basically took all of the submissions, I think from 7688, combined them all. Okay. You had the projectiles that came out of the victim's body from the pleural cavity and the chest wall. You identified one of those as a 22 5 millimeter caliber class, right?
That is correct.
Other than those 2, the rest of them were either identified as 38 caliber class, which would be consistent with 9 millimeter, or they are screened and grouped with 2 that are that caliber class.
That's correct, but the screened in group based on their rifling type.
Right, the polygonal with rails.
That's correct.
And all of those were eliminated from the 300 Blackout. The 2 that were recovered from the victim's body, one of which was a 22.556. That's a different caliber class than 300 Blackout.
That is correct.
And in fact, that's item 4. Your item 1 was also eliminated to the 300 Blackout based on a difference in class characteristics, correct?
That is correct.
He's wrapping up, guys. Less than 5 minutes, and then we're going to go to Sean's mom.
Your item 4 and item 1, which again were identified as coming from portions of the victim's body, when you compare them to each other, they were inconclusive to each other, and they were inconclusive to the item 8 rifle, which is a 5.56 NATO chambered or caliber rifle, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And when you say inconclusive, that is not an elimination, right?
That's correct. An inconclusive is there was not enough detail to either identify or eliminate. I can't say anything otherwise other than there just was not enough detail here for me to work with.
And they certainly could have been fired out of that rifle.
They could have been, or they could not have been. Yeah,
And there's nothing to say they weren't.
correct.
You were not able to eliminate them.
Correct.
So, and we didn't talk about this earlier, but council kind of talked about it in the cross. I want to ask you about it. Because, well, when you made your comparisons of these the two items from the victim's body, item 1 and 4, you could exclude those, one on caliber class from the 300 blackout. The other one could be excluded on a different class characteristic from the blackout rifle, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And you said they were inconclusive to the rifle. Now, when you made that comparison to, and I'm talking about the item 8, the 5.56 rifle, when you conduct that analysis, do you actually take that 5.56 Black Forge rifle, your item 8, right, our item 50, our exhibit 56, do you actually take that and test fire?
Yes, so when we receive a firearm in casework, we will take it to, we have an indoor range at our lab that we can take and shoot firearms in. And in order to collect projectiles, we shoot to what's called a water tank, which allows us to collect the bullets in a condition to allow us to do comparisons.
So you're test firing it, you're collecting that bullet that has been preserved in water from being deformed or anything, correct?
That's correct.
Meaning it hasn't gone through glass or sheet metal or hit anything.
That's correct.
And you take precautions for that not to happen by firing it into that water tank?
Yes, that is the purpose of the water tank, is to try to minimize any damage that could occur to it, to have them in a more pristine condition in order to compare them.
And then you collect it and you take that as you know that's been fired in that rifle, and that's what you compare to the projectiles that were recovered from the victim's body 1 and 4.
That is correct, yes.
And that's when you're doing them next to each other on comparison microscope?
That is correct, yes.
Is that the proper term?
Yes.
Even though those rifles were submitted with test fires, you're not going to rely on the City of Tampa Police Department's test fires. You do your own to make sure you have a pristine bullet to do that.
Yes, we shoot our own test fires.
And that's the process that you would have been able to go through if we had recovered a 9mm Glock pistol, correct?
Yes, I would have test fired that as well.
You were asked about the subjectivity of the identification procedure where you're looking for those individual characteristics. And you indicated, counsel asked you, you hold yourself to even a higher threshold than maybe other analysts?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. And you talked about viewing in your training thousands of projectiles that were recovered from a rifle and test firing?
Yes.
Or from a pistol or other firearms?
That is correct, yes.
And then looking at those multiple ones that are fired from the same firearm?
Yep, we'll look at ones fired from the same firearm, from different firearms, from similar makes and models of firearms.
And you have received the training that you've testified about, and you've conducted thousands of comparisons during your career?
Oh, yes, definitely.
And your training and your experience is what informs you in your opinions?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Free to go?
Thank you.
Okay, and before, you guys need to make sure, go ahead, you're good, Mr. So make sure the evidence is, everything's where it should be and it's repackaged. And the scissors. Okay, very good. So it's 12:20, so we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. We will reconvene, let's say 1:30. And just remember my previous instructions. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Read, watch, listen to any news accounts or social media posts. And we'll see you back here at 1:30. All right, very good.
All rise.
All right, chat. So they are officially on their lunch break. Hold on, let me just pause that or mute it. And let's talk about what we saw this morning. What is the game plan for this trial? If you started the day with us, this is your midday recap. Let me recap what we saw this morning, talk about the remaining schedule, bring my volume up so you can hear me. And then we are going to watch a blast from the past, AKA Sean's mom, from Alicia Andrews' trial. The reason why I want to do that is a couple reasons. The state is scheduled to rest their case after their final 2 witnesses. We just watched one of the other ones. Detective Griffin is coming back. He is the gentleman that arrested Sean from the Gold Forerunner. He did testify previously in this trial. All right, right now we're around like witness 35, but I'm not counting repeat witnesses. So the state has put up over the span of 9 days, about 35 witnesses. Detective Griffin is scheduled for this afternoon, and then we have one other witness from the state. After that, the state is scheduled to rest their case. Now, that's huge because that means that they have done their job. They've presented this in front of the jury, and now it is time for the defense. There are 4 defendants here. If they choose, and they're not required to, if they choose to put any witnesses on, we're going to now shift, okay? So the tables are about to turn, all right? Like Foxy Brown. We're about to turn the tables, okay? So now you're going to see ChatGPT do some cross-examinations. You're going to see Michelle do some cross-examinations. And you're also going to see Mr. Harmon do some cross. All right? So instead of the 4 people doing cross-examinations, and you guys know the group that we have here. We have Mr. Gonzalez, which always takes a minimum of 55 minutes. You have Father Time, and sometimes they've been mixing it up because Father Time doesn't know the name of his client. You also have a mixture of folks that represent Sean Gathright, and then for Isaiah's attorney, he seems to be the lead in that case. We haven't seen anybody else from Isaiah's team take the mic when it comes to this stuff. So very, very interesting. Now, we are going to talk. I'm going to ask you guys, I want you to start thinking about it. Throughout the day, I want you to start thinking about if you were on this jury, has the state proven beyond a reasonable doubt that these boys conspired to put a hit and successfully murder Julio Foolio, right? I think the answer is yes, because all of y'all are like, they're cooked. Now, what's on the table in this Florida case? Death penalty for 3 of them. Death penalty for 3 of them. So keep that in mind, because now that the state is done, we can now evaluate how good of a job the state did at convincing the jury. Okay. Court of public opinion. It could be you in that jury box. How are you going to vote? So we can now start having some guilty, not guilty, hung jury conversations. Okay. So interesting stuff there. Now, hang on, let me, people be texting me when I'm working, like they just do it. But anywho, after we have that conversation, we're now going to see the defense bring up their witnesses. I did go through some of the witness lists with you guys, and the witness lists in these cases are interesting because one of the things that they do, sorry, let me just put it on DND. One of the things that they do is with death penalty cases, you have a witness list of the people that you plan to call. And I've seen Rashad's, I have not seen the other 3. And then you have the second phase, which is the penalty phase. That is where you're really looking to get some sympathy to not give these boys the death penalty. That will include friends, family members, psychiatrists, people that are doing medical evaluations to not sentence these boys to death in the state of Florida. So, over these next few days, we will kind of go into the sentencing phase as well. But that is what your schedule looks like. So the state is scheduled to rest today. Tomorrow, we might get the tables to turn with the defense taking the mic, and then we're going to see closing arguments. In the Alicia Andrews case, closing arguments drug on. It was like an hour and a half per each side. It was tough to get through, and it was late in the afternoon. After they finished closing arguments at about 6:30, that jury went to go deliberate, and they returned with a verdict at about 10 p.m. So I don't foresee that happening. We're going to do closings on Thursday, and then Friday, we're just going to be on verdict watch. All right. So it's going to be an interesting end of the week. Monday might be some of these, when we enter the penalty phase, if they come back with a verdict on Friday. If they don't, then we likely might get a verdict on Monday. I'm anticipating Monday because it's 4 defendants. Now, some of y'all are like, AV, it's going to be a quick verdict. It's going to be so quick. Now, nothing beats what we saw in the Stephon case yesterday. That verdict came back, I swear, in less than an hour. And those are typically when you have like a very flimsy light case. In this case, you got a lot of evidence, but you also have the death penalty. Even with jury selection on this case, it began on April 8th. It took 2 weeks to select and impanel this jury. And the reason why is because there are different criteria when you add people into this jury that are, technically, you have 4 lives in their hands, right? So it's going to be interesting to watch. All right, let me read some super chats and let's go back to the past and watch Sean's mom on the stand. The reason why I wanted to go back to this is because last time she came up as a defense witness. She was one of Alicia's witnesses. It's about 45 minutes of content, but let me read these quick super chats and we'll go back to the past. Kill our lunch break with that. Shout out to Michael Love, drops a 10, says, I'm wondering the reason they keep asking if anyone knew the defendants before this incident is because they're trying to insinuate them being hired or forced by someone higher up in the gang. Well, good observation, Michael Love. We learned about Spin-a-Benz. We learned about J. Breezy. The Spin-a-Benz thing was crazy because it also shows another car traveling down from Jacksonville down to Tampa. We did not learn about that in the Alicia trial. Remember, we were like, whose black car is that? They kept showing the Chevy Chase. They kept showing the Chevy, right? Like the little silver car. And then when they were looking at the Florida Turnpike or the highway and these license plates capture, technology, they kept showing a black car next to it for the last few weeks. And we couldn't quite put our finger on why they were doing that. But then it was revealed that it was because it was Spin-a-Ben's car, right? Interesting. J. Breezy, we learned yesterday, these cash app transactions, when it came to this Airbnb, it shows all of the coordination, right? We learned that the Airbnb was booked under Rashad, under his baby mama's email. He used his freaking license, which is crazy, but he did not pay. Who paid? Who used their card? Isaiah. But then we go through Isaiah's financials yesterday. Where did the money for the Airbnb come from? Because we kept seeing that decline. The money came from J. Breezy via Cash App. These folks are affiliated in that ATK 1200 space. So we're starting to see the conspiracy get a little bit bigger beyond these boys, right? So excellent observation, Michael Love, and thank you so much for the $10 Cash App. Shout out to D with the 5, says, I'm not pro-defense or pro-state. However, I'm pro-facts and evidence, saying that these 4 guys are cooked. I mean, a lot of people agree with you here, D. Thank you. Michael Love pops in with another 5, says, good analogy, but she's telling how she was a chubby girl in her youth with the M&Ms. Yeah, I don't like when witnesses connect things back to food, especially if you got a hungry jury. Not the best approach, but we do see that from time to time. Shout out to Hollywood, who became a member. Welcome to the AV family. I do have some memberships to give out, but I'm going to wait until we get close to verdict day. And then also we will be giving out some merch from the AV merch store since y'all have been sticking with me this entire trial. So, stay tuned. Keep watching with us and you will be rewarded. Shout out to D with the 2, says the defense biggest problem, clients kept the evidence. Yeah. Sean having the shell casings from the first shooting in October of 23, and you have that with you at the time of your arrest, it also shows that you're connected to that crime too. That was silly to keep it. I don't know why people keep it. Happened in the Keefe D case. You guys know Keefe D, that's might be our summer trial. He's going to trial too if he survives. He has colon cancer. Keefe D, if you're not familiar with him, is this man down in Nevada who allegedly was involved in the Tupac killing, right? They found shell casings from the murder in this man's house 30 years later, and they arrested him. But the issue with Keefe D is he just was a blabbermouth. He was on Vlad TV talking about, what he was doing. He wrote a book about it, like self-snitching at its finest. But look at that. This man held on to the shell casings for 30 years. Right. So people sometimes hold on to it if they want to memorialize their crimes or whatever the case may be. Bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. Shout out to Here Comes Drama, gifted 5 AV memberships. Florida Native got 1. Diane got 1. Sour got 1. Anna got 1. And Zakia got 1. If you received a membership from anybody in Chatterhood, that is gifting them. They don't have to do that. It's very sweet of them to do that. Please say thank you if you receive a membership. That does it for our super chats. Let me come to our daily poll to see where you guys are. Every single day when we start a trial, I will have a question. For this trial over the last 9 days, the question has been the same. We know these boys are cooked, right? But over the past 9 days, the level of doneness, the level of cookedness has changed for these 4 gentlemen. Okay. 3 hours ago, we have 1,200 votes. You can still vote. If you have not voted yet, it is pinned in the chat. It shows up in the bottom of your phone if you're watching on a mobile device or on your computer. Now, you could save your vote for the end of the day because I do a midday check-in and an end of day check-in. The question is, who is the most cooked? 13% of you say Isaiah. 70% of you say Sean. This is the highest it's been for Sean since the beginning. 8% of you say Davion. 8% of you say Rashad. Those numbers are at a low. Davion's has been the lowest out of everybody. Rashad has been floating around that as well. Isaiah, the issue is that they have to prove with Isaiah is conspiracy. They have to prove that he conspired and he's the mastermind behind this whole thing. That's what they said in opening arguments. That's what they said. That's what the state said. But Sean, it just went up to 71%. So all of y'all that are voting right now are cooking Sean. Y'all are flaming Sean, flame broiled. But the evidence against him is staggering. The guns coming from your mom's, ex-Marine. And you guys are going to learn about her in a second. You're going to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. You're going to learn about those weapons coming from her safe. You're going to learn about Sean having access to the safe, having the code, all of it, right? You're going to learn that he's supplying these weapons, all of those things. And then we see him yesterday, we saw him involving his sister. Yesterday, we saw Sean hunting for Foolio's location. We saw all of that on his phone. And he was so determined. When I say hunting for the location, he went to Foolio's Instagram page, found out where that pool party was, went to Zillow.com. I kid you not, Zillow. In addition to Airbnb, so he can look at different properties to identify which pool that was and where that house was. Found a property that was close to a lake, was zooming in on the lakes. That's how determined he was. So I'm not surprised at all that this poll is at 71%. King crash out. This trial has had many ups and downs, but Sean's evidence is crazy. I mean, do y'all remember Davion's interrogation footage? That was funny. He was all over the place, man. Anywho, without further delay, let us take a look at this footage. It is 12:40 Eastern Standard Time. They are coming back at 1:30, so we have plenty of time to kill. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. We're over 1,000 likes. I am going to share this tab, which is me 6 months ago covering this case with you. All right. So it's going to look a little weird here. I'm going to put myself down here. You will see some old chats, maybe some of y'all from the chat back then. But this was my live reaction back then when Sean's mom took the stand. Now, in retrospect, some things might have changed, but this is from Alicia's trial. It's about 45 minutes. It was really funny. but I hope you guys enjoy it. I've certainly grown as a content creator since then, but this was October of 2025. You will see some key players, the same prosecution team. On the right-hand side, we see ChatGPT, Mr. Harmon, and Miss Michelle. And you are seeing Jeremy McLyman and the other gentleman, I forget his name, but those two guys on the left are Alicia's attorneys. So let's take a peek at this and go from there. Hold on, let me take it off mute. Another, and see leaving.
Who's doing the cross for the state?
I am wrong.
Okay, what do you, have a seat. I think the state wants to talk to you about any information you may have. Go ahead.
And have you been watching the televised portion of this trial?
Yes,
And have you been relaying what you've been watching with your son?
a summary, yes.
And what is the name of your son?
Sean's mother.
Has been going on throughout the duration of the trial.
Yes.
Were you instructed by the defense not to watch the trial?
Well, I started that before, I wasn't originally supposed to testify. So once I got the subpoena, then I stopped that.
When was that?
I want to say late last week, early this week, something like that.
Well, when was the last time that you communicated with your son about testifying or what has occurred in court?
Probably about 2 days ago.
And was that after or before your subpoena was received?
That was after.
But you have not received any kind of notification or instruction not to watch what's going on?
I have subsequently.
When?
It was a few days ago.
You don't recall
I have
that?
to, not the specific day, it was a couple days ago.
And thereafter, you did not watch anything?
Correct.
And whatever was being televised, was that the live stream or news media that you were
It was
observing?
news media.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with the defense team about preparing for trial?
I spoke with them on the phone yesterday.
And were you the only person present for that preparation?
Yes.
Have you talked to your daughter, Nevaeh Gathright, about trial?
Not really, no.
About what's happened in trial?
No.
And have you been present for three-way conversations where you and your son were discussing that with Nevaeh on the phone? Gathright on the phone?
No.
I don't have anything else, Ron.
Okay. All right. Now you know. Let's go. Bring the jury.
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, she's been watching and telling Sean what's going on.
All right.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat again, and you may proceed, Mr. McLyman.
All right, good. All right, could you tell us where you, don't, not the address, but could you tell us where you currently live?
In Jacksonville.
All right, and do you know an individual named Sean Gathright?
Yes, that's my son.
You've known him his entire life?
Yes.
Did he live with you at any point in time?
Yes.
When did he stop living with you?
Prior to this incident, he lived with me pretty much the whole time, except for 1 year he was in California with his dad.
Okay. Do you have a military background?
Yes, I do.
With what branch?
Retired Marine Corps.
And how long were you in the Marine Corps?
16 years.
All right. And do you have any firearms trainings
Yes.
with the Marine Corps?
Yes, I have both. I'm a 7th award rifle expert with the rifle, and I also am trained in the 9mm Glock pistol.
Okay. Do you own any firearms?
Yes, I do.
How many firearms do you own?
I own several. Do you want me to include the ones that were confiscated also?
Correct. So you can just list all of them and then we can identify what was
Okay.
taken.
So I have a shotgun, a 30-06 rifle, and a 45 revolver. What else? And I had the 2 ARs that were taken and another 9mm. I also have a 380. And then I have since replaced my ARs that were taken with another AR and a SIG 9mm.
All right. So
7 guns.
including the 2 that were taken, you have about 9 or so.
Yes, about that.
And you had these firearms for how long?
The new AR and the SIG I just bought in the past couple months. The other weapons I've had mostly since between 2012 and 2015 when I was stationed in Jacksonville, North Carolina.
How long have you had the 2 firearms that were taken from your house?
Those two, I got those at a gun show in Jacksonville, North Carolina. So I would say 10, 11 years, 12 years, somewhere around there.
And those that were taken, they were taken by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, they were.
All right. Was there a search warrant conducted at your home?
Yes, there was.
And during that search warrant, did someone read the search warrant to you?
I don't recall.
All right.
They kind of,
Did the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office search your entire home?
as far as I know, they told me I couldn't go in or anything.
So you weren't actually inside when the search
No.
was conducted?
No.
All right.
They made me sit outside.
All right. I'm going to show you what's in evidence as States Exhibit 53, A through X. You see this image?
Yes, that's the sink.
Is that the sink in your house?
Yes.
The kitchen sink?
Mhm.
And that sink, what's inside the sink?
On the left side are dishes, on the right side are cardboard.
Who put the cardboard in the sink?
I did.
For what?
I told the detective, I have a garden in the back where I have eggplants, tomatoes, and things like that. My mom said it's good fertilizer or compost. So I'm supposed to break it down. You soak it for like 2 or 3 days, break it down, and then use it as like fertilizer. Sometimes like carbon or something.
Mom is a ride or die. She is. I mean, mom is a ride or die. I mean, the kitchen's a little questionable. Like there's Q-tips there. There's no paper towels. There's a lot of just random items. But she's making fertilizer. That's what that was for. That's what that was.
She also grows a lot of fruit trees and stuff. So she has good ideas.
Understood. And you told that to the police?
They didn't ask me about it.
All right. The items, the cardboard, what is the cardboard made of? I'm not sorry, what is it not made of, but what is it of?
It was various different things. Amazon boxes,
Halls, honey. I mean,
various boxes are in the house.
Did any of it include boxes of weapons that were purchased?
It is possible.
Do you know how long you had these items in the sink?
It was only like 2 or 3 days, I think. You're supposed to soak it for 2 or 3 days to break it out easier. You gotta peel the plastic, the coating. If it's not all cardboard, you gotta peel that
Is
off.
there a question posed, Your Honor, objection? Yep, ask the question, please.
You know what this is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Do you see any cardboard that came from either a firearm or firearm cart?
I believe the Mac tools, and I can't see. I don't know what that blue, can't really tell what that blue one is.
The home, did the home have, other than just the firearms, did it have any ammunition in it?
Yes,
And what types of ammunition did you have in the home?
I have ammunition for every single type of weapon that I have.
Okay.
So I have shotgun shells, I had 9mm rounds, 5.56s, 223s, 45, so on and so forth.
Where do you keep the firearms that you do have?
The firearms are in a safe in my master bedroom.
The safe, how do you get into it?
It's either a combination code or a key.
Showing what's in evidence as Safe Exhibit 54A through CCC. Is that a photograph of the master bedroom?
Yes, it is. It's right next to my chest of drawers.
All right. That safe, you said has a key or a lock?
It has a combination lock and you can open it with a key. I usually use the key because I can never remember the combination.
Is the combination anywhere? Like, do you
No,
store
it's
it
not
somewhere?
written down anywhere. That's why I always forget it.
And the key, where do you keep the key?
The key's kept on my dresser in like an oval trinket box where I have like loose change, pens, old gift cards, like random things.
Does anyone know where you keep the key for your safe?
No,
Showing 54D. Is that the inside of your safe?
yes, it is.
And how did the police get inside the safe?
I gave them the key.
Is this also the inside of the safe?
Yes, it is.
Are these rifles equipped?
That's without the, I think my ARs are in that picture.
Showing 54G.
Okay, yeah.
Now, are these rifles equipped with brass catchers?
The ARs are, the brass catchers go on the ARs.
All right. And who purchased the brass catchers?
I did.
For what purpose?
For preventing me from having a police brass when I go to the range.
When you say police brass, what do you mean by that?
Well, when you go firing at a range, you're supposed to basically pick up all the brass that you've used in your lane and either take it with you or recycle it. And after all my years on firing ranges in the Marine Corps, you're picking up hundreds and hundreds of pieces of brass. That's just, when I found out about the brass catchers, I was like, oh, that's heavy.
Okay. Now, did Sean Gathright own any firearms that you know of?
No,
Did you ever let him borrow any of your firearms?
no.
Had you ever taken him to the gun range?
Yes, he's been to the range with me once.
The one time that he went to the gun range with you, do you know what he fired?
We took the shotgun and we took the 45. I don't believe we took the ARs because it wasn't like a long distance range. So we mostly picked the short range weapons.
Okay. And what do you call short range weapons?
The handguns, the 9mm and the 45.
Showing 54 BB, is that also the safe?
Yes, that's all.
I really want to be a fly in the wall and look at Julio's mother's face watching this.
Showing 54 WW, is that inside of the safe?
Yes, that's also inside the safe.
And
Sorry.
is that ammunition that we see there?
No, those are empty magazines right there.
Oh, they're empty.
Yes, those are empty right there. The ones on the right, I can't tell the ones on the left because they're not turned around where you could see where you put the rounds in, but the ones on the right that are stacked horizontally and then the two right there in the middle, those are empty.
Okay. Do you know Alicia Andrews?
No,
Do you know if Alicia Andrews has ever been to your home?
I don't, not that I recall, no.
So you're not aware whether Sean Gathright and Alicia Andrews are friends?
I wouldn't think so because my son is friends with a small group of people and they're the ones that are at the house. I don't believe I've seen her at my house before.
All right. And when your son was arrested, he was how old?
He was 18.
Do you know of Sean Gathright to be in a gang?
No,
Do you know of him to hang out with any gang members?
no,
And do you know who Isaiah Chance is?
yes,
All right. Does Isaiah Chance ever come by the house?
yes,
When he came by the house, will you ever bring a girl with him?
no,
Did Isaiah Chance ever date your daughter?
yes,
And you never met Alicia Andrews through Isaiah Chance even?
I really can't recall specifically meeting her. I believe she may have come over when I had like a barbecue or something,
Okay.
but I'm not really, it doesn't stand out in my memory having met
You
her.
just changed your answer.
Do you know of Isaiah Chance as the name Gutta?
No,
You never heard that before?
no,
Do Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright call each other little or bigger bro?
yes.
All right. Who is the bigger bro in the two?
Zay is the bigger bro, Sean's the little bro.
The cars that you had at the home. Could you describe what cars you had?
At that time, I had a 2018 Lincoln MKZ, I had a Nissan Altima, the Chevy Impala, and a Toyota 4Runner.
The 4Runner, was it always at your home?
The 4Runner goes back and forth. I've had it since 2004, and I usually let my mom goes back and forth between New York and Florida, so she'll spend maybe 6 weeks to 2 months in each place. So when she's down here in Florida, that's a vehicle I usually let her use because that's the one that she's most used to. When I was stationed overseas for 3 years, that's the vehicle that I left for her to use. So that's what she's comfortable with.
All right. For any reason, would you lie for Alicia Andrews?
No,
Do you know who she is?
no,
Do you have any sort of allegiance to her?
no.
All right. No further questions.
Hey, Cross. Your turn.
I heard this gets spicy.
Yes, I'm sorry. We do need to put the witness's name on the record, including spelling.
probably for the court reporter. They muted it briefly. Cross from the state.
Ma'am, how long have you lived in the residence that you were in now?
10 years.
Did you always keep a gun safe just like that with your firearms in it?
We bought the gun safe in, I want to say 2017 or 2018.
You brought this gun safe in 2017 or 2018?
Yes.
And you have a problem remembering the code to that gun safe?
Yes, because I can change it at any time. My ex-husband, when he was there, he used the code, but I can never remember the code. I don't like to keep the same code all the time. I change my front door code regularly. I can remember that because I come in and out every day.
Before you came to court here today, ma'am, to testify, did you have an opportunity to watch the trial and watch the other witnesses testify against the court's order?
No.
You did not watch this trial.
You said today?
Before you came here to testify today, had you watched the testimony of the other witnesses in this trial?
I had watched the testimony in the days prior to being told I could not or should not watch.
All week last week? So all week last week?
Yes.
What about this week at all?
Earlier this week. Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to report what you were watching and seeing and the updates from the trial to your son?
Yes.
And that's Sean Gathright?
Yes.
And that's the individual you said has a small group of friends?
Yes.
You say he doesn't really get into anything?
Yes.
Doesn't get involved in anything?
Yes.
He previously lived where?
He stayed in California for about a year with his dad.
Did he live anywhere else?
He lived with his dad.
You don't know where that was?
His dad lived in California.
He never lived in Mississippi?
His grandmother lives there.
Okay. And that's the same grandmother that we...
No, that's not my mom. That's his dad's mom.
So you don't know that if he lived in Mississippi?
I know they...
Oh, I know what's about to happen. Shout out to Foolio's mom, man. She is like an oracle, okay? She said this in that video last night and even last week. She was like, little boy Sean was involved in a shootout in Mississippi.
Vacation in Mississippi. Okay. I don't know for how long. It was when he was staying with his dad.
Your mom is the individual we've heard from, Lorna Allen. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you watched her testimony?
No,
correct?
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
So you
I was
just...
too anxious.
Okay, so you just picked everyone else's to watch and not hers because you were anxious for her.
Yes.
You didn't watch it after?
I watched the recap after.
Okay.
But I didn't watch her entire testimony, no.
Everyone else though, you feel
That's right. Granny testified. Our mother testified.
like you watched their entire testimony?
Not really, because it can get long. I mean, it's like one's like 8 hours.
You were relaying back literal names of witnesses though to your son, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said on direct examination that you do not know Alicia Andrews.
Correct.
Do you admit that you've communicated with Alicia Andrews since her arrest?
Yes, I did.
Several times.
Yes.
And you coordinated for Alicia Andrews to make contact with co-defendant Isaiah Chance on a telephone call.
I don't believe I did, no.
Who is Ariel Chance?
I don't know.
You wouldn't have written a message to Miss Andrews telling her to call Ariel at the time that they've agreed to so she could talk to her boyfriend or co-defendant, Isaiah Chance.
I know I sent her a message telling her that I supported her and I was praying for her because during the hearings, I didn't see, maybe her parents weren't able to make it. And I felt sorry for her. She was facing, life in prison. So I sent her a supportive message. So I definitely sent that.
Okay.
But
so
as
you
far
know,
as other specifics, no, I can't recall.
Yo.
Okay. All right. So you think she's facing a lot of time, and I've seen her parents, but you haven't.
Well, I think I'm talking about the previous hearings, court hearings.
Okay. So you're
And the
just being
status
supportive.
reports and stuff.
You're just being supportive.
Yeah.
And you testified that your son doesn't have any access to the safe. Nobody in your house has access. Not your daughter, not your son.
Correct.
And you testified that your son is not in a gang, and you don't know anything about his wrongdoings as far as a gang is concerned.
Well, according to Florida statute, I'm a gang associate.
Why is that?
According to the
Is it because
statute.
you're
Because
testifying?
according to the statute,
Stop. One at a time.
according to the Florida
We
gang
don't need you to
statute.
tell us what the statute says. I didn't ask you what the statute says. I
Well,
just want you
you
to
asked
answer
me
the
why.
questions if you could, please, okay? I just said, did you testify in direct examination that you don't know anything about your son being involved in a gang,
That's correct.
and he doesn't have any access to your firearms because you're in the military and you understand the need that he not have
I'm
access?
retired military, but yes.
If I can just finish the question, just because the court reporter is writing down what we're saying and she can't write it down if we talk over each other, okay?
Go ahead.
Are you employed now?
Go
I
ahead.
was employed prior to this incident.
Okay, but not at the current,
Not at
this
the
current
current
time. And you testified that he doesn't have access to the safe that you've had for 10
That's
years or whatever.
correct.
Okay, all right. Did you speak to your son about what your testimony would be if you came to court to testify on behalf of Miss Andrews?
No, I don't believe so.
Ma'am, your testimony for certain is that you are the only person, or your ex-husband, both the adults in the house are the only individuals with access to your guns.
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what I'm going to mark.
What does she have?
Exhibit 1.
What do you have?
Ma'am, would you please take a look at these extractions from your son's cell phone?
See, 4 pockets. Is it the same thing?
No, ma'am.
821, 520. Okay.
For anybody that's just coming in, we are on lunch break. Sorry, I had to go get a sandwich. So I got it, but we are on lunch break until 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to pin it in the chat because everybody's like, what the hell? I thought we saw this already. You did, but we are killing some time for lunch. Let me look at my phone. What time is it? It is 1:01 Eastern Standard Time. So we have about 29 minutes of time to kill. So you are watching this in real time. You're in the right place. But I do want to see ChatGPT on cross-examination with this one. So I will speed it up a bit since we only have 29 minutes left. But I'm here, guys. I'm here with you. So just hang tight.
Now, at this time, the state would actually seek to admit state's amended exhibits, 115, 116, and 117.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
Ma'am, you would agree that 2023 is within the last 10 years, isn't that correct?
Yes. Would you like to know what safe that's
Ma'am,
referencing?
listen,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just need a way to answer the questions asked, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, in 2023, did the device identified as belonging to Sean Gathright send you a message, so from, that indicated, hey, I'm on the way, OTW, to the spot. There was only $120 cash in the safe store pocket, so I grabbed that. Did he send you this message?
I can't recall the specifics, but yes, I guess it would.
115, on August 21st of 2023, did your device from an individual named Mom send your son a message that said, what's the code to the safe? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And in 2016, or in states 116, 2023, did you send your son a message indicating, hey, Shawnee, at 8:14 p.m.?
Okay.
Did you send the message to your son that says, hey, Shawnee, at 8:14
Pack
p.m.?
it
It's
up.
possible.
Pack
Yes.
it. We just need
Did you also send, I'm back at home for a few minutes?
pack it up?
Yes.
Does he tell you that he's on his way over?
Yes.
Do you then ask him, what is the code to the safe?
Yes.
Does he respond to you with a code?
Yes.
You respond to him, I'm about to leave, I'll get off from you later.
Yes.
And the
Mom just perjured herself bad. She done screwed Alicia's case. She done screwed her son's case because she wanted to get snappy. That military mommy protective mode went in. She was ready because she was more focused on defense, right? She was more focused on defending what she was about to read. But you literally just said 10 seconds ago that nobody had the code except for you and your ex-husband. But you also told us a few minutes ago that there is a key that you keep in a trinket box or whatever with old paper clips, bent back paper clips on all types of things. Missing, backs to earrings, all types of little things. Old keys, whatever she said, the clicking and the clacking, all of that. There's a key to the safe, which is not responsible because anybody can go, if they know where the key is, get the key and open the damn thing. So now we have 2 entry points for this safe with extremely dangerous guns. Let's keep watching. But we need to pack it up at this point.
Again, never mind, just hold on to it for now at about 8:43.
Yes.
Does he say, do you want me to put it back in the box, question mark, to you?
Yes.
And do you respond, no, just hold on to it, but be safe?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you know your son to actually have been in possession of any firearm outside of when you have indicated you took him to utilize those firearms
No.
at the firing range?
No.
Do you recognize what was previously admitted as a photograph that was sent to one of the co-defendant's devices or on one of the co-defendant's devices, any of the firearms depicted in this photo?
They're ARs. Okay.
Do you recognize them?
They're ARs.
Do you recognize the specific firearms?
I can't recognize a specific firearm in the picture.
Wow.
Do you recognize
Yours.
those ones that your son wears?
I don't know. I can't tell. It's a picture of a
If you don't know,
firearm
that's
on the
okay.
floor. I
If you
can't
don't know,
really-
that's okay.
Yeah, I really can't.
Ma'am, those are your guns and that is his shoe. We just saw, oh, you know what you could connect it back to? The ring footage when he's wearing those goddamn shoes. Oh, the mom is lying on the stand. Oh, you don't want me on cross for this one. Oh.
Oh, snaps.
Are you familiar with what a Glock switch is?
Yes.
Do you possess a federal stamp?
Everybody calling you, ma'am, like, stop the cap. Stop capping.
Stop the cap.
Stop it, mama. Stop. Oh, this is invigorating.
Required by law for which to possess a Glock switch?
No.
Do you have a Glock switch in your possession?
No.
Do you own a Glock switch to use with your guns?
No.
Can you please, for the jury to see, put your hands up so that they can see the front and the backs of your hands, ma'am? Please take a look at the photographs that I am handing to you.
Okay. I don't know who this is. Okay.
Do you recognize any of those photographs?
No, not really.
Do you
Just
recognize,
pictures of. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
do you recognize any of the guns depicted in those photographs?
No, because I don't see anything in reference to them that I would know.
Well, do you recognize any of them as being your guns or similar to your guns?
Similar to mine. Yes.
When you went to the gun range the one time, you indicated you brought 2 long guns to shoot.
No, the shotgun and I think one of the ARs and then the handguns.
Did you bring any handguns with a Glock switch?
To the range? No, I don't believe so.
Do you own any handguns with a Glock switch, ma'am?
No.
Please remove that, whatever it is. The person needs to be removed from the courtroom. I understand, but please just take, no, she
Yeah,
never.
you can take it out.
Okay, yes, thank you. Just remove it.
Everybody calling her, like, stop talking.
All right, turn that off.
This poll is at 66% now.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit and publish State's Exhibit 118, photograph extraction from the device of co-defendant Sean Gathright.
Okay, objection?
I do have some objections to some of the
Would the court let us go first?
Yes, Taz. Yes, there's a reason why she told her to show the front and the back of her hands. We just caught a shoe. That's how you know this attorney is good, because she prepares. If she probably already knew the mother was going to roll. She knew on Tuesday. She knew 2 days ago, right? So now she knows mom's in protective mode. Let me prepare in case she tries to F with me on the stand. Oh, you don't recognize those guns? Those may or may not be my guns. All right, how about this shoe? Is that your son's shoe? Crocs are very specific and bright red ones. Yes, anybody could have them. But we saw Sean wearing them. We saw him wearing them. So that's also why I do like looking at the mom's feed. I like Julio's mom's feed, because like some of this stuff she had talked about last week, and Julio's mom is in touch with the prosecution team because they're the ones that are getting justice for her son. So it's wild. It looks like they ended the day early. This is a very long sidebar. And that woman with the bun, she's going in. Sis is going in. And looks like the judge is like, nope, that makes sense.
That you have not seen your son with firearms as well, right?
Correct.
I'm showing you states 118. Do you recognize this firearm?
I can't tell the serial number. It's on the wrong side.
Well, what's on the front of the firearm?
I'm sorry?
It is mine. The serial number's right there. The reason, Taz, the reason why she said, Jerry, look at this woman's, the fronts and backs of her hands. Those are her hands. Those are her hands.
What's on the front of the firearm underneath the barrel?
It looks like a scope.
Do you have a firearm or a handgun with a scope that looks like that?
Similar to that, yes. But I can't tell if that's my weapon because I can't see the serial number.
Correction, I'm watching myself from the past. I think those were actually Sean's hands. Just saying. Just saying, just saying. Watching myself over here, you know? Old footage. Lunch, they're back from lunch in about 19 minutes.
Well, surely you can tell because it has a block switch on it, and you've indicated you don't have a block switch, right?
Right.
Okay. And this is not your, I'm sorry.
The handguard?
This is not your hand, is it?
No.
And this is an extraction from your son's device. Do you understand that?
If that's what she claimed. Doesn't.
In advance of you testifying here today, did you ask your son whether there was anything incriminating on his phone?
No, I didn't.
Did you ask your son whether he had taken firearms out of your safe?
No.
You
I don't
surely
believe
didn't ask
so.
your, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't believe so, no.
You surely didn't ask your son whether he had taken your firearms and used those in a homicide, correct?
Oh, correct.
How about in 118B here? Do you recognize this firearm?
That looks like it. Yeah, that's a Glock 9mm.
Okay. Do you recognize it as belonging to you, ma'am?
No, I can't read the serial number on it.
Surely.
Well, look at the shoes, chat. Just look at them. Whoop-de-doo, we going to prison. It is his shoe of choice. The Crocs, the young kids wear these things. It's his shoe of choice. He's probably got them in all types of colors. We have another similarity.
You can admit that those are not your legs.
No, and I can't say that that's my gun either.
Okay. And lastly, we'll show you 118C. Did you teach your son how to dismantle an assault rifle?
No.
You did not?
No.
Okay. You don't recognize these pictures from his device?
No, I don't. I don't see any reference. I don't see anything to reference it to. It's just, it's a barrel on a sheet.
Sure. I'm just asking whether you recognize it, ma'am.
No,
That's
I
all.
don't.
Okay. And you lastly have indicated that you do not know actually one more. Did you have an opportunity to, at least in your inventory of what was taken or seized by law enforcement, understand that several assault rifles were missing?
No, I never got an inventory from JSO.
Well, you said you replaced the 2 assault rifles.
I knew those were taken. Definitely because when I went home after the search was done, they were missing.
Okay.
And I know where they are.
Were they the only 2 weapons that were missing?
Well, I don't know what JSO took.
Which indicates you don't know what you had.
No, I know they took the 2 ARs and they took some of my 9mm. I think 2 of my 9mm actually.
You just said you don't know what they took, but now you know what they took.
The exhibit that I previously identified as having been a photograph on co-defendant Rashad Murphy's device. Do you remember me showing you this photograph?
Yes.
Certainly, if your son didn't have access to the firearms, or at least that's what your testimony is, you would not allow his friends to have access to those firearms. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Did your son explain to you that he sent a text message to Gutazay or Isaiah Chance on April 27th of 2024, but with that same identical photograph?
No.
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 Did you know your son or Isaiah Chance to have access to those assault rifles in March or April of 2024?
No.
I'm gonna show you what I will identify as State's Exhibit 119. So it would be your testimony that you do not recognize this communication between GZ or Zay and your son.
These are not my devices and not my communication, so I can't be asked to identify who they are.
I'm not asking you to identify who they are. I'm asking you if you're aware of the communication. So the answer to that is no.
Well, they're not on my phone, so no, I wouldn't be aware of these communications.
But you are aware that you did not give either permission to access your safe or your firearms, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to go ahead and publish this photograph of what, of this message exchange dates 119 the state would seek to admit this exhibit, Your Honor, 119.
Any objection? Is it 118 or 119? 118?
119, prior was 118. I can't pronounce it. You've indicated you don't recognize this and did not allow access to these weapons on March 27th of 2023, correct?
Correct. I think that's 2024.
I'm sorry, 2024, thank you, ma'am. So you would not have known anything about this same depiction being messaged between or on Rashad Murphy's device in the 2 days before the homicide. Do you know Rashad Murphy?
No, I don't.
Any reason for Rashad Murphy to have anything from your son's device? Never came around with your son?
No. I thought you said those pictures went to my son.
They did. They did, from
So why would they
Gathright,
in my-
your son's best friend. Remember him? Do you remember him?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying if they're in my home, why would the photo of my weapons in my home be sent to my son who lives at the home?
Yeah, I couldn't explain to you why your son and his best friend were sending photographs of the weapons around that you have. But I'm just asking you why they
And
have
I don't
access
think
to
that-
them.
I'm not saying that those are my weapons. Like I said before, there's no context to it where I can identify where this was taken. You said it's on the phone, that's fine. But there's no context. There's nothing that I can identify as something from my home.
There's no question. The context is you've indicated your son, other than the one time you took him to that firing range, would not have access to all of your
Correct.
assault weapons.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Lastly, you've indicated that your son is not in fact in a gang. Is that right?
That is right.
But you admit that you yourself, you said today, I think, that you are a gang associate according to Florida statute.
Yeah, according to Florida statute,
So you're
because,
familiar.
yeah, I am familiar. I looked it up because according to Florida statute, if you associate with a known gang member, which is only known to law enforcement, not
Let us pray for Mama. She's trying her damnedest to protect her son. I understand that. You got to know when to stop. This is worse, not for Alicia. She just, because all of this that comes from Alicia's trial because she was first. It's all fair game for later. And I don't know if y'all remember Granny. Granny had a little attitude too.
not to any individual person.
Is that extra bit that you've added there, the portion?
No, actually, that's the reality of it.
the statute
So
says?
if you willingly associate with a known gang member,
Correct.
then you are considered a gang associate.
Not a question. What's the question?
Well, she said I willingly admitted to being a gang member. I just wanted to clarify that.
That's fine. And Mr. McClimate will be able to clear anything up on redirect. So what's the next question?
You've indicated that you do not have any information about your son being a gang member
Correct.
or gang associate.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits A through F. Please take a look at those photographs.
Okay, what gang sign is this supposed to be for?
Okay, well,
Have
just
you had
wait.
an opportunity to review the photographs?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Is it fair to say that your son is depicted in all of the photographs with the exception of one which depicts Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you watched a portion of the trial during which the detectives testified about what a 1200 gang sign would look like?
No, I didn't.
You did not watch the
I did
detectives,
not see that portion, no.
ma'am, please. You did not watch detectives Dravick or Nieder or Griffin testify.
Not testify about gang signs, no.
You did not see the gang charts that were published in this
I
case.
saw the gang charts, yes.
Did you see anything on the gang charts that would have been indicative of a gang sign?
I don't believe so.
And it's your testimony that you cannot identify your son as being involved in any gangs. Is that right?
That is right.
I'm going to may I please seek to admit Your Honor states 114C, A through F.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
Who is the individual depicted in states 114E, ma'am?
I'm sorry, it's 114,
A through F.
114,
114 A through F.
A through F. Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure.
This is not Isaiah Chance. You're not sure.
Well, I can't see the face. I'm not really sure.
Sure. How about 114D?
Oh, that's Sean.
And who else is in the photograph that you know?
I know the other two people in the photograph.
Right. Who are they, please?
I'm not going to give you their names.
Okay.
You're refusing to give the names?
Well, I don't think it's appropriate.
Oh, okay. Well, you're under oath to tell the truth. so-
I am, and I truly believe it's not appropriate.
Okay, well, I guess you're the judge now. Okay, go ahead. What's the next question?
They're not involved in this.
Ma'am, did you have an opportunity to see all three charts that were presented in court?
I believe I saw one chart.
Do you know which gang it was for?
It was the one that had my son on there as an associate. I
Which one?
remember that one.
Which one?
So I don't remember which name that was, but I remember his picture on there as an associate.
I'm showing you states 114F. Do you recognize the individual depicted in 114F, ma'am?
Yes,
Who is that individual?
that's my son.
How about 114B, ma'am? Is your son depicted also in this one?
Yes,
Which individual is your son in 114B?
he's the one with the hat.
Is he in the center of the photograph?
Yes, on
Is-
the left,
Is your daughter also depicted in the photograph?
perhaps.
Perhaps. May I have one moment?
These are your, both your kids?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, read right.
God damn, Chad. Wow. She's
Is there a
laughing.
reason why you don't want other people identified for
Objection, Your
this
Honor,
court?
relevance.
Wait, I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is there a reason why you don't want other people identified for this court?
Yes,
You can answer. Good.
yes, because number one, the high profile of the case. Number two, I was directly told by law enforcement.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain as to hearsay.
Okay,
So.
it's a very-
No,
Stop
ma'am, that's
talking.
the objection. You can't keep answering, all right?
That's
So
good.
you're not actually the judge in here. So, and I do appreciate the situation you're in. However, nonetheless, you need to do what I tell you to do. What's the next question?
I'm gonna ask you the question, but you don't have to tell me what anyone told you. All right.
She just got her errand.
Are there reasons why you don't want to identify people for the cameras?
yes, I believe that.
Okay, that's just a yes. Thank you. What's the next question?
Well, I would like for her to explain her answer, Judge.
I'm gonna
Well,
object this.
Yeah, I don't know where this is going exactly. So you can't repeat what anybody said to you. So what's,
I'm just telling you what I believe, and the
okay,
reason why.
go ahead.
So the reason why I believe it would be dangerous for other people to be identified in relation to this case is because of the high profile nature and the fact that it involves supposed violent gangs in Jacksonville that we have never come in contact with. So I feel like it would be a violation of these individuals' privacy since they're not relevant to the case and they have no relevance to Alicia Andrews.
All
as
right,
far as
now
I
we're getting
know.
into a narrative. So ask the next question.
All right. There's a couple things that you wanted to explain, and all we're asking for is the absolute truth.
Okay.
All right. You were trying to explain something about a safe. The absolute truth. Is there another safe at your home?
There is. My
Okay.
son has it safe in his bedroom.
All right. And
She is so bad at asking questions, but this also showed me that Jeremy didn't prep her properly. Okay, we know that, and the prosecutors knew that, because how in the world did the prosecutors find out that she was relaying all this information to Sean in jail? It was probably the jail phone calls. You guys know all of those are recorded. And the mom was relaying what was happening in the trial to Sean. Because although it's televised out here on the internet, I don't know if it's televised in local news stations, right? I don't think. They might show clips because otherwise, why would they ask the AV to come on to Orlando and tell you what's going on, right? It's Jeremy didn't prep her, I can tell. Because when you're on cross-examination or when you're up there, whenever we prep witnesses, we spend time with you. We practice what potential questions can be, and we switch roles. So I say to you, dear viewer, okay, we're on direct examination. These are the questions that I'm going to ask you. These are the subjects we're going to cover. If you get tripped up, know that I'm there to protect you as a witness, and that's how we're going to do it. So if I say we're talking about, I don't know, the sun, the moon, the stars, those are going to be the topics. Let's prep with the son questions. I'm going to start asking you questions about the son. You might hear the other people say, objection. I don't want you to pay attention to that. I want you to look at me. I want you to listen to the judge. And if me and the judge need to talk, I need you to pay attention to that. And when I look at you again, that gives me permission to continue my question. All right. Now let's move on. Maybe we go through 6 questions there. Let's go through moon questions. Okay. Moon questions. I'm going to ask you 3 on this topic. All right. They might object to me. Remember, stay locked in with me. We're good. Okay. Stars. I might ask you a lot of questions about stars, but we need that to come out so I can bring this evidence in, and this evidence in. But you need to know that as a witness. Don't get frustrated. It could be about an hour or 2. That's why it's going to take longer for our stars questions. Now, after we go through all of those questions, the next thing that's going to happen is we're going to switch. And the other side is going to come up and ask you questions. That's called cross-examination. When that happens, give them yes or no answers or keep your answers very brief, only to your knowledge. Here's what happens on cross. I protect you as your lawyer. So if they say something that's out of bounds, that's not within the rules, I'm going to stand up and say, objection. Wait until me and the judge and the other attorney figure it out. The judge will either say, you can answer that, or I will be able to help out from that point. Simple. I think I explained that to y'all in 3 minutes. I don't know if Jeremy took 3 minutes to talk to this woman about that, because I get the protective mentality. It's your son. I get it. He's pictured with all these guns. I get it. It's in national news. I get it. But even with all of that, stay locked in with me. So it's just, that's good preparation versus this shit looks like no preparation. I'm not even gonna hold you guys.
You were trying to also mention on cross-examination something about a gang associate and you being a gang associate. Can you explain what your understanding of your title as a gang associate?
Okay, once my son was arrested, I found out he was being labeled a gang associate. In order to be labeled a gang associate, by my interpretation of the Florida statute, if you willingly hang around somebody who is a known gang member, then you could be considered a gang associate. However, nobody tells that person that they're a known gang member, and nobody tells anybody around them that
Too much.
they're a known gang member.
That's too much.
So if you hang around somebody unknowingly and law enforcement has deemed them to be a
Way
gang member,
too much.
then you theoretically could also be considered a gang associate.
Alicia Andrews, do you have her phone number saved in your phone?
No, I don't.
And what was the first time that you ever reached out to her?
It was during one of the status hearings. I've attended every single one of my son's status hearings, so there were some where I noted that there was not somebody there for her. So I reached out.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Had you ever communicated with Alicia Andrews prior to her being
No,
incarcerated?
no.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Free to
All
go.
right, thank you.
All right, who's your next witness?
All right, we're back, Chad. So that was 6 months ago. That was quite a bit of time ago. I was very hard on Alicia's defense team back then. I was very critical. But I think when I needed to explain to you guys what witness prep looks like, that's what we needed to do, and we saw it yesterday with the Stephon Diggs thing. Stephon Diggs got acquitted yesterday and found not guilty on 2 of the charges up here in Boston, in Mass. Okay. And same thing. I don't think that prosecution team spent time with that witness. And it's so apparent because typically witnesses that are prepared anticipate what they're going to be asked. They understand the subject matter, and it's hard because being on a witness stand definitely can be an emotional experience. You want to add more context, you want to explain, but that's not what you're supposed to do in front of the jury. Now, the other thing, and the other reason why I wanted to play that back, and I recognize that was me 6-7 months ago. I probably wasn't the most fair in that assessment, but I did want you guys to see what witness prep, the discussion around it could look like. We saw that with Stephon Diggs and the accuser yesterday, the day before. I didn't even cover that shit. I didn't. I didn't. When I watched her on Monday night, and like I went to law school in this state, I was so embarrassed. I have so many friends that are prosecutors. And for them to have two witnesses and literally spend like zero time preparing this person, like, hey, and it happened so fast. Incident took place in December. Charges brought end of December. They pushed out arraignment because of the Super Bowl. And here we are in May in trial. That happened super quickly. However, you had all that time for this person that does want to take it to trial to spend time with them as a prosecutor. Let's have some discussions, maybe a few meetings. Let's practice a few times. Prosecutors are busy people, and they might have a lot of things that they're working on, many cases that they are juggling. But just taking the time to work through things with your witnesses is a part of the job. So after watching that, I just saw the first witness on the stand, the victim herself. It's hard because it's Stephon Diggs. Like it's a big thing. And with these highly televised trials, it's very difficult to have your face on camera. And, luckily for Sean's mom, she wasn't televised there, but you could tell she was really trying to defend her son. But the other big question is, how did Sean get access to these guns? That's the big question. And we're all humans at the end of the day. The jury's going to ask those questions to themselves. They're thinking it. So interesting stuff there. So again, I recognize that back then I was very hard on the defense team, and we have seen that Alicia is going for a new trial. So as a content creator, I'm acknowledging that. And, oh, hold on. We have some action in our current courtroom. So that's what we did for lunch. From, lunchtime, we went to some old footage to see that last time when the defense or prosecution rested, we went to the defense side and Sean's mom was a defense witness. That's why I wanted to do that during our lunch break today. I don't know for sure if she's going to come up as a defense witness this time, but what we can expect for the rest of the day with these 4 defendants is 2 more witnesses for the state, one of which is going to be Detective Griffin. That's likely our next witness. He's going to come up. He was the gentleman that arrested Sean in the Gold 4Runner. So we're going to talk to him. He already testified before. It was very brief. So we're going to see what happens there. After that, they have one more. Once we rest, and I do have the trial schedule posted to the bottom of this chat, the state rests today. Defense is likely going to go tomorrow. Maybe we get to it today. We have closing arguments and jury deliberation begins on Friday. So that schedule is posted. Of course, you have the poll. The poll is posted all day, every day. And the question is, who is the most cooked? You guys are at 1,500 views. 13% say Isaiah, 70% say Sean, 8% at Davion. That number hasn't changed. 8% Rashad. That number has not changed. All right, chat, let's go back in. Let me stop sharing for a second because what it does is it turns the sound off, bringing it back, hitting play. Let's go.
Okay.
objection. So with that objection,
that are acting on base.
well,
Okay, what do we have here? Father Time is at the podium before the jury walks in. Let's see why.
did you all get that stipulation hammered out?
Judge, we did, and it's signed, and I'll provide it to you, but it can be read before we call our next witness.
Okay.
We'll introduce those two exhibits.
Yeah, we're stipulating to the photographs the state intends to introduce. Part of that, those exhibits as a rap song authored by Davion Murphy. We're objecting on the basis of relevance, that it goes back to 2001.
I'm sorry, what are you objecting to?
Just the written rap song,
2019.
2019, correct, goes back 6 years.
Okay, well, overall the objection. So with that though, you're stipulating that defendant Davion Murphy wrote the song, the rap song in State Exhibit 85 on April 19, 2019, correct?
Correct, but we're objecting on basis of relevance and that the staleness of it is not relevant to anything that occurred in 2025.
I understand, but I'll overrule that objection. So with that objection being overruled, you stipulated, correct?
Correct. Well, we'll enter into that stipulation over our objection.
Okay, very good. Okay, defendants are present, defense counsel's present, state's present, and all jurors are back. All right, let's bring them in.
All right. All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to proceed. Before we get going, we have another stipulation. And again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when lawyers agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are stipulation between the state of Florida and Davion Murphy regarding Davion Murphy's tattoos. It is hereby stipulated by and between the defendant Davion Murphy and the state of Florida that Davion Murphy obtained his tattoos, including the 1200 block tattoo, on his neck before January 15th of 2021. In addition, he wrote the rap song in State Exhibit 85 on April 19th of 2019. And the stipulation is signed by Michelle Doherty on behalf of the state, Mr. Nicholas Sonardi, attorney on behalf of Davion Murphy, and Davion Murphy himself. All right, with that, you may call your next witness.
The state would call Detective Craig Griffin.
All right, Detective Griffin is coming back, but like we might have to risk it and listen to Davion's song. I want to hear it.
I'm not sure, but even when that still up
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Good afternoon. You may proceed.
Sir, would you state your name for the record?
Detective Craig Griffin with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Gang Investigative Unit.
And I believe the last time we spoke about a vehicle stop which you were a part of.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the driver of that vehicle?
Mr. Sean Gathright.
If I could at this time have you identify Mr. Gathright in the courtroom, please.
Yes, ma'am. Standing over there with the, or sitting with the tan sweater at the first table.
If the record would reflect the identification.
The record shall so reflect.
Sir, how long have you been with the gang unit in Jacksonville?
A little over 5 years now.
In that time, have you been assigned to any particular gang itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang is that?
Beginning, I started with CTC and then transitioned over to 1200 out east.
What do you mean transitioned?
So prior to me taking over, there was another detective assigned to him. He got promoted to the rank of supervisor. Once he left, I then took over the group known as 1200.
And did the group you had before and 1200, when you transitioned to that position, did it share members or have members that were a part of the first group that you had documented or were working?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you become familiar with any information that the prior detective had when you transitioned, your predecessor?
I worked alongside him on several cases, and we worked together on majority of the stuff in reference to 1200.
Do you all at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office maintain records with any documentation that you preserve for each of the gangs that you're assigned to?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those records referred to as?
They're known as FIR or Field Investigative Reports.
Do you update those reports or keep logs or notes in some way when documenting specific gang members in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is that log something that is shared with the other officers of the gang unit or even the other officers in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Just through the reports, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And are you the point of contact for 1200 if there are questions about 1200 for any other officer in your agency?
Yes, ma'am.
How about outside of your agency?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the individual point of contact for any reference to or question about 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we've heard a few times throughout the trial, 1200 and out east referred together. Can you explain just what that is?
I love our chat. B is like, girl, did you put my shit on the screen? Sorry. All right, let's get back. Let's focus, chat.
The discrepancy is there.
Yes, ma'am. The original gang is referred to as out east, and then you have subsets within out east, and so they would be 1200 from the 1200 block, would be First Street and APR.
Is that actually physically on the east side of Jacksonville?
Yes, it is.
And out east or 1200 in your investigations, have you learned many of its members are from out east?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have some kind of particularized training or experience in documenting or monitoring gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your time with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, have you been assigned to different areas, even when you were with patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to patrol the area out east?
No, ma'am. Prior to out east, I was assigned to the north side of Jacksonville, specifically 45th and Moncrief.
At 45th and Moncrief, did you become familiar with 6th Block?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the members of that group prior to it actually becoming 6th Block?
Yes, ma'am. Certain individuals.
And in working that area, were you familiar with some type of rivalry between 1200 and ATK and 6th Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to respond to scenes related to incidents regarding both sides of the war?
Yes, ma'am.
After you were assigned to the gang unit, had it been already documented that 1200 was a gang?
Yes, ma'am.
And would a predecessor of yours have done that documentation?
That's correct.
What is required to document that a gang is a gang by law?
It would be under Florida State Statute 874, a group of 3 or more in which do criminal or delinquent acts.
And at the time that you actually subsumed or took over 1200, had that already been established?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the time of the homicide of Charles Jones, was 1200 a documented gang still in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had any particularized training or gone to conferences, maybe with the Gang Association or HIDA?
Yes, ma'am. Both.
And what kind of training do they provide?
Up-to-date gang training, specifically gang courses. We also learn about other gang investigations throughout the state of Florida. They have speakers come in from out of state that talk about their investigations into gangs. And other than you got the HIDA courses to include cell phone courses, cell site courses, social media investigation, search warrants, seizure warrants.
You know what? I can't stand y'all. Who said this? Who said David Allen Greer? Is that you? Who did that? Who? Chat undefeated, of course. Let's come back to the testimony. I can't with y'all. I can't take y'all nowhere.
And are illegal activities of the 3 or more members engaged in, at least in part, illegal activities, something that you can describe for us that you have seen in your time with investigating 1200?
Yes, ma'am. Specifically would be violent crimes to include murder, aggravated assault. Also, there's been several narcotics sales, narcotics investigations.
Now we can't unsee it. Like, this is what happens. Now we can't. So we got him in a MAGA hat. Like, now we can't unsee it. This is chat. This is very spot on. No, this is a good. Okay. Picture that. Let's come. Okay. I don't know why this chat is so undefeated. It's so bad. Like, y'all be getting me in trouble. Y'all be getting me in trouble.
To include the sale of marijuana, sale of cocaine, trafficking, and illegal narcotics.
Is it that all of the members of 1200 would be present when each of those offenses would occur, or is that members individually that can commit those offenses?
Both.
How do you attribute those criminal offenses to profiting or promoting the gang itself?
Both, in which they profit from the drug sales and then use it to, I believe, make videos to either diss the other side, or it's in retaliation to making YouTube videos or online comments to speak upon the other side because of what they said or another death that had happened prior to them hurting or killing somebody else.
When those deaths actually occur, do you see subsequent to the death social media videos that are posted referencing it?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And is that what you mean by monetizing or profiting from those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also mention weapons offenses?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you made several arrests of members associating with each other regarding weapons offenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Were the weapons themselves possessed?
Correct.
And in those same instances, were those weapons utilized?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, did you have an opportunity to review a chart of the associated persons for this investigation for the Tampa homicide of Charles Jones with 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to admit State's Exhibit 84A.
Judge, subject to prior objection.
Okay, same. Sure. Any further objection? Okay, same, Mr. Petrides. All right, same, Mr. Wise. Okay, same ruling, be admitted.
Publishing 84A, sir, can you look over actually, I've got it here for you. Is this fair and accurately representing the individuals in some way related to this particular investigation, at least as far as your involvement was concerned?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it include individuals who are documented 1200 members, or associates?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, who we got here? So coming from the top on the left, I have to balance y'all after these type of jokes. So we have Reginald Williams, aka Wappa with the Choppa, and Wappa, that is a screenshot from the music video that he did with Young and Apes. Then on top, same thing. You have Spinna Benz up top on the left-hand side, same thing. That came from that music video. Coming down on the left-hand side, you have Lil Kobe, you have Spaz, and you have J. Breezy, all right? Also on that side, it says Prosper Johnson. I know Prosper's name is there, and then Dental Holsey. These are their government names on the left-hand side, but their gang names are not shown. It's a little slanted. Maybe they show it to us. On the right-hand side, you have two of our defendants here. You have Davion from that interrogation footage where he took off his shoes and socks and was talking to himself and was like, "How did y'all find me?" And then you have Rashad there as well.
How is it that you go about documenting or undocumenting a specific member?
So in order to document, they have to meet two of the criteria listed in Florida State Statute 874. And then we fill out an FIR. In reference to undocumented members, there's a 5-year statute in which you have to, they're up for renewal or review at that time.
Is that a federal statute that Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has developed operating procedures to comply with?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
Is your practice to every 5 years determine whether to undocument or recertify?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And the records that you actually keep or maintain specific to each group, so for you individually, 1,200, is that a practice or standard operating procedure that the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has implemented?
Yes, ma'am.
Statutorily, though, is there a specific carve out for 1,200?
No.
So the Florida statute that you have to review as far as gang documentation or qualification doesn't say anything specific about 1,200
No, ma'am.
or any other gang to your knowledge.
No, ma'am.
In meeting the criteria for a criminal gang, as you've discussed, you said 3 or more individuals.
Yes, ma'am.
And is the delinquent activity that you mentioned or the commission of criminal acts also a requirement?
That is correct. Yes.
And what are some of the things that you look for that are common amongst individuals in making or documenting an actual gang itself?
We look at hand signs, specifically Instagram, social media, websites, YouTube videos, who they hang out with, style of dress, tattoos. There's a whole list, I want to say, of 11 items.
And of those 11 criteria, do you look to those criteria in order to actually document your reports or your FIR report record?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you had an opportunity in this particular case to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the FIR report, did you actually do so with an individual by the name of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In creating that documentation, do you still utilize the statute with the 11 criteria?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
And how many criteria are you actually required to prove up before the person can be a documented gang member?
The state statute only requires 2.
How many criteria did you actually prove up as it related to Rashad Murphy?
I believe he had 4.
And when you created these documentations, did you leave or annotate somewhere specifically what you utilized to say he met each criteria?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been from the date of June 23rd of 2024, at least within the last 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
What, as a part of the documentation that you had for Mr. Rashad Murphy, did you actually include in your FIR report, or did you specifically document?
In reference to that report, I took 3 YouTube videos, Active, We the Ops, and Flower Bed were 3 posted YouTube videos in which I observed Rashad Murphy in.
And did you also have an opportunity to slow down or create still images from those photos themselves?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to review an FIR or records for an individual by the name of Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually compare the criteria to your interactions with Mr. Murphy in January of 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of an interview at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, did you observe some of the criteria occurring with Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am. I believe there was 2 of them that he met during the interview.
Just on that day alone?
Just on that day, yes,
What
ma'am.
were those criteria?
He did the hand sign for 1,200, and then also he has tattoos associated to 1,200.
Did you indicate that you did in fact have an opportunity to review the videos that you utilized to document Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to those videos, did you have other information, whether it was you personally or through a fellow officer, about contacts with gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did that include?
That included contacts to include Rashad Murphy with Noah Williams.
And who is Noah Williams?
He's a documented member of 1200.
Does he have a stage name?
He does. He goes by Spinabins.
And does Spinabins make music with someone related to him?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
Reginald Williams, which would be his brother, aka Wappa with the Chopper Aducci.
Is Wappa with the Choppa a stage name for Mr. Reginald Williams?
Yes, it is.
And does Mr. Reginald Williams have a nickname on the street that's different than Wappa with the Choppa?
He goes by Ducci.
Now, in documenting 1200, was there a gang that's either that came before 1200 or that 1200 members were formerly known by?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name of that?
187.
And do you have any reference from your investigation as to what 187 refers to?
In reference to my investigation, I believe the 187 refers to the California Penal Code to homicide or murder.
In the entirety of the time that you have had 1200, have you seen 187 utilized with documented 1200 members?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that typically related to one age group?
It would be the age group that Noah, Reginald, and Rashad are all associated with.
At this stage of the game, basically, is that the older guys in the group?
They would be classified as an older group now, yes.
And how is Cuckoo Gang related to 1200?
Cuckoo Gang is something that came shortly after 1200. Once a lot of members started going to jail and unfortunately losing their life to gang violence, they created a new group for the younger ones up underneath them.
So we heard about Six Block and Bully Gang and those kinds of subsets. Is this the same type of thing? 1200 will have subsets as well?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Did you indicate that there were two separate vehicle stops for which Rashad Murphy had been documented in the presence of other known gang members that were included in your FIR?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to review or receive physical evidence as it related to the gang records for defendant Davion Murphy?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show you this chart here. Can you tell me what the relationship as far as your work with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in 1200 was between ATK and 1200?
They would be considered friendly with each other.
In looking at the top left of your screen for Ducci and Spinabins, do you see the images there?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to see those individuals depicted in music videos with individuals from ATK in the bottom right?
Yes, ma'am.
And have the interactions that you have had either in person?
All right, let me stop ChatGPT for a second. This is hard to see because some of it has flash on it. We just looked at the gang diagram or whatever the hell. It's now on the top left. I want you guys to focus on the bottom. The bottom right is where they've added a few new things. Now we see where Davion and Rashad are in the middle. If you go a little bit over to the right, you see Gutazay. I think that's Shawnee on the bottom. But remember, Sean and Isaiah are allegedly best friends. Those are your four defendants in the middle of the screen. Now, on the right, this gets interesting. Let me see if I can turn the banner off so we can look at it. ATK members and associates. So their graph is Young and Ace connected to Queso. I can't read that name all the way over on the end. Towards the bottom, you have Tilly, Antonio Tilly. You have Quan, and then you have Royale Smith on the bottom. It's cut off a little bit, but I do want y'all to look at this to see how the state is piecing this together. Because remember, they have all of these gang experts. We saw it in YSL, and YSL was a RICO case. They kept trying to say that YSL Slime and that Young Thug was King Slime, and that he was calling the shots for all the stuff that was going on in Atlanta. We covered that case here for like a year. Now, I don't know what, I'm going to pull up the RICO statute. Now I'm curious in Florida to see how it can be applied here. But Young and Ace is not living in Florida. He's somewhere else. You also have to remember Queso was already tried and convicted separately on this a few months ago. less than a year ago. It's coming up on a year. But this is their depiction of how these gangs and how all of these people are affiliated.
Or seen on the internet, then that they are aligned.
Yes, that is correct.
Did you also have an opportunity to see in the top left an individual by the name of J. or J. Breezy?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that individual a documented gang member?
He is, but I don't know for which gang. He's not currently documented as 12.
And my bad, guys. I realized my volume is on 4. I'm dropping it down to 2. Sorry, truckers, if you out there trucking. I did not realize since lunch it was so loud. Everything is now balanced on audio level 2, so we should be good for the rest of the day.
100. He might be documented as a Bloods member currently.
Did there come a time when J. Breezy had some kind of a falling out with his gang?
Yes, ma'am.
On social media. And as it stands on today's date, do we know what his status is and with which gang?
No, ma'am.
Do we know whether J. Breezy actually meets the statutory criteria for being a gang member, though?
Yes, ma'am. I believe he has tattoos, and then he's several videos he's seen throwing up hand signs.
And then also in the depiction on the left of 84A, do you recognize 2 other individuals by the name of Prosper Johnson and Deonta Holsey?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those individuals who have lost their life in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Prosper Johnson have a nickname that he went by?
He went by just Prosper.
And did Deonta Holsey have a nickname?
He did. He went by either Tay or Junior.
Now, Joe Rod Spaz Adams, are you familiar with his death?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with who was convicted in his case?
I believe it was Robert Howard.
How about, and is that a 6-block member?
Yes, ma'am.
How about in the bottom right, Hakeem Robinson? Do you see that individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that someone who had recently pled guilty in the death of a 6-block member?
Yes, ma'am. He pled guilty to the murder of Bibby, which is Adrian Gaynor.
I'd like to take you back to the music videos. The first video I think that you mentioned was Active. Is that a video that you were able to see on the public YouTube channel?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to review that music video in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, shit, we about to watch your video, Davion? Are we about to watch it, Davion?
And were you able to document 1 or more 1,200 members in that music video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to do the same for the song that you mentioned, Flower Bed?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, did you have an opportunity to do the same for We the Ops?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
In reviewing those videos, did you testify that you frequently screenshot them or take still images from them?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And in those videos, did you have an opportunity to see hand signs or gang signs?
Yes, ma'am.
How about other items that met the statutory criteria?
Yes, ma'am. Would have been, I believe, style of dress.
Meaning the clothing?
Correct.
And how about associations amongst each other?
Yes, ma'am. There were other documented members in the YouTube videos.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit States Exhibit 137A through C and 114A through B as a composite with their stills.
137 AC and 114.
A, B, and C.
Okay.
A and B are 1 through 9, and C is 1 through 13.
Okay, very good. Mr. Gonzalez, any objection?
Subject to prior objection, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi? Okay, Mr. Wise? And Mr. Petratus? Okay, they'll be admitted.
All right, we are now about to watch some music videos from these boys. I love y'all. I'm gonna risk it live. We're gonna let the music play. If you're watching this in the future, I likely muted it and took it out. Okay, I took it out. But for those that are here right now, we want to hear this. Let's see what this music is like. Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's gonna be lit. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it's gonna be trash. Let's see. Let's see. Davion is interested here. Let's see what happens.
Sir, speaking specifically about your documentation of defendant Rashad Murphy, did you have an opportunity to document several images in the music video Active of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it that we're looking at here, please?
We're looking at the group, the opening scene of the video.
Were these individuals depicted on
With who? Spinabins. Oh shit.
opening scene of the video present for the rap song itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And are the videos that we are about to see considered drill rap as it relates to your investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
What is drill rap?
Drill rap is a type of music in which individuals rap about either going on to hurt somebody or somebody that has been killed. It's a very violent type of music in which it's put out. I believe it originally came from Chicago, came down to Florida and caught fire, and it took off from there.
And is it prolific in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
As awful as it is, does it provide significant amounts of information to your agency?
It does, yes, ma'am.
Can you identify any of the individuals specifically in this particular photograph?
Yes, ma'am. The gentleman in the back holding the shirt with the red X is Deshaun Williams. I believe that's Noah Williams on taking a knee. And the gentleman in the back his name's Creep. I'm unsure. I want to say Dominic Williams. That's his name.
Is this or are these 3 images and 114 still images from that music video of Active?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there specific images, at least on the top of this particular screen, which you documented?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there an individual depicted in those stills as a reason that you documented those in Rashad Murphy's report?
Rashad right there. Fuck all this. They disrespected Foolio here. They said six a B, right? I'm dropping it in the chat. I don't know if they're gonna play it, but if you want a head start and you've never heard this song, came out 6 years ago, 1 million views altogether. Spinna Ben's his channel. Who here from the Foolio trial? People in the comments. I'm gonna drop it in the chat if you want a heads up on the song. I don't know if they're gonna play it, but like one of the first lines is Foolio a B. So we'll see what ChatGPT does with that. Man, that's Rashad's ass right there.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could just describe the individual that you documented.
It's a gentleman in the middle with the braids it'd be the left hand.
If you would just
photo.
stand, it might be easier because there's 3.
Yeah, why don't you
pictures
just
on this
stand
one.
and point?
Oh, where we at here? Okay. Within this gentleman, Rashad.
And you utilized these stills in order to document Mr. Rashad Murphy's presence in this active video.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at the still image to the top right, do you see the hands above Mr. Murphy's head?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what is being depicted there?
So it's actually a diss sign to the north side or 6th block. It's a handgun pointed towards the 6 hand symbol.
And at the bottom of your screen there with Mr. Creep,
That would be the same.
is it common or uncommon to see these hand signs utilized by 1,200 members?
It's not uncommon.
And were these depictions, some of the depictions utilized in this circumstance from April 3rd of 2020 when Active was posted?
That's
as
correct.
Documented time of contact with known gang associates.
Yes, ma'am.
In 114, did you also have an opportunity to document hand signs utilized by the individual you documented for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you describe for us what those hand signs were?
The middle hand sign is another diss to the 6, as you can see, he's making the 6 hand sign, and then the thumbs down to follow up the 6 hand sign.
And now, if the order of hand signs in the music video are K, 6, and the thumbs down, does that mean anything to you?
Correct. That'd be 6 killer or kill 6, and then man down with the thumbs down.
Have you seen a thumbs down in your investigation of 1,200?
Yes, ma'am.
And has there been any relationship or link to bully down or down signs for the bullied gang?
Correct.
Instead of 6 block?
It's the same reference with the thumbs down is death diss to somebody that has died.
Is that the same as what we've heard about as putting the upside down 6 or the other hand signs down, even 1,200 sign down?
Correct. It's still a diss.
Now, you also mentioned clothing. If we can look again at these stills from 114A, were the individuals depicted in the music video wearing clothing that you documented?
Yes, ma'am.
What is 187 boys? Is that something you had seen?
Yes, ma'am. So that was the group prior to 1200. They were known as 187. And so 187 boys, the group as a whole.
And is Free Shoot 'em on the bottom there, is that related to the name or is that something else?
They might be doing a shout out to somebody that's locked up. I'm unsure who Shoot 'em is.
But that's not related to the overall name that the group went by.
No, ma'am.
How about the shirt to the left of the screen here as well?
So in the shirt, it's actually another diss sign to the North Side gang known as 6 Block. They have rest and piss and then an X out of the shirt of Foolio, depiction of Foolio, aka Charles Jones.
And did you have an opportunity in 137 to actually view the entirety of the active music video?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. You can take that.
Take it down, not happen. Look at how they call up baby, I'm laughing. Look how they call Drake D, they smoke. Them bust that Tico shit wide open. Roman slide, no joking. Throw your bitch, nigga, everybody know it. Shit, he know it. Shit, she know it. His mama know too, shit, part of the war. He wants to it. He ain't gonna stop getting bored. Fans got strikes out the live in the zoo, but the beef when we eat, when we dine on the course. Here we get fucked up the road, and I know it. Take me run like Forrest. Someone I caught red, lucky that I jumped out underneath, fold like a napkin, of course. Niggas ain't that, I'm an accurate source. I ain't never lied, I'm fast for the boy. Right for the boy. Put up on a nigga, start hitting like a bitch, cause she mad at the boy. I only need to be cat when I shoot, I'ma hit him in his hat, I'm a catch for the boy. I'm a head shooter, nigga, I shoot a nigga out of haystack. Look, get back, walk, door. I'm step, two, no, 5, 5, 6. Run on a nigga, no try, my bitch. I don't rap beat, but they speaking on shoot, I'm a short walk, nigga, I pop my shit. Pull out the stick, pop my shit. Spray on the block, I'm pop my shit. Shoot on the chest, I don't need no veg, just a Glock 19, I'ma rock my shit. 45 block, for an extra shirt, till you drink on the ground, let you like my bitch. 3 years later, still ain't no shit. Pistol on the side, still ain't no bitch. Step on a nigga, he speak on shit, make a meat look shook, cause I ain't no bitch. Sure ain't jail, but his guns look like me. I blow cam, and his face gon' switch. I know a bitch. Ain't with a jail right for a nigga, got bro his face, I'm bitch. I know his homeboy, though, I ain't picking. I don't want the case, cause the Glock got business. He got a case, but it Glock my mission. Put up in his house, gotta pay a little bit. Spit on a nigga when it can't even this. I'm on the block, I would baby a bitch. I want my brother go beef from the bitch. Creep on a nigga, complete in the bitch. Show me a bitch how to be when it's ended. Got me a party, forget it, I did it. Shit, every fight I'm forgetting, I hit it. Run that house, but I ain't even in it. I got a mall, these niggas slipping. I only get 33, got dipping. Say my look like Joe, hit it. They don't respect to this bitch, I can't. Speaking on shit, ain't like this bitch. Speaking on shit, ain't like to the end. Oh, this way, I'm supposed to be gangsters like this.
Sir, were there specific references in your analysis of
She ain't gonna tell y'all, so I'm gonna tell y'all. Okay. You have to look at, I'm gonna drop it in the chat, the date of publishing. Okay, April 3rd, 2020. Million views, a little light. Light work for rap. Light work for rap because, you know, usually with streaming and all that, a good song is literally about 3 million plus. The song is 6 years old and at 1 million. The incriminating thing is that he's wearing a shirt that says rest in peace. I hope Spinabenz's lawyer. There's a lot of implications here. Circumstantial, of course. But with what we learned a few days ago and this, remember, whenever you have these trials, shit from Queso's trial is going to be fair game. Shit from Alicia's trial is going to be fair game. Shit from this trial is going to be fair game. When you go last, you have all of that fair game. So let's see what else comes out here. Let's keep going.
the active music video to the victim in this particular case, Fools, Charles, or Six?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document from this specific video itself contacts that Rashad Murphy would have had with other gang members?
Correct.
Can you identify the other certified gang members from that video alone? Were there any in addition to Reginald and Noah Williams and Creep?
It would also have been Deshaun Williams, aka Green Light.
And that would have been an incident of a contact or association with known gang members.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are Noah Williams and Reginald Williams, Waka Waka Choppa, and Spinna Benz?
Correct.
And are they probably the most viewed artists from 1200 in Jacksonville on YouTube if you're looking at views?
Them and Green Light, I would add in that list also.
But pretty popular.
Yes, ma'am.
And as it relates to these videos themselves, is there something that you get out of the fact that the defendant Rashad Murphy is not depicted rapping in the videos? Does it change your analysis of whether he's present or associating with other gang members?
No, ma'am.
Is it required in your documentation for any member to be actively a part of the music video by way of rapping?
No, ma'am.
Is the association from the music video in itself sufficient?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the utilization of hand signs or gang signs?
Same.
On June 27th of 2020, did you have an opportunity to also see an additional video called Flower Bed and document that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that video documented in relation to Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a nickname that Rashad Murphy is known by?
Yes, ma'am. Ghost 187.
And is there a phrase or a term that has been utilized without the numbers of just Ghost?
Just Ghost.
In this particular image that we're seeing on the screen, 114B, do you recognize these opening credits?
Yes, ma'am.
And do these accurately reflect the opening credits for the song Flower Bed?
That's correct.
Despite the screen saying Flower Beds, is it posted to the internet singular?
Correct.
Okay. And are we seeing the name of the individuals who are actually, again, rapping?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of this video, is there any kind of audio directly related to Rashad Murphy?
No.
Is there a reference or portions of this video which were documented in reference to the gang documentation for Rashad Murphy on this particular date?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this on a date separate and apart from the original date
Correct.
of active?
It's different from the date of active.
Did you have an opportunity to take stills from the images in Flower Bed?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there an individual in particular, and if you need to stand, please do so, that you documented from Flower Bed and included in the gang documentation for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Please identify that individual by utilizing the screen.
So you have Caleb Howard, you have Noah Williams, you got Malik Bills, and then also Rashad Murphy.
Has Malik Beals been killed?
Yes, ma'am. He went by the name Leaky. He has since lost his life due to gang violence.
So is any reference to a long-lived Leaky? Have you seen that before?
Everywhere.
And does that have any relevance or significance in your investigations?
Yes, ma'am, because oftentimes the opposing side 6 block would make diss records towards Leaky.
Or say the name Leaky in their songs?
Correct.
We say records, so I want to make sure. Of the YouTube videos.
Yes, ma'am.
And the individuals that you've identified, are they certified gang members or documented? I know it's not certified. Documented gang members in Jacksonville.
Documented gang members or associates.
And have you utilized this video for Rashad Murphy's gang documentation and his association with other known gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there different, I don't want to say vantage points, but I guess different places that this video was shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these 3 depictions on the screen additional images that you documented from the Flower Bed video as it relates to the documentation for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, this location for this music video was Rashad Murphy's documentation reflected from something in these?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are the other members, if any, depicted that you have not already identified?
You have Reginald Williams, still Rashad Murphy, and then Deshaun Williams in the background.
And did you have an opportunity to review this video in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
From the
Hold on, Chad. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. We're going to volume 3 for sound and mics because apparently now I have to fucking tell y'all that. Is this Rashad? Is that Rashad? Tell me if I'm wrong. Is that Rashad? I don't know. Going back on mute, putting it back on Sue because now I have to fucking tell y'all my sound volume.
Detective in.
If that's Rashad, coming back up to 3 from 2. If that's Rashad, and look at his face, look at his face. If that's Rashad, and you see the forehead wrinkles, you see the worry. If that's Rashad, what if I've been posting in the chat? I don't know why I decided to do this. It was just kind of instinct. Here's your stats on that song. It came out in 2020. You want to know how you can know or how you know? Spinner Benz is wearing a motherfucking face mask 6 years ago. First song, we see the t-shirt. This is more for, ooh, ChatGPT be cooking. This is more for context. It goes back to 2020. Is he the ghost? Is he the ghost?
Flower bed, was there a reference to 187?
I believe so.
Was there a reference to opposing gang victims?
Correct.
And was this music video and the date and time listed in Flower Bed also documented as a part of Mr. Murphy's FIR report?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, for music videos, did you have an opportunity to review a music video called We the Ops?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, was that by the same artists?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in this particular video, is there any portion in which Mr. Rashad Murphy is actually rapping that you can hear or see?
No, ma'am.
But did you utilize this video to document additional contacts?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this video happen on or was this video posted on a separate date as the other 2 videos that we have just seen?
That's correct.
I'm showing you 114. What is this?
The opening scene to We the Ops.
Is there anything specific about the individual or the hand that's depicted in this screen?
Yes, ma'am. That is, I believe, Rashad Murphy's right hand because of the star tattoo that's on his forearm.
Did you have an opportunity to take still images from We the Ops that you utilized in your documentation of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In 114, can you describe for us who was depicted, if you can identify Mr. Murphy and or any additional gang members?
Yes, ma'am. You have Rashad Murphy, you have Reginald Williams, Noah Williams, and then Deshaun Williams over here.
Is that the green line individual?
Yes, ma'am.
Certified gang members?
Yes, ma'am. Documented members.
Now, what is it that we're looking at here, please?
It's Rashad. It's a disc to the 6 with a firearm in his hand, and then that's another disc to the 6 as well. He's doing the 6-hand sign, but with his right hand.
Is the 6 down?
Yes, ma'am.
And does Mr. Murphy utilize those hands to put the gun at the 6?
That's correct.
Is that what we're seeing on the still image on the screen here?
Yes, ma'am. Same image.
Were there again separate locations at which this video was filmed?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are we seeing on the image in the left-hand side of the screen, please?
The left-hand side shows a gentleman in a ski mask holding a firearm, pointing it at the 6-block hand symbol with also the 18 shirt on. And then you have Rashad with a firearm pointed at the 6 hand symbol.
Are these common depictions that you see during the course of your investigations of the group 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
And paired with the lyrics of
Rashad has been going back to this since 2020. Let me hold on. Let me bring it up because I have to tell y'all, I'm going to fucking raise my volume. So since 2020, now we're on May of 2020. And he's depicted in all these spin it bins videos. You all up in the, shout out to Suge Knight. You all up in the videos. I literally have the video pulled up over here on my other monitor. 4.6 million views back in May 2nd of 2020. And the description, I kid you not, says F Foolio. Ladies and germs, if you have not voted for who was the most cooked, we might have a new candidate. Let's go back in.
the songs or your contacts and your investigative work, is this meant to be a message to 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, in this particular image, is there anyone that you have not already identified as a gang member or known gang associate?
No, ma'am. We've already identified everybody.
Did you also document the individual that you had previously identified and documented as Rashad Murphy from this video doing some type of a handshake or sign with the individual you previously identified as Green Light?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what's depicted here at this portion of the video?
That's correct.
Are you actually able to replicate that hand sign or that handshake, excuse me, in any way?
No, ma'am. Even I've tried slowing it down and seeing what they do, but I was unable to do it.
Have you commonly seen that kind of like hand shake in the air utilized by 1,200 members?
Not too many times. I've seen that less.
Oh shit, chat. You know what's coming next? Rashad wrapped up in that motherfucking blanket. The Linus blanket, the blue Linus blanket is coming after they show this. So I might have to reset the poll. I'm sorry, I might have to reset the poll. You guys started the day saying that Sean is 69% cooked with 1,700 votes. Rashad is a little bit, it's going up a little bit. But let's go to the Linus footage. This is going to be interesting.
Then I've seen them doing the common normal 1,200 hand sign,
What's the common normal 1,200 hand?
where they throw it up.
And is the 1,200 sign itself identifiable to you when you're watching videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we saw several individuals putting up a 6 with their hands. Is there any question in your mind that Noah Williams is 1,200 instead of 6 block?
It's not, no, there's no question that he's
Okay,
100%.
He's not a 6 block member.
No, ma'am.
But do you see often the use of the opposing side's signs?
Yes, ma'am. Just to make fun, make a diss, point a gun at it.
And in that same video, if you saw or documented a K and then a 6, a K with your hand and then a 6, is that indicative of something?
Yes, ma'am, of 6K, which would be 6 block killer.
Did you, over the course of your time in the gang unit, have an opportunity to respond to Rashad Murphy's arrest location?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And at the initial time of your response, had Mr. Murphy been taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me take that
No,
back.
he wasn't
Based on
in the
the-
custody. It was a SWAT standoff. They were trying to get him out of the apartment.
So were you standing nearby but not involved with SWAT actually entering?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to review the footage from that standoff itself?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we got 2 Rashad arrests. We have when Rashad was caught up in Atlanta and they fried his nuts with the taser. We have that whole Gwinnett County thing from day 1 to day 2 of the trial. Then you have the second one where the ninja just didn't come outside. 7 hours they were trying to get him outside of the house. Let's go.
And what about the observations that you made from outside of that building as it related to what was being done to extract Mr. Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state seeks to admit States Exhibit 144A and 119.
No objection.
Okay, and Mr. Sonardi, any objection? And Mr. Wise and Mr. Petratus. Okay, they'll be admitted.
Sir, can you show us what we're looking at here in 144B?
So we're looking at the apartment in which Rashad Murphy was held up in.
They had a drone. They had a drone.
We have it surrounded by SWAT, and at this point in time, they would be giving verbal commands, loud announcements for Rashad to come out of the house with his hands up.
Were the announcements made on some kind of device or just by shouting?
No, ma'am, they were made over a megaphone.
And over a term of minutes or hours?
We were out there for hours that day.
At some point after the bright lights are used, or is there a machine utilized to break a window?
Yes, ma'am, our SWAT team utilized some kind of construction machinery to come around and destroy a window to put a incendiary device inside to make Rashad come out.
In addition to flashbangs, was smoke also used to try to get Mr. Rashad Murphy out of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize Exhibit 119?
Yes, ma'am, it's an infrared view of the apartment.
And at this point in the evening, had a device rolled in or some kind of truck rolled in to utilize an arm to break this side's window?
Correct. That would have been the construction equipment, which our SWAT team uses.
Publishing 119. Is the vehicle at the bottom center of the screen also a SWAT vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. It's an armored vehicle in which they were ready to make contact should Rashad Murphy had came out of the apartment.
Other surveillance items that were utilized, did they include drones?
That is correct.
So I'm just going to speed this up just slightly. At the 109 mark, restarting. Is that machine used to break out the window on this side of the structure?
Yes, ma'am. So it breaks the window, and then at the end of the boom, there's an incendiary device in which they will ignite, and it'll fill the apartment full of a clear out and a bunch. You'd have to ask SWAT what they use, but it's pretty potent.
Based on your observations, does SWAT use masks of some type before they actually enter apartments that this has been utilized in, the smoke?
Yes, ma'am.
They had to kick in the door, wave in the 4-4. It's not even the door, the window.
And this is ultimately close to the conclusion of this incident. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Shortly after this was ignited inside the apartment, Mr. Murphy, there was contact made.
And you had, I think we heard prior testimony, but the law enforcement agencies had at least been there trying to extract him since approximately 5 p.m.
If not before, we were there when the sun was out, and we didn't leave until nighttime.
And did the still in 144A fairly and accurately represent the style of dress that the members that were attempting to extract Mr. Murphy were in?
Yes, ma'am. That's our SWAT team.
In addition to the mechanism that you mentioned that rode up to the window to break it and utilize the smoke, were there also other techniques used?
Yes, ma'am.
All of those prior to the smoke, though, were unsuccessful?
Correct. They tried using announcement. They used just smoke to send inside the house. I believe they used clear out, which is another form of gas that's hard to inhale. None of those worked. And then finally, they're decided on this option.
The image that we saw in the slide prior to this, though, was some kind of infrared, correct?
Correct.
Lastly, does ultimately Mr. Murphy surrender to law enforcement?
He does. He comes out with a dog and a Bible in his hand.
And does this fairly in 144C fairly and accurately represent when Mr. Rashad Murphy actually came out of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he cooperative in that process?
At that point, he was.
And was he transported to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office for an interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you present for the interview of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that occur on July 30th?
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's previously been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 106.
It's blanket time. It's not TiVo time. It's blankie time.
Do you recognize yourself in these images?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they fairly and accurately represent Mr. Rashad Murphy on the date that he was interviewed by you and Detective Trabeck?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Rashad Murphy's person at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all provide this covering, or is that how Mr. Murphy arrived?
No, ma'am. We provided it. He said he was cold, so we provide blankets.
Did you have an opportunity to compare the image that's depicted in State's Exhibit 116 to the music video from We the Ops in documenting Mr. Murphy's tattoo?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a face covering that was utilized by the individual in We the Ops with these clothing?
During that time, yes, ma'am.
And did you utilize this to confirm that individual's identity?
I believe it to be one and the same.
Did you also have an opportunity to see social media posts in this case, State's Exhibit 110, that were extracted after the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
The account of Ghost 187, was that previously attributed to Mr. Rashad Murphy based on the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office's investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to see these posts?
Yes, ma'am.
When Prosper and Junior's G Day Today 187 babies image was depicted, was there anything of significance in that post to you?
The reference to the 187 and then Prosper and Tay, or Prosper and Junior.
Is Tay Deonta Holsey the individual you've already identified from the chart?
Correct, aka Junior.
Were those two individuals killed on the same day
Yes, ma'am.
by the father of someone related to this case?
They were, I believe, died by the hands of Gino Norris.
Would that have been Gino Norris Sr. or Gino Norris Jr.?
I believe it was senior.
And do you know what the result of that case or investigation was?
I don't. I believe it was justifiable homicide.
But not certain. Can't be certain.
Not certain. No, ma'am. Not certain.
How about the reference to 187 babies?
187 babies will go back to the 187 boys, in which the younger version of Rashad, Noah, Reginald, when they were all coming up, that would have been around the same time Prosper and Tay were around.
What does R5L 187 boys 5L RIP dem members mean?
In my professional opinion, I believe he might have fat fingered it instead of he put 5L instead of putting 4L. So there, if he did mean to put 5L, I have no idea.
Not fat fingered it. Come on. We call Anna Ismer, this prosecutor, ChatGPT, because she's very sharp on cross-examination. It's her strength. It's actually a compliment. So we're not making fun of her. But like this information on Rashad is a lot. Fat fingered, pause.
Idea what 5L means, but if you read it as 187 boys 4L, which is for life, RIP to the members.
And is members any reference to any particular group?
Would be the 187 boys.
Now, we talked a bit about Mr. Davion Murphy. Was there physical evidence that you indicated that you had an opportunity to review linked to Mr. Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that include a handwritten letter that, I believe, I'm not sure if you were present, but we've heard a stipulation from the court about a handwritten letter. Did you have one of those to review?
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit number 85, at this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to admit based on that stipulation.
Okay, any objection? Okay, all right, it'll be admitted.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 85. Mr. Davion Murphy
Is it
wrote
85 or 185? 85.
85.
Okay.
Wrote this letter. Sir, can you describe for me what, if any, significance or relevance there was to you, particularly in the message in the bottom right of the letter?
Yes, ma'am. So he mentions the gentleman known as Prosper who lost his life, and then also a gentleman by the name of Bink. Bink is also known as Suge, which is also known as Avery McKnight.
And by Avery, is Avery McKnight the legal name of Suge?
F. Suge, yes, ma'am.
And is Avery McKnight the legal name of Bink?
Correct.
And is that someone who was killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to review tattoos that Mr. Murphy had on his person?
Which Murphy?
Davion Murphy had on his person on January 15th of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
The state would seek to admit based on the stipulation 127P. Actually, 127A through Z, I apologize.
Okay. Other than previously made objections, any objection, Ms. Timmy? Okay, admitted.
Publishing 127P. Can you talk to us a little bit about those tattoos dated January 15th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am. So on the chest of Mr. Davion Murphy, you have a photo of Avery McKnight, aka Suge, and then 12/3 of 15. That is when Mr. McKnight unfortunately lost his life to gang violence. You have Corbin J, which is Corbin Johnson. He was also murdered in Jacksonville. And then I believe that is it. I'm unsure who Doug M or Curtis B is.
And did the opposing op 6 Block rap about Suge or Avery McKnight?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they rap about Corbin Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to observe Detective Meter photographing and observe the photographs that were depicted or taken that Detective Meter took on January 6th of 2025 after Mr. Murphy had been arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that arrest come several months after the remaining defendants?
That's correct.
And were you abreast of the information or the images that were depicted?
Yes, ma'am.
The state seeks to publish State's Exhibit number 69A through M.
Okay.
Sir, can you see the images before you?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could start left to right, please, in 69A, can you see the tattoo depicted there?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the individual depicted based on the overalls from these photographs, Davion Murphy?
That is correct.
And what is the significance of the image on the left?
On the left, it says rest up Avery McKnight.
And do you see tattoos or document tattoos of fallen members of criminal gangs in your day-to-day activity?
Yes, ma'am.
When you see people who have died tattooed on 1,200 members, are you documenting that?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it required to document a tattoo under the statute or in your work only if it says, 1,200 member?
That would qualify as one of the, I would call it a predicate up underneath it, because of the 11 items under 874, that is one of them,
Is having tattoos.
is having tattoos.
Does the tattoo have a requirement as to what it has to say?
No, ma'am.
So you would document fallen members if tattooed on a person's body when you were looking at whether they meet the statutory criteria.
Correct.
In this instance, did the tattoos that you observed in these images meet the statutory criteria as it relates to Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In the right side of the image here, do you see anything of relevance?
Yes, ma'am.
In what in the right image or 69C are we looking at?
Long live Jacoby J. Wright. And then also there's a 323 below his ear as well.
Is that of some relevance to you?
Yes, ma'am. So that's a 323 it stands for CTC. That would have been something that would have happened while he was in prison.
Is 320C a reference to the alphabet?
Correct.
Right. And what group did you have in Jacksonville assigned to you before 1200?
CTC.
Now, in looking at the images depicted here in State 69, what, if any, significance was the image in the center of the neck?
It says 1200 block.
And was there some relevance to you, and did you document that in your records?
Correct.
1200 block, is that an area of Jacksonville out east?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you seen this tattoo before in documenting gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the image on the right side of your screen?
The right side on his top of his hand, it says Shug.
Is Shug Avery McKnight, as you've already described to us?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these additional images that were taken from Mr. Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
On the left shoulder and arm or
No. Go back. What cosmetics? KD Cosmetics? What the hell? You see the one all the way on the left? KD Cos. Am I tripping, guys? Does that say something else?
on the left shoulder and arm or bicep of Mr. Davion Murphy, was there another tattoo?
Yes, ma'am. There's a tattoo of which it says Joe Rod.
And was that of relevance to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there also a picture above the tattoo itself?
Yes, ma'am. That's a picture of Joe Rod, aka Spaz.
And is that Joe Rod Adams?
That's correct.
Is that the same individual you previously identified had been killed at the Range High School shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that by Robert Howard, 6 Block member?
Yes, ma'am.
On the left side of the abdomen of Mr. Davion Murphy, did you document
On your mind, look at that belly.
additional images?
Yes, ma'am.
What images did you document there?
The Forever Suge Knight Jr.
Could you point to us what you're reading or how you're seeing that and where?
Yes, ma'am. At the top it has Forever, and then at the bottom it has Suge Knight Jr. wrapped around.
And did you document anything on the photo on the right?
No, ma'am.
Now, during the course of Mr. Davion Murphy's interview, did you have an opportunity to review that footage?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to see the footage of him in the interview room independent of anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Did at some point during the course of that time by himself in the room, Mr. Davion Murphy, throw any kind of sign or hand sign that you are familiar with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that hand sign with his middle fingers down?
Yes, correct.
And what did that hand sign represent?
It was the 1200 hand sign.
I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 118. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am.
And did
Corey Holcomb in jail. I mean, no socks on under there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to roast Davion, but this is crazy.
you document as a part of, or make note as a part of Mr. Davion Murphy's gang documentation or record that he had made this hand sign on the state?
That's correct.
Moving along to the evidence that has been previously admitted as it relates to Isaiah Chance, did you have an opportunity?
Oh, okay. His sister's cosmetic line is KD Cosmetics. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at these tattoos for the first time and I'm like, what the hell? So thank you, chat, for clarifying that. It looks like that's his sister's makeup line. Let's go back in.
Opportunity to review the social media information that came back as after Charles Jones's homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on a return from an Instagram account?
That's correct.
In 87C8, did you make any note of anything?
Yes, ma'am. In the screen, Isaiah is holding up the 1200 hand sign.
Now, is Isaiah Chance at this time someone that you had documented as a 1200 gang member?
No, ma'am.
Does the statute documenting gang members require you statutorily to prove up the actual gang itself?
No, ma'am.
Did you make note of the fact that Isaiah Chance had utilized the 1200 gang sign?
Yes, ma'am.
In 126D, was that sign also represented on an extraction with Isaiah Chance utilizing that hand sign?
Yes, ma'am. He using it with his right hand, and he's also with a known 1200 member, Darius, aka Baby Coop, and then Little Bug in the middle, Daryl Bryant, which is a 1200 POI.
And did you make note of this?
Yes, ma'am.
Did something in March of 2024 occur called an Out East reunion?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, 87C22 and C7. Do you see the two images depicted here?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to document what, if any, relevance these two images had?
More of the 1200 hand sign.
All of which documented or recorded as in the return from the Instagram from Gutazay or Isaiah Chance.
Yes, ma'am.
As it specifically relates to an individual by the name of Sean Gathright, did you have anybody by the name of Sean Gathright documented as a 1200 member?
No, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to see a still from a video taken or extracted from the device information from Sean Gathright, an iCloud account?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to make note of an image that was depicted from that still in 94D6?
Yes, ma'am. He's showing the 1200 hand sign.
Now, the 1200 hand sign, as I have understood it, was to put down the middle finger. Have you, in your investigations, seen the use of the middle finger or the ring finger utilized?
Yeah, so you want to read it from left to right. And so that's why when you decide which hand to put it up with, you'll see and read it differently.
Is that completely consistent all across all 1200 gang members, or are different techniques utilized for different members?
Different techniques for different members.
So have you seen in the course of your investigation of 1200 members, 1200 gang members utilizing only their middle finger down in all of their posts?
Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to see 1200 gang members utilizing the middle finger down on one hand and the ring finger down on the other, so that it clearly depicts to you 12 and 12?
Correct.
So 1 and 2, 1 and 2.
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to see a video which has been previously admitted in this case as 131, or stills from a video called Psychin' Out?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that by?
J. Breezy or Jacory Rivers.
On June 24th of 2024, when this video was posted, was Mr. Jacory Rivers affiliated to 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
And in reviewing that video, was Mr. Jacory Rivers pictured with another 1200 member?
Yes, ma'am. Noah Williams, aka Spinna Benz.
And did Noah Williams utilize the option that you've just talked to us about, which is one middle finger down and one ring finger down instead of both middle fingers down to make it 1200?
That's correct.
Is this in 131E a still image of that in use?
Yes, ma'am.
But in seeing a 1200 member throw up the number 12 to you, or the sign of 1200 to you, are you able to document that as the use of a hand sign or a gang sign?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to see a video that had been posted by Spinabins and Wappa with the Choppa called Foolio Dead?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that come before or after the homicide of Charles Jones?
After.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit 133A through D.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No new objections, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Toomey, any new objections?
All right, so we're about to play that song. Of course, you know, there are some of these where I just want to be careful with YouTube. I think today I don't really give a shit. I think we're going to listen to them live. And if y'all are watching this on replay, that section is going to be muted. But today, I don't give a damn. Like, long live 6.
Mr. Wise, any new objections? Sure. Mr. Petrides? Okay, admitted.
Sir, did you have an opportunity to review stills from Foolio Dead?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document in that video anything of at least significance for you, not necessarily for the defendants in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing or permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yep.
In 133A through D, are these the opening credits to that song, Foolio Dead?
Correct.
Were there any references in this song to the death of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am. In the opening scene, they have the photo of a Holiday Inn Express in which Mr. Charles Jones was ultimately murdered at.
And the name of Foolio, is that readily identifiable to you as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Are Spinabins and Wappa with the Choppa individuals that were also depicted in the 3 music videos we've already seen here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this still image from 133B taken from that Foolio Dead video?
Yes, ma'am.
What if
This shit is beyond disrespectful. And y'all know I watched the YSL trial from soup to nuts, beginning to end. There's a motherfucking gun shot at. Look at it. It's positioned at the bottle.
any significance is the gun pointed at a Don Julio bottle in your 1200 investigation?
So it's a diss to 6 Block, specifically Julio Foolio, with the name on the bottle being Don Julio, and then a firearm pointed at the bottle itself.
Did you see a significant uptick in the use of Don Julio bottles in the music videos after Charles Jones was murdered?
You've seen a big uptick in the sale or viewing of Don Julio after the death of Mr. Charles Jones.
What does it mean to put a tag or a bag on someone's head?
To put money up, similar to like a hit, to pay for murder for hire.
And what about putting a bottle of Don Julio on someone's head?
To do that, you're celebrating the death of that individual.
When you had an opportunity to review this video as well, did you also see another depiction of the disrespect towards the 6 symbol?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what we're seeing here in States 133D?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
And then lastly, sir, did you have the opportunity to attend an interview room that Mr. Sean Gathright had been interviewed in?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the date of that interview, was the room itself audio and video recorded?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you have an opportunity to see and speak with an individual by the name
All right, this is Sean's escape footage.
of Sean Gathright?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And had you advised Mr. Gathright that he had been placed under arrest for the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the audio and video recording from inside of that interview room capture some moments with Sean Gathright after he had been advised of that information?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit 123.
All right, other than previous objections, any further objection, Mr. Wise?
No.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No new objection.
Mr. Petrides? Okay.
Your Honor, may we have one moment, please?
Yes.
So Sean's lawyer is just inspecting that she took everything out. If you are curious with it's not the full thing. I think it was like 3 hours long, but the moment where he took his ankle bracelet off and like played with the tile up top and then like banged his head on the wall and was like, let me out. That's the full context of it, but they agreed this morning to only show a few seconds of that footage. So you're not going to see all of it. If you do want to, we started it at the beginning of the stream. This stream is going to hell anyway. So like just rewind if you want to see that part. ChatGPT is confirming with his counsel. Let's do it. Oh, something happened. What happened? Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Okay, so I just took a peek ahead. It appears that we're going to watch Sean's footage, and then we're going across. Who do you want to guess is going first? How long is that going to take? We got to start the shot clock. Let's go back in, chat. We are 5 minutes behind the absolute live feed, so don't worry. We are with everybody else. I'm just taking a few risks here with music and things of the like, and explaining a few context pieces, but let's go back in.
Prosecutor up here.
I am now publishing State's Exhibit 123.
Out. Out. Let me out.
So they took the ankle monitor part off. Sean also has a blue blankie. But if you notice next to his shoe, they didn't show the full footage of when he took that ankle monitor off. I don't know how the hell he did that. He took it off. It's next to his foot. You see it? I don't know, maybe his ankle or foot was skinny or whatever, but he got that joint off.
Sit in that chair and don't move.
Sir, what is on the ceiling of that interview room?
Ceiling tiles, and then the roof, it's unable to get out from that way.
And have you also had an opportunity to have to play music in the course of your interviews based on the aged construction of that building and that room itself?
Yes, ma'am.
I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
All right, here we go with cross-examination. I'm going to start the shot clock because Gonzalez is coming up.
I'll do it right now.
Bear with me a minute, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Detective, regarding the arrest of Rashad Murphy on July 30th in Jacksonville, that we saw that clip of the apartment complex. As you arrived and during the time you were there, he wasn't armed, was he?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
And you're not aware of any weapons or any guns, weapons of any kind in the apartment before he came out, correct?
It was unknown at the time.
Well, unknown at the time, and obviously you're not aware of anything being found in there that would indicate that he was armed, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't, while he was there, he didn't make any threats to anyone in any respect, did
No,
he?
sir.
Do you know if there was any communication with him by telephone or otherwise while he was inside?
At a certain point in time, we had hostage negotiators come out. They attempted to make contact with him. Now, whether they did or did not make contact with him, I do not know.
Okay. Do you have any idea whether he was going through any kind of a mental health episode in terms of him being in there and not wanting to come out?
I don't know.
There were no other people in there that were at risk. And when you talk about hostage negotiators, you're not suggesting that he was in there and there was someone that could have been deemed a hostage.
No, sir. We contact hostage negotiators to come in and try to calmly speak to people to have them come out so it wouldn't escalate to anything worse than what it could have been.
Understand. You're aware that about 3 or 4 weeks prior to that he was detained in Gwinnett County, correct?
Correct.
And were you aware that when...
Overall, you can ask, and if he knows, he knows. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Okay.
Understood. So you are aware of his arrest in Gwinnett County, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that that he was tased in that incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you aware that he was tased when he was down on the ground?
Were you aware that his balls were fried? Fried very badly.
His private area, correct?
I know he was tased in his private area. I don't know when that occurred.
Were you aware that he had a gun pointed on his temple while
Yes,
he was
sir.
down on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that there was also a gun on him as he exited the vehicle?
I was unaware of that.
Okay. How about, were you aware as part of that struggle that he had separated his shoulder, had to go to the hospital for medical care?
No, sir. I didn't know.
So, Detective, you started in the gang unit as it relates to your responsibility with 1200, beginning with, for lack of a better term, and I don't mean it with any disrespect, understudying the 1200 detective before he moved on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you worked a couple of cases with him as you acclimated to this gang assignment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been between January and June was this murder. So a matter of 4 or 5 months, you were the gang investigator for 1200, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this particular time, I know you mentioned 1200 had already been established and designated as a gang.
Yes, sir.
During this early part of that transition, you were also still in the midst of your responsibilities with the other gangs you were transforming out of.
Yes, sir.
And during the normal everyday course and scope of these investigations, you mainly, in an attempt to increase your information, your sources, your understanding, you rely very heavily on social media, whether it be Instagram, YouTube, Spaces, Reddit. Any of the social media platforms are a really critical part to you gaining information, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would be coupled also with field type interviews and discussion on the street with either named or unnamed people. right?
Yes, sir.
And when you do so, when you utilize this as the main focal point in your understanding, you're going to have to trust, or you're going to have to, inclusive of what you utilize, know that these people that are posting, they may not be posting things that are true, correct?
Yes, sir. That's a possibility.
Okay. And you're going to have a difficult time, a majority of this time, corroborating things. You're just listening, and you're taking it and putting it into your brain and on paper for future use, correct?
Correct. Check but verify.
Not knowing and not being able to, on a lot of these times, verify something from sources other than what you hear and what you see on social media, correct?
Correct.
And when you started with 1200, you started looking at social media for various different alleged members, or people that had been documented, or people that were even associated or even responding to the social media posts that are being made by the people you're monitoring, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that the Instagram account Ghost87 is associated with Rashad Murphy, correct?
Ghost 187.
Yes.
Yes.
And are you aware of any other social media platform that Rashad Murphy has any association with?
No, sir.
Nothing on Spaces. Never seen him on Spaces.
No, sir.
Never seen him on Facebook or any other platform. Correct?
No, sir.
And the reason that you believe that he is associated with Ghost 87 is through what other detectives had indicated to you, correct?
Detectives and the field interviews.
Okay. And field interviews would mean you come upon somebody on the street, you ask them, hey, look, do you know, and for lack of a better term, Johnny Johnson or Jimmy Jones, known as Good Night or known as Sunrise or whatever it may be.
Yes, sir.
Not Copple. Don't talk about Jim Jones. Don't talk about Copple. I don't know Copple's. Did y'all see Jim Jones and 50 Cent going at it?
And I don't mean to be funny, but I'm trying to suggest that when you ask about a number of different people, and then that person on the street may say, well, yeah, I know him, he's this, or I know him and he's this.
That's correct.
Okay. And so that's the way that you made a determination that there was an association with Rashad Murphy and Ghost 187, is a combination of asking these people on the street whether in fact it's so, and detectives from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office telling you that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never saw Rashad Murphy post on Ghost 187, no profile picture of him, correct?
Correct.
No posts involving his friends or his family, or pictures or stories of his kids, none of that, correct?
Correct.
Nothing that you yourself, in the terms of your investigation and furthering your understanding of 1200, would associate Ghost 187 with Rashad Murphy, other than what we spoke about, correct?
Correct. In relation to the IG account.
Okay. You never screenshotted anything off of that account to memorialize it, or to put it in a file, or to document Rashad Murphy's use of that Instagram account, correct?
I did not know, sir.
You testified to 187. 187 obviously is part of that Instagram handle, number one, correct? And that was a yes, right?
Correct. Yes, I'm sorry.
And then also 187 is linked to 187 Boys. We talked about kind of two different things, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it a fact essentially that you have referenced this California penal code simply because you don't know any other reason why 187 would make sense?
No, sir. In one of the videos, they reference 187 back to the California Penal Code. I'm unsure right now which music video that they did it in, but they do make reference back to it. They only did it one time. It was a very short phrase in which they did it.
So the determination that you made as it relates to 187 relating to a penal code is not just an assumption by you?
What do you mean?
Isn't it just an assumption by Detective Griffin that 187 as it relates to that number being utilized and it having some reference to the California Penal Code is just your belief?
I see what you're saying. Yes, sir.
Without anything else to buttress it or corroborate it.
Correct.
You guys know Gonzalez actually really tries. It's just that when he asks questions, it does take a long time to get it out. So that's the thing. He does ask good questions. I've been critiquing him for 9 days. It's just that it takes a really long time to get there. So let's bear with Gonzalez. Usually his average is about 50 minutes. I still got the shot clock going, 10 minutes so far.
And as I understand it, your belief that Ghost, the first part of that Instagram account, if it has any reference to Rashad Murphy, it's because you have been told, or your belief is, he's not a prominent figure up front. He's in the background, and essentially, again, other Jacksonville detectives have indicated to you that he's called Ghost, correct?
Correct.
As it relates to the murders that you discussed in your direct examination, you don't have any evidence, do you, detective, that would associate Rashad Murphy with any of those shootings or any of those murders, correct?
No, sir.
And when you are discussing the structure of this particular group, 1200, you talked about it in terms of it being a hybrid, correct?
That's correct.
And a hybrid, I think, as you stated, doesn't have any kind of initiation. It doesn't have any structure, doesn't have any guy at the top that tells somebody what to do, who then tells other people what to do, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that in a hybrid group, nobody answers to anyone else. It's more an association of where you grew up and what neighborhood you're in.
That's correct.
And along those same lines, I know you talked about on direct, I just want to make sure I clarify it. You talked about money or monetizing, because I think you said 187 used to be the music arm, whereby there was music production and music dissemination.
You're going to object. This is continuously not been asked on direct examination. Both of these lines of cross.
Yes.
Detective, you're aware that 187 used to be kind of the music arm. It was where and through what platform that these rappers produced their music. Is that a fact?
You're asking, was it also a music group?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you talked about monetizing. You talked about how the group got money on your direct examination. And you suggested, first of all, that sometimes the gang profits or gets money in order to produce this music by way of the commission of crimes, correct?
Correct.
Well, do you have any way of knowing, detective, whether if a particular member or associate of the group 1200 goes and steals a car, anybody else gets any money other than that person who steals the car? You would not know that, would you?
Not without further interviews.
Okay. And what about if somebody sells drugs? You don't know that the 5 grams of cocaine that somebody sold would then be split amongst the rest of the group or go to some kind of fund that would produce or that would fund music. You don't know that either, do you?
No, sir.
So when you say that money from crime is utilized for the gang, you're making an assumption that that's what occurs, and you don't have any evidence to support that, correct?
Other than the observations when you see dope sales and then they go from riding in a Toyota Camry to now driving a $100,000 vehicle and they have no job or no employment, then you can associate that they made their money through the sales of illegal narcotics.
Well, normally when they're doing these productions, they're renting these vehicles for purposes of the production, aren't they?
Renting or putting in girlfriends, baby mamas' names.
Okay. And so you are inferring that if a crime gets committed, all or a portion of that would go to the gang because of what they have and what they utilize.
Correct.
So that's your assumption without knowing that to be the case, correct?
Yes,
Fair?
sir.
So in gangs, individuals don't have to be told and are often not told to go commit a crime, correct? In these hybrid situations.
In the hybrid situation is likely no.
So if somebody wants to go commit a crime, they can go commit a crime, and that doesn't mean that anybody else knows or acquiesced or was a part of it, correct?
Correct. You have the one-offs that go and do what they do.
Allowed and not part of any kind of a problem. So you can only loosely associate a crime being committed with the group or with a group of people simply because they associate, correct? Without knowing whether any one of them has any prior knowledge that something was going to happen or a crime was going to be committed.
I don't think I understand your question. So you're saying that combined together, the two individuals wouldn't know what one other is doing?
No, let's say 2 individuals that have some association with 1200 go ahead and go and commit a crime. We don't know, and you don't know whether or not anybody else in that group or association knew that that crime was going to be committed potentially until after it was committed, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have to hate or dislike Charles Jones or Julio Foolio in order to be a part of 1200, correct?
Correct.
We looked at a lot of videos during the course of your direct examination. When someone is rapping or performing about people dying or people getting shot or celebrating someone's injury or death, that certainly doesn't mean that that person or anyone else in that video committed that crime, correct?
Correct.
They certainly could be celebrating somebody's demise or somebody's injury, but it doesn't presume or provide you any information or evidence that someone committed a crime, or you guys doing your job, as I know you do, would seek some type of arrest or prosecution, correct?
Not based off a music video, no.
Understood. But if you could combine that with any other evidence that someone committed a crime, you would certainly effectuate an arrest, correct?
Correct.
And many of these rap videos and many of the incidents they're talking about are unsolved murders, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, Detective, we talked a little bit about 874.03, which governs gangs in Florida, correct?
Correct.
And under that statute, you need two criteria to be met before someone can be documented.
That's correct.
And I think, as I understood it, you yourself individually like to have three criteria in order to document, correct?
Correct.
During the time in which you were with 1200 from January, let's go to June 1st. You didn't document anyone for 1200, did you?
Yes, I did. I
Who'd you-
believe so. It would have been Dale Bryant, which is AKA Baby Coop. I'd have to check the date though.
Okay, so you think, you're not positive,
Correct.
that during that time frame with 1200, you might have documented Mr. Bryant?
Mr. Bryant, yes.
And you do that, your documentation and the way it gets into the system is through an FIR, which is a field investigation report, correct?
Correct.
So let's look at the documentation of Rashad Murphy. I know you noted in the criteria, which would be D, a style of dress.
Yes, sir.
1200 does not have a style of dress, does it, on an everyday basis?
On an everyday basis, no, but they have shirts in which represent the group.
So on
So are you asking them if they have a uniform, Gonzalez? Or if they don't?
occasion, during a production, whether it be one or two or however many, sometimes they wear shorts that have shirts that have a moniker or a picture or a saying that might relate to someone they're talking about in the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But would you agree with me that when you talk about a style of dress, you talk about something that they wear as a group, maybe not every one of them, on a regular basis, on a day-to-day basis, correct?
No, they put it on, then that's the style of dress.
Okay.
Like you saying that they wore it for a short time and then took it off, that it doesn't classify as a style of dress.
So would that be your interpretation of the statute, that if somebody had a T-shirt with somebody else's name on it and they wore it twice, that would constitute a style of dress?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would document someone based on that criteria, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that criteria is an interpretation by you as to what a style of dress means.
Yes, sir.
Understanding it's not the Crips or the Bloods, other styles of dress would be jewelry that have a particular logo or number or name on it, correct?
Correct, like a RIP chain.
Okay. But those are things that are worn every day. Those are things that are common to that person's body on a daily basis.
Yes,
That
sir.
would be a style of dress, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that when a person RAPs, that you can wear jewelry, you can wear a T-shirt, you can wear a moniker, a saying, doesn't necessarily mean that that is a style of dress for a gang. You agree? Doesn't have to be.
We'll say that one more time.
Doesn't have to be a style of dress if a person were to wear a chain or wear a shirt that honors somebody that has died, correct?
It could. That's when you have to believe you would do a little bit more research in reference to who the person is, what their relationship was to the person that's on the shirt.
Got it. As it relates to tattoos, you would agree with me that Mr. Murphy doesn't have any tattoos that would be indicative of 1200, correct?
Not that I have observed before.
And he's never made any admission as being associated with a gang, correct? That you're
No, he
aware
hasn't.
of. So those criteria in the statute that requires you to have two. Let's talk about those just individually very briefly. It's a fact, is it not, Detective, that Mr. Murphy was documented as a gang member after the murder of Charles Jones?
Yes, sir, that's true.
A month after the murder of Charles Jones, the sheriff's department made a decision to document him as a gang member, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that documentation was done after you, Detective Drabick, some of the other members of the gang unit in Jacksonville Sheriff's Department became involved in the investigation of that murder and the ultimate arrest of Mr. Murphy, correct?
Yes, sir.
In doing so, we've already talked about you relying on what you would suggest is a style of dress, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think if I understood your testimony on direct correctly, if you are in a video and someone else uses a hand sign, that would be criteria that could document you, even if you didn't utilize that hand sign, correct?
You're saying if somebody standing next to me held up the hand sign,
Yeah.
could I use that? I would document that person, not you.
You would not document someone in a video where someone other than that person is utilizing a hand sign.
No, you would have to utilize the hand sign.
I want to draw your attention just so I can understand a little bit better. In States 114, there were several still pictures that are from the active video. I'm going to show you this one, which is States 114A2. Well, this is not a gang sign, is it?
No, it's a K.
That's a K.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not 6 block sideways.
No,
It's not. Okay, so it's a K. It's not
Yes.
a gang sign.
it's not a gang sign.
All right, and this one, which is A3, that's not a gang sign, is it?
Not that I know of.
And A4, that's not a gang sign, is it?
Can you zoom back?
Yeah,
out
I'm
on
sorry.
the sign?
That's not.
I can.
Oh, zoom.
Yeah, or back out. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
back it up. Better.
Not really, but not from what I can tell.
And you could look at this video, and if it's in real time, you would probably see somebody moving their hands, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
sometimes it might be a little bit misleading if you take a still shot at something because you don't know what the movements are before and you don't know what the movements are after. Would you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
This one, which is A114A6, if I understand you correctly, the right hand is not any type of a gang sign, correct?
Yes, sir. It's a 6.
The right hand is a 6?
Yeah, and so if you look at it from this point of view, it's a 6. His 3 fingers are pointed out. His pointer finger is folded into his thumb.
Well, I guess the ladies and gentlemen of the jury can make that decision for themselves. It doesn't look to me like I see an index finger and a thumb. It's a comment, Judge.
Questions?
So it would be your belief that that constitutes a 6 in the right hand.
Yes, sir.
And again, this is a still shot of somebody moving during the
Yeah.
course of a fairly rapid paced video, correct?
Yes, sir.
again, the same one we saw previously in 114A9. Not a gang sign, correct?
Yes, sir. And so he's holding the 12 sideways.
So that your interpretation would be that's a 1200 sign.
Yes, sir.
And I think you talked about this one. I just want to make sure I understand. This would be states 114C9, and this would be as it relates to video we the ops. As I understand it, the person on the right, that's a 6.
That's a 6. Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there anything happening with that person's right hand?
Yeah, he's holding a firearm.
Okay. And you're saying holding an actual firearm?
That's a good.
Okay, I see it. Okay. And then there's a gentleman in the middle in the back
Yes.
with a COVID mask on, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That person, presumably Mr. Murphy, is not that's none of this is his sign, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, I think I've showed you whatever I would need to that might constitute that. Holding a gun in a video is not a crime if you're not a convicted felon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You're not aware that Mr. Murphy has any felony convictions, are you?
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, don't answer that question.
The other identifier, the other criteria that you utilize with regard to Mr. Murphy in documenting him as a gang member in July of 2024 would be associates with one or more known gang members, correct?
Yes, sir.
That would constitute his involvement or his being a part of that rap video production, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that alone, simply his appearance there would meet that criteria.
Well, yes.
Okay. And the fourth and last way would be that he was observed in the company or one or more gang members 4
Correct.
times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kind of a BOGO here, right? Kind of essentially it's dual criteria, because if you look at him associating with one or more gang member or being in the company with 4 or more gang members, one would equal the other, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you get 2 criteria for the price of 1,
Yes, sir.
but they essentially involve the same activity.
Yes, sir.
And as you looked at those, the company of 4 or more, I think you talked about 2 traffic stops. One of those traffic stops was in 2021, correct?
I believe so.
The one where he was in a car with Noah and Reginald Williams?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware, are you not, Detective, having done research on this case, that Mr. Murphy and the Williams brothers grew up together since they were kids in the same neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
And so his riding in a car with them, in and of itself, would meet the criteria to designate him as a gang member. Is that what you're telling us?
It would fall up under the association with the 4 or more times, being in presence of as well.
Okay. And along with the hand sign, so again, my question is, and you might have answered it. I'm sorry, I got distracted here for a minute. Just driving in a car with people that he has known since childhood, in and of itself, no matter whether or not there's a crime committed, no matter whether or not there's anything nefarious going on, that would check a box for you in terms of criteria to designate someone as a gang member.
Because that the people that you are in the car with are documented gang members.
Correct.
Yes,
Despite whatever other relationship or history you may have with them.
correct.
And I know you talked really briefly about a handshake. What are we looking at do you know off the top of your head what video?
That would have been the last video that was played. I don't. They all starting to run together. It was towards the end of one of them. It was a very fast interaction at the end.
So fast that you can't replicate it, correct?
No, sir.
And you told us, I believe, if I understood it correctly, you haven't seen it often. It's not often. It's not something like 1200 or 6 block.
Correct.
It's something that happens so fast that your assumption is it has some significance, but you don't have any way of authenticating that, correct?
That's correct.
Detective, I'm going to show you a picture, 88D1, and ask you if, based on your history and your knowledge of 1200 and gang involvement in and of itself, can you identify these individuals?
I cannot know, sir.
Okay. So you don't know if the guy on the right is Prosper Johnson.
I do not.
Don't know if the guy on the left is Sugar Avery McKnight.
I do not.
Would that have come before your time? Do you know?
Both of them, yes, sir.
And I noticed on multiple occasions in your direct testimony, you did refer to Prosper Johnson and his death in 2014, correct?
Correct.
And you also made reference to Deontay Holsey as well, correct?
Correct. Prosper and Tay.
And I noticed when you looked at the gang chart, there's not one, but there's 2 names there. But as you testified on direct examination, did you not refer to him as Tay, Deontay Tay Holsey?
Correct.
Bear with me 1 minute.
Okay.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Toomey?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Hello, ma'am.
All right, so I just want to go through a couple things with you with regards to your training in the investigation of gangs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's my understanding that you attended the gang conference that's put on once a year, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that started in 2021
Yes, ma'am.
for you,
Yes, ma'am.
which is when you initially became a member of the gang unit in Jacksonville.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you attended the conference that very next year,
Yes, ma'am.
and also in 2023 as well,
Yes, ma'am.
in 2024,
Yes, ma'am.
skip 2025,
I didn't go to 2025.
What about 2026?
No, ma'am.
Haven't gone, or is it?
It's not until I believe August.
I was gonna say so. All right. So other than going to those, was it a 1 week conference, like 4 days, 4 nights?
4 days.
Conferences once a year, have you had any other training in investigating gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you attended the basic gangs investigation course
Yes, ma'am.
and the intermediate gang course as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think it's the advanced as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. In addition to training regarding gangs in, what another course that you've taken?
The HIDA also puts on courses.
Well,
in
that's for
reference-
general, isn't that more like for general police work?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. But they also do a gang course as well.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And how long is that gang course for?
That's just a day.
A day. All right, very well. Now, in 2021, when you became part of the gang unit, you were responsible for 3 separate gangs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it wasn't until 2023 approximately that, well, actually 2024, that you became solely responsible for 1,200.
Late 2023, first part of 2024.
In the 2023, the late 2023, that's when you were assisting Bo Daigle, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he became what? Did he get
He got promoted to supervisor.
promoted to supervisor? And who was your supervisor? Well, who was his supervisor before?
Sergeant Johnny Cook.
Okay. And was he the only supervisor, Bo Daigle, over 1,200?
Said what he, I'm sorry.
Was he the only like supervisor? What was a supervisor do for the detectives?
They manage, attend meetings and look over our paperwork.
Right. So they're kind of like the supervisor, a sergeant supervisor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So Bo Daigle was one, right?
A detective or a sergeant?
And then he was a detective, then he became a sergeant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then someone took his place.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
That would have been me.
That was you. Okay. Prior to Bo Daigle, who was the supervisor?
I'll object at this time as to relevance, Ron.
I sustain the objection.
So in 2024, you became solely responsible for 1,200.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And part of your main part of the majority of your responsibilities is monitoring social media, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Instagram,
Yes, ma'am.
Facebook.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess it's X now, but it's formerly known as Twitter,
Yes, ma'am.
which has spaces, but now I guess it no longer has spaces. I'm not sure.
Yes, ma'am.
What else is there? Snapchat. Do you monitor Snapchat as well?
Got Snapchat and Reddit,
Reddit. Okay. In fact,
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse is another one, right? What about Signal? Is that something that you guys use or monitor?
I do not know, ma'am.
Okay.
I've heard of it, but I haven't yet to monitor it.
And Jacksonville is very, very involved in social media itself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Seems to be a very transparent agency.
Are you referring
Would
to
you
the
agree?
sheriff's office?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in monitoring those, all those different social media platforms, would you agree with me that a lot of those postings, whether it's a post, whether it's a meme, whether it's a video, it's anecdotal? Do you agree with me?
What do you mean?
Well, it's based on one person's opinion, their purview of what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you have to be able to differentiate out what is correct or incorrect or half correct,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And one of the ways that you do that, in addition to monitoring social media, is by making field contacts with people out in the community.
Yes, ma'am.
And the sheriff's office has confidential informants,
Yes, ma'am.
some of which are actually paid to provide intelligence or information.
Yes, ma'am.
And then others that are become confidential informants to work off charges,
Yes, ma'am.
and literally to work off charges, to not be arrested, right, by you guys, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And then depending on how they do, their charges could just go away.
Yes, ma'am.
And they won't even be arrested,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And then there's other individuals that provide intelligence and information that have already been arrested, but are looking for a reduced sentence,
Yes, ma'am.
right? From the state attorney's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Not necessarily from you, because you can't do that, but they're looking for you to tell the state, hey, yes, this person cooperated with us, provided us whatever information they provided you. They were very helpful, blah, 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 and to see if they could get a reduced sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then you also have individuals that are anonymous that you don't know, right?
Yes,
You don't-
ma'am.
That won't provide their name to you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They may call, what is it? Do you have Crime Stoppers?
Crime Stoppers.
Crime Stoppers, anonymous, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you still have to decide whether you have an anonymous caller or whether you have a confidential informant, whether they're being paid, working off a sentence, or something different. You still have to determine whether or not the information that they're providing you is credible.
Yes, ma'am.
And in addition to confidential informants, these anonymous tips from Crime Stoppers and the like, you also do a lot of traffic stops in Jacksonville.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's something that you don't necessarily like to do, right?
I love doing traffic stops.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You didn't testify in your deposition that wasn't something you like to do or cared to do?
That I didn't like or cared. I'm confused. No, because we go out, we do what we call a gang violence interdiction. We go out and make traffic stops, contacts with individuals.
And the point of those traffic stops, which are done during nighttime, during the day, is to make contact with individuals and gather information.
Yes, ma'am.
And they can either give you information or they don't, right? You ask them whatever you're going to ask them, right?
Correct.
Do the majority of those individuals provide you with information?
It's you can flip a coin on. Some do, some don't.
And then the information that's provided to you, what do you do with it?
Check but verify.
Do you write it down somewhere? Do you notate it somewhere? Keep a folder of this person that has provided you information?
We, depending on what it is, we either can document it in an FIR or we don't document it at all, and we just go do our own separate investigation to find out whether they're telling us the truth or they're just telling us stuff to either A, get out of the traffic stop, B, reduce their charges. There's a variety of reasons on. We still have to check to make sure what they're saying is truthful.
Okay, so do you keep this documented somewhere at the sheriff's office?
In the FIR, some, and then others, no.
Others, no.
Correct.
Then additionally, you have, I guess you call them cold contacts, right? Where you just approach individuals on the street of Jacksonville and see if they'll talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And some of them do talk to you, right? And they provide you information.
Some do.
Okay. And in your investigation on all the social media platforms that I've talked about, your contacts with individuals on the street, traffic stops, what have you ever heard of Davion Murphy?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so he doesn't have an Instagram, right?
No, ma'am.
No Facebook,
No, ma'am.
no X's or Twitter,
No, ma'am.
and none of your contacts, either confidential informants or anonymous calls, have mentioned his name to you.
No, ma'am.
And in fact, Davion Murphy, to your knowledge, doesn't have a nickname, right?
No, ma'am.
And I can approach it quick.
keep it in the folder. What exhibit are you showing this witness?
This is gonna be State's Exhibit 84A, 84A through C, but this is Exhibit 84A.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you help create this chart?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you create it?
Since shortly after, I didn't create it. I was just asked to look over it and see how, how accurate it was.
So you didn't create it?
Not created, no, ma'am.
Okay. You were asked just to look to check it for accuracy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know where this is Davion Murphy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where that picture was taken from?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
Our interview room.
And isn't it true that you watched the interrogation of Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
That at that point in time where he's showing us his hands, he's singing to a song.
Without the video playing, that possibly, but right there, he just looks like he's showing a hand sign.
Okay. But you don't have any other photographs of Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, with any other hand signs like that?
No, ma'am.
And we talk about hand signs. There seems to be quite a few different, I guess, hand signs that you are attributing, or your office is attributing to the 1200 group.
Yes, ma'am.
So is there a specific hand sign that you can say definitively is for 1200?
That one.
That one. So anything but that, such as this one,
Additional.
that's the second
Which one? Which one? You talking about Rashad?
Yes.
No, that's a dis sign. So that's a 6 with the thumbs down logo.
Okay. And what about Jacory Rivers?
So Jacory Rivers is throwing up what we refer to as that would be lawbreakers.
Okay, so that's different than this sign?
Yes, ma'am.
How so? What's the difference?
So he's intertwining his 2 fingers, and that's the hand sign for lawbreakers.
Okay, so it's a hand sign for lawbreakers, not
1200. Yes, ma'am.
right? And then this guy,
Yes, ma'am.
are those the same hand signals?
Yes, ma'am.
Reginald
signs?
Williams.
Are they?
Are they the same? Yes, ma'am. That's the 1200 hand sign.
Okay. All right. So at least on this 84A gang chart that you looked at, looked at for accuracy, there are at least 2 different hand signs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one you said does not equate to 1200.
Correct. Well, lawbreakers is a group that's associated with 1200. They're friendly, very similar to ATK.
Has Jacksonville Sheriff's Office ever infiltrated a gang?
What do you mean, like work side, like did
Like
like an
inside a
undercover
gang?
with the gang?
Yeah.
I believe our motorcycle unit has, but I'm not sure if our gang unit has.
Okay, so that would be a no.
No.
Right? And you're familiar with the term trolling or people that are trolling on the internet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And trollers really just are meant to disrupt and cause issues with people that are on the internet.
Yes,
Like
ma'am.
Posting lies or what have you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now you talked briefly about Mr. Davion's tattoos. Is there a tattoo that is specific to 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
1200 block.
If Rashad Murphy doesn't have one of those tattoos, what does that mean?
It means he doesn't have the tattoo.
Is there any other tattoos that are specific to 1200
On Mr. Davion,
in general?
well, you have the fallen members who died by way of gang violence. Big shout out to them. You have the ones that say Suge Nation. Quite a few of them.
All right, well, let's talk about the falling members. Just because someone tattoos someone's name on their body that is deceased does not necessarily, that doesn't equate to a gang tattoo. Would you agree?
Not solely just that, no ma'am.
Okay. Even if you had 10, 15 names tattooed on your body, doesn't make you a gang member, right?
No ma'am.
And the videos that we watched, you would agree that Davion Murphy was not in any of those videos?
No ma'am, he was not.
Style of dress. What is it about Mr. Davion's style of dress? Or does he have a style of dress that is associated with 1200?
He doesn't, no ma'am.
He doesn't? Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Wise?
Hello, sir.
You as the the 1200 expert did not know who Sean Gathright was until Tampa PD contacted you in connection with this case, right?
That's correct.
I want to ask a little bit about that video clip that we saw during your direct. That clip is taking place in a Jacksonville Sheriff's Department building, correct?
Yes, sir.
A police station, right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Gathright knew he was in a police station, right?
Yes, sir.
He wasn't walked in blindfolded or anything, right?
Correct.
You said yourself, you're not getting out of that building through the ceiling, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Gathright knew there was a camera in that room as well, right?
I believe he had known there's one in there.
Because by the time of that clip that we watched, he had been in that room for about 3 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
During that time, he's pacing around that room a lot, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, he's basically just in the room for 3 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
There are times during that 3 hour period when he knocks on the door, right?
Yes, sir.
Like when he needs to use the restroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you even escorted him to the restroom at some point, right?
I could have, I'm not sure.
Somebody did at least once, right?
Yes, sir.
So he clearly knows there's officers outside, right?
Yes, sir.
In the little clip that we saw, he stands up on a chair and then stands up on the table, right?
Yes, sir.
But then he gets back down, right?
Yes, sir.
Because when you and the other detective come in, he's standing in the middle of the room, right?
Yes, sir.
And then we hear, I think it's the other detective tells him, sit down on that chair.
Yes, sir.
Right? And he does, right?
I don't think he does. I think he goes and stands against the wall.
Okay. But in any event, he doesn't cause you any more trouble after that, right?
Not necessarily. He begins mouthing off back to us on what he's not going to do.
Okay. And shortly after that, then he's taken to the jail. Right?
Shortly after that, he's handcuffed and removed out.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Petridis?
Hello, sir.
You have never documented Isaiah Chance as a 1200 gang member, correct?
No, sir, I haven't.
And before the murder of Mr. Jones, you had never come in contact with Mr. Chance, correct?
I've never had contact with him. No, sir.
And you were aware of the post that Detective Nieder has talked about, the quote unquote switching up post from ATK to 1200, but you weren't too concerned about it when you heard about it, correct?
Correct.
And because ATK and 1200 are close groups, they at some point were in they'd be in each other's music videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know when the last ATK 1200 music video was made? Has it been some time?
It's been a while.
Okay, so we're talking years.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of Isaiah Chance's music?
I know he makes music, but very little.
Have you ever seen Mr. Chance in any 1200 videos? Or
No,
videos
sir.
made by 1200 members.
No, sir.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you,
Reverend.
Detective.
Yes, sir.
First, Judge J would seek to admit State's Exhibit 114A10. I realized we had a duplicate photo in 114, and I provided that for review to Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi? Ms. Jimmy, Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you were asked by Mr. Gonzalez on your cross-examination about the video active. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall the content or the stills that we looked at briefly from that video itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were asked about the K that was utilized by the defendant. Do you remember that, Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And in utilizing that K, were there other still images that were depicted just after of also the number 6 with Rashad Murphy's hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we're seeing in the center photo of 114 here?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what you were referencing when you said K6 or six killer or kill 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as you documented these items, is your use of the review of social media or music videos, frankly, the only thing that you analyze or use in documenting gang members as a part of 1200?
No, ma'am.
Do you also obtain items of physical evidence, other items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked several questions along the lines of what, if anything, other people get, whether there are testifying co-defendants, about anonymous tipsters. You did not have an anonymous tipster in this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
You did not have a cooperating co-defendant, nothing like that, correct?
No, ma'am.
As far as your documentation of Rashad Murphy or the fact that Davion Murphy, as you've testified, meets the gang criteria, you didn't utilize anyone outside of the gang of 1200 or informants for any kind of outside confirmation for an informant tip, correct?
That's correct.
You utilized documented clothing, documented hand signs?
Correct.
The use of those hand signs in his association with known criminal gang members 4 or more times?
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing with the tattoos, as we talked about with Davion Murphy, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And him having been in the actual physical presence of gang members, is that correct for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Physical presence of actual gang members, did you learn that Davion Murphy was in Tampa, Florida as a result of this investigation with his co-defendants?
Yes, ma'am.
All of these things that occur that you're asked about, crimes that occur, are you able to document them before they happen?
Yes, ma'am.
You have magical powers of reading into the future?
Oh, no. Like, not
Okay.
until everything had occurred,
Okay.
we saw it and then we documented it.
All right. So when you see that a crime has occurred and 1,200 members are present or have been arrested for it or something like that, and you end up documenting it, does that always or often happen after the fact?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
All
'Cause
right.
you get all
Just
the
wanted to clarify.
reports.
You were just asked about documentation that occurred after this particular homicide. Did you obviously obtain information or evidence as it related to the homicide of Charles Jones that was referred back to Jacksonville?
Yes.
Did you make note of that information and evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time that Charles Jones had actually been killed, though, both Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy both met the statutory criteria for a criminal gang member, correct?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
You were asked about whether 187 is a rap group. Is everyone in 187 a rapper?
No, ma'am.
Are you familiar with any music videos by Rashad Murphy or 187 Ghost or Ghost 187?
No, ma'am.
You were asked about how drug dealing and stealing cars benefits gangs. Have you, in the course of your time working 1200 or any other gang or case in Jacksonville, had an opportunity to know about the use of stolen vehicles to commit murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that by the use of documented gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that one way in which a criminal activity benefits the gang?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the course of those killings, is there anything that can be said about the advancement of each gang over their rival when they kill a rival member?
Yes, ma'am. It gives them credibility to speak of the dead and make fun of the those that have lost their lives to gang violence.
when you were asked about your community outreach. Are you only stopping vehicles and talking to gang members in that way?
No, ma'am.
Tell us about what community outreach activities you actually participate in.
We also, our unit every Thursday morning, we have a pastor and community leaders, which we identify. A lot of times it's youthful offenders who we see going down the wrong path. We go out and make contact with them along with their parents and explain to them that there's another way. We offer them assistance, not involving the sheriff's office, and not, so we learn to step back and let the community leaders and the pastors speak to the youth about what road they might be traveling down to avoid whatever could happen down the road.
Does that sometimes work?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that not work in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning you've seen documented gang members as time goes on that have been people a part of that community outreach.
Say what now?
You've gone out for community outreach and then ultimately it doesn't work. Those people get arrested or become a member of a gang.
Yes, ma'am, or lose their life to gang violence.
Do you have an opportunity to develop relationships as a part of your duties day to day with both former gang members and current gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to object beyond the scope.
I'm gonna at some point sustain it, so let's kind of get to the point here and move along.
Do you have the opportunity to, do you have the opportunity to interview former and prior members? You were asked about field interviews for Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that one of the ways as what you're responding to as you obtaining additional information?
Yes, ma'am.
In those instances, is there anything to give or get in that scenario?
In reference to, do we get anything from it?
Right. I mean, you were asked if people were paid for information, not in the documentation of Rashad Murphy or Davion Murphy, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, did this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Free to go. Okay, state.
Judge, at this time, the state would rest.
Okay, very good. Members of the jury, the state is now rested, so I need to discuss some matters with the attorneys outside of your presence. So we'll take a relatively quick break and then we shall return, okay?
All right.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. Motions.
Before we start, I'm going to renew my motion for Ms. Law on behalf of Davion.
I understand. I've taken it under advisement. We'll be discussing it at some point in more in depth once you guys have had a chance to do some research. Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
Judge, one thing, I'm sorry, I should have renewed my objections prior to Detective Griffin taking the stand with regard to my prior motions in limine and prior motions as it relates to gang historical violence. So I just want to make sure the record's clear.
Yes, and your motion,
Judge,
your objections are preserved for the record.
Judge, Rashad Murphy would assert that the state's evidence.
They were used in the homicide, I would suggest wherever. But there's no indication.
Sorry, you keep lowering your voice. Thank you.
There's nothing beyond pure speculation to suggest any of the firearms used in the offense or anything used in the offense was in any of those bags that were transferred. And even then, there's no evidence of what happens to anything that's in those bags after they're transferred between the cars. To the extent, I don't know if the tampering is allegedly the car being wiped down.
What about all the stuff that was in the sink at his home?
Well, none of that is connected back to anything that was used in the homicide. There's a Glock chassis, which is basically what's used to turn a handgun into a rifle. That's not alleged to have been used. There's a drum magazine. There's clearly no drum magazine on any of the guns. There's a red dot sight. I don't believe there's been any evidence that a red dot sight was used in the firearms.
Were those in the sink soaking in water?
Those are I forget who actually testified to it, but all those pieces are taken out. Those things are not in the sink. It's the cardboard that would have seemingly encompassed those things. But whoever testified, and I can't recall who it was about that, but they pulled the cardboard pieces out and were able to determine what was what. And they testified to, there's KPOS on this box, and that corresponds to
I think that's the Glock chassis. And a lot of those items are actually in the safe, like the drum magazine. And we know the scope caps are right there by the sink. So I don't believe that anything that would have corresponded to the cardboard in the sink was shown to have been used in the homicide. So to the extent that would have been the altering, I don't think there's any connection to suggest that had any, whatever's in the sink had anything to do.
Judge, we didn't allege that date. We just alleged on the 23rd for the wiping of the car and hiding of the vehicle.
Okay. So and that was when I was starting to talk about the wiping of the cars, we saw, and as even, I believe it was Detective Albert has testified, the cars just being wiped down right there, basically on the interior handles, which is basically where if someone is smoking in the car, that's where you expect ashes to go. There's no wiping down further, anything deeper into the car. It's consistent with someone giving the car to their grandmother who wants to clean it out, cursory cleaning. And to the extent there's a suggestion that, something's being wiped off, the rag that was used is actually in the garage and was collected by law enforcement. So if there was any suggestion there's DNA or some kind of, I think we heard inconsistent testimony about whether GNR is still tested for, but whatever may have been wiped down, that rag was still in the garage and law enforcement collected it. So there's nothing to suggest that anything was actually tampered with. And then in addition to that, and I just cite briefly to two cases, EI versus State, which is 25 Southern 3rd, 625, and Costanzo v. State, 152 Southern 3rd, 737. And those speak to the second element, which is that the defendant had to know that there was an investigation pending or some kind of proceeding pending or was about to be. And there's no indication that there was. I mean, I know the state speculates to that, but it's got to be more than mere speculation. So this is happening allegedly a few hours after these alleged crimes are taking place. There's no indication that there's any knowledge on the part of Mr. Gathright and Auburndale that there's some kind of investigation that's pending.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Petridis?
I don't want to interrupt, but I'm going to adopt Mr. Wise's position as to the attempted first-degree murder. I also concur that there is no evidence whatsoever that it was premeditated as to the attempt as to the occupants of the vehicle, other than Charles Jones. So we're going to join into that.
Very good. Thank you. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. I'll come up here so don't get yelled at by the court reporter. The state's case relies on a number of facts, social media postings from Mr. Chance prior to and after the murder required speculation from the jury that can't be exactly said what they mean. His Cash App, which we don't know the meaning behind that. A rental of an Airbnb, which was rented by Rashad Murphy. Alicia Andrews was involved. And the fact that he brought and put in bags into the car with Sean Gathright, all which require speculation, and we would argue the pyramiding or stacked inferences of knowledge of the specific intent to kill Charles Jones, which the state has not been able to prove belonged to Mr. Chance. There's no evidence that Mr. Chance knew what was in the bags he loaded into. There's no evidence what was in the bags that was loaded into Mr. Gathwright's car. The video footage from the two venues shows only one time that Mr. Chance can be shown actually driving, and only possibly one time he can be shown with Miss Andrews' phone. The other times the cruise was driving or the phone was used. It's unknown who was using it. Mizzle and Charles Jones were providing live real-time updates of where they were. And there was text messages from a Kyla Enright to the Fat Boy indicating that they were going to Beezer's, which I assume would be Teasers. The travel patterns of the cruise at Home 2 Suites is not enough to indicate Mr. Chance's knowledge of the intent to kill Mr. Jones that night. And what happened after the murder, again, relies speculation on social media posts that have the possibility of many meanings. And I would argue that doesn't rise to the level of proven knowledge. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, as to the first-degree murder and the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, there's enough to go to the jury, so I'll deny the motions for JOA as to those. State, what's your response to the attempted first-degree murder and the tampering?
Judge, to the 3 counts of first-degree attempted murder, we're not going to be relying on transferred intent. There is absolutely enough evidence to go before this jury for all three of the shooters in this case. It is very clear that there was a coordinated effort between those two vehicles with surveillance conducted on the victim and the victim's party at two separate locations before targeting the victim. And at both of those locations, they had Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews watching the victim. They were aware of who was in the victim's parties, how many cars were there. They were surveilled at two separate locations and then followed and tracked the last location. You saw the state's exhibits of the vehicle inside the interior of Charles Jones' black Dodge Charger. Each one of those headrests, the front passenger seat, the driver's seat headrest, both for the front, both had in it bullet hole damage. Those are kill shots. Everywhere where a person sat in Charles Jones' vehicle in the front seat, as well as in the back seat, there were 3 passengers, and in the back seat, that headrest also had damage by bullet holes. That is evidence that all of those individuals in those cars were targeted. They were watched, and they were highly trained shooters that fired upon that car. All of the individuals in that car got shot. And the one vehicle that Camilla Bentley was in was another vehicle of the victim's party. They knew each one of the vehicles that were involved in this case, and there are 2 clear shots to the back rear windshield of where Camilla Bentley was driving away in that car. Again, indicating that they were very well trained and that they were directing their gunfire to the vehicles belonging to Charles Jones's party. And so that is evidence that they were intending to kill Charles Jones and the people who were traveling with him. And based on the evidence in this case, you can clearly see that those shooters were highly trained and very skillful. And based on that, we would ask you to deny the motions to the first-degree attempted murder on all 3 of the shooters.
All right, let's talk about the tampering.
As for the tampering with evidence, Judge, it is very clear that the defendant knew that an investigation would be instituted by law enforcement. They shot up a hotel with 2 AR rifles and a Switch extended magazine Glock at a hotel with cars that were full of cars. To think that law enforcement wouldn't respond and start an investigation is beyond imagination. Everybody knew that law enforcement would be investigating that based on those facts alone. But not only did they shoot up a hotel that were full of guests moving in their kids to the USF dormitory, they took out a prominent Jacksonville rapper. They absolutely knew that law enforcement would be starting an investigation into this. And knowing that that vehicle was used in a first-degree murder, he purposely hid it, and he tried to hide it, not in Jacksonville. He didn't drive it to Jacksonville. He tried to hide it in Polk County with his grandmother so he wouldn't be caught driving a vehicle that was just used in a homicide of a prominent Jacksonville member. And he is literally seen on video wiping down evidence, which could be fingerprints. That is destruction of evidence. There were 3 shooters in that very vehicle, and he is seen wiping down the very areas where the people getting in and out of that vehicle would be touching. And so that absolutely is not just the wiping down of the vehicle, it is removing that vehicle, which was an instrument of the shooters, which carried the shooters that killed Charles Jones, and removing it from Tampa and his attempt to hide it in another city that is not involved in this investigation. Both of those things that he did is sufficient to go to the jury for tampering with physical evidence.
All right, at this point in the proceedings, I'll deny the motion for JOA as to attempted first-degree murder and the tampering. See what the jury does. Okay, so you've got a witness, correct? Okay, and you guys ready to go? Okay, let's just take a quick 5 minutes and then we'll start with that. And at this point, at some point, we need to have the colloquy with the defendants about whether or not they're going to testify. So why don't we get the witness on and off the stand, and then we'll have that colloquy, okay? All right. 5 minutes. Gets back, we'll bring in our jury. Yes, so adopted. What? Oh, what's going on in there? A couple of changes, but we're going to have our charge conference after we're done with the witness. So state, come grab your copy of the verdict forms and jury instructions for the state. Here's one for Mr. Gonzalez. One for Mr. Sonardi. And then Wise and Petrius. I didn't really make any substantive changes other than I did add an intro to the gang, the criminal gang enhancement definitions, just kind of following the firearm possession instructions. So that's the only one that I made any real substantive changes to.
And Judge, I noted that for some reason, the definitions were in special findings, and I didn't think they should be there, so I just wanted to make the court aware.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. I just started tinkering, but we'll obviously go over them.
They are in the standards.
But and he Everyone else is here, so let's go ahead and bring in our jury.
Never fails.
Yep.
All rise. I'll do it right this.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. All right, everyone have a seat. And Mr. Petratus, do you wish to call a witness at this time?
Yes, on behalf of Isaiah Chance, we call Dr. George Elite.
All right, if you would please stand up and raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, good. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Elite, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name, degrees, and current position for the jury?
My name is Georgia Leap. I have a bachelor's, a master's in social welfare, and a PhD, and I am currently an adjunct professor and the director of a research institute at UCLA on the other coast.
And what does psychocultural studies mean in plain terms?
That's what my PhD is in, and it considers the individual. I'm an anthropologist. It looks at the individual and how they relate to the culture or cultures they're a part of.
How long have you been working with and studying gang members?
Since 1978, which means 48 years.
What do you do in that capacity? What have you done?
I started out as a social worker in Watts, California, which was pretty much ground zero for gangs in the late 70s and 1980s. And I worked with them directly day to day. Later, when I went back and got my PhD from 1988 onwards, I worked very closely with active gang members and former gang members, both Black and Latino, studying who they were, what they did, why they got into gangs, and how they exited gangs. I also started working with law enforcement and have worked for many years as a law enforcement advisor.
Man, chat, I'm so pissed off, man. Oh my God. Uber drivers are terrible. Y'all say what's up to Luna. I had to just go get her from the groomers. Y'all say hi to Luna. She's all cut up, clean. I ordered an Uber Pet, right? It's literally 10 minutes away. It's raining. And I'm like, I had to get there to pick her up. So I went to go pick her up. I literally designated Uber Pet. Dude gets here. I said, hey, are you okay? I'm going to pick up my small dog. Are you good? He goes, no, No ride for you. I was like, word? Okay. Lyft sucks. Don't use Lyft. Hey, Lyft, you're gonna lose customers, right? So, they put a hold on your card, and this little thing needs to get picked up. She's like, where's my mommy? Somebody pick me up. And then the groomer's all pissed off because I'm late picking her up. It's 5 minutes away in the rain. So then I get a second car. We go pick up Luna, and I put in round trip. We're going to go pick her up, come back so we can get back to the Chatterhood. Man, another person from a country that's not here. And he's just like, no, you only put one way. What the No, I didn't. I put in two. What do you mean? So I just went through it. That's why I was gone for a little bit, guys. I had to go get my pup. She'd been there since 12 o'clock. So don't pick Uber Pet as a driver. Don't select a person that selects Uber Pet because you want extra bread or whatever. And then when I ask you if you're good with that, you say no. I was so mad. So now we hanging out. I don't even know who this is on the stand, but we're going to try to figure it out, chat. I'm going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. But that's where I was. I apologize that I've been gone for so long, guys. I apologize. It looks like we wrapped up with that last detective from what I could see. Looks like there was a little bit of redirect. Sean's attorneys was up there. Looks like I see the prosecutor up there as well. Took a little bit of a break. That's why so many of y'all dipped out on me. And then is this the final witness for the state? It seems like it's a psychologist. So yeah, Luna therapy fund, but an AV therapy. I don't get mad at people. But that was crazy. Don't pick Uber Pet if you ain't gonna want to honor it. You know what I mean? Like shit. The defense rested. All right, we're gonna catch up. Don't worry, chat. Don't worry.
To the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, the Newark Police Department, and at the University of Chicago, I teach a course for their Leadership Institute for future police leaders, lieutenants, and above.
Have you worked with the National Institute of Justice or Department of Justice?
I've worked with the United States.
Looks like state rested. My bad, man. I'm still shaken up over that. But thank you guys for your patience.
Government, Department of Justice, and I've been an expert reviewer in for the National Institute of Justice on gangs.
What formal research have you conducted on gangs?
Because I'm an anthropologist, I do what's called ethnographic research, which means I spend time with gang members, with them individually, in their communities, with their children, with their families. At times, it has been a dangerous job, but I have come to be accepted in many communities. I've also worked extensively at Homeboy Industries, which is an organization run by a Catholic priest that helps gang members exit gangs. And I've also worked in Newark, New Jersey with the Newark Community Street Team, which also helps gang members exit gangs. And what I do is really try to understand and then write about the different types of gangs there are, the different types of struggles, and also crimes that gang members commit. And I also look at what is the role of law enforcement and how can law enforcement deal more effectively with this problem.
Have you specifically studied hybrid gangs, which is what we'll be talking about?
Yes, I have. My work in 1978, my work began very much with criminal street gangs, the Crips and the Bloods. Watts was ground zero. And then starting in the 2000s, hybrid gangs began to emerge, and they were a different type of gang. So I started to study them alongside the criminal street gangs.
Have you testified as an expert in courts before?
Yes, I have.
How frequently or how often?
I have testified as an expert in court 4 times in adult cases and probably 10 to 12 times in juvenile cases where the records are sealed.
In Florida?
In Florida, I've testified in Manatee County and in Duval County.
And are all gangs the same? start there.
No, they are not.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
There's three major, I'm going to try to keep this short because I could talk for hours, but there's
don't.
three.
Thank you.
You don't want me to do that. You don't want a full-on lecture on gangs. Okay. There's basically three types of gangs. There's the major corporate gangs, the cartels, that you heard about, like the Sinaloa cartel. Underneath them are the criminal street gangs. These are organized, they recruit young people, they bring people into the gang on the basis of loyalty and identity. They have leadership, they have a hierarchy, they have initiation, they have rules, they have connections to prison gangs. And what the criminal street gangs are they're sort of the distributors for the cartels. And these are gangs like the Bloods and the Crips, as well as MS-13, 18th Street. You hear about them all the time. And then there are the hybrid gangs, which are these looser, fragmented, disorganized, shifting loyalties. When you're in a criminal street gang, you are part of that gang. You get tattooed, you're part of them. You cannot leave that gang. The hybrid gangs are more flexible. You can go in and out. They don't have the same loyalty. And most significantly, they don't have the investment in crime for the benefit of the gang. Criminal street gangs, crimes are committed for the benefit of the gang. Hybrid gangs, gangs are committed for the benefit of the individual, what may happen at a certain time, but it's not, there's no leadership, there's no hierarchy. I know this is going to sound strange. It's not driven by the same sense of purpose as a criminal street gang.
I think when you and I have talked, you've used an analogy regarding a basketball game.
So what I'd use this analogy, which is a hybrid gang is like a pickup basketball game where you go to a certain, you go to a court, you're there, you pick up, you play the game, you got certain, you abide by certain rules. A criminal street gang is like the NBA. You've got a uniform. It's your tattoos, it's your colors, and you are part of a team. And that team is who is, the coach is guiding you. So if you can see the sort of disorganization and the fragmentation of hybrid gangs versus the organization of an NBA team, the pickup basketball game versus an NBA team, that's kind of the difference.
What are the defining characteristics of a true criminal street gang?
Well, kind of what I said. They have leadership. They have a hierarchy. They have lieutenants. They have shooters. They have soldiers. They refer to the younger gang members as soldiers. They have initiation rites. They do have a morality. It's not the personal morality I would have, but they don't believe in snitching. There are consequences for wrong actions. And when you are jumped into that gang, you are to be part of them. Now in return, they protect you. They protect you, they protect your family, they make sure you have income. And there are the liabilities. You may get shot, you may get killed, you may go to prison, and it is all in support of the gang. It is, I am sad to say, often a family for people that do not have a family. And it is also a criminal enterprise. They're interested in drugs. They're interested in selling drugs and drug distribution. They are interested in guns. They are interested in sex trafficking, and what they do to young girls is unspeakable. However, they are an organized criminal enterprise.
What about the defining characteristics of a hybrid gang?
And as I said, the hybrid gang is very disorganized, very fragmented, usually driven by personality. Across the country, they are very much intertwined with rap music, with hip hop, with drill rap. It's very much about personal reputation, individual identity. There are record labels that encourage aspiring singers to kind of have a gang identity within a hybrid gang. It's very much a social enterprise, and I have not seen any evidence of criminal activity on behalf of a gang in the hybrid gangs the way I have in a criminal street gang.
Dr. Lick, you were asked to examine ATK as well as 6 Block and 1200. Based on your review of those materials, how would you classify those groups?
In my professional opinion, they are a hybrid gang. and they really fit the description as indicated by the Department of Justice. I need you to understand, it's not just my description. This is a description by the Department of Justice.
Judge, I'm going to go ahead and object jurisdictionally. This is a Florida.
I'm gonna sustain the objection or just clear it up. We are in the state of Florida and Florida has its own laws regarding this, so, okay?
So to differentiate, every state has its own laws, including Florida. The Federal Department of Justice recognizes that. As a researcher, I recognize that. The hybrid gang is very fragmented. There is no leadership. And as I stated, the most significant thing is there are not crimes committed for the benefit of the gang. There are crimes committed for the benefit, the reputation of individuals. And they are shifting. There are not alliances. They are multi-ethnic in many cases, as opposed to just black gangs or just brown gangs. And people can shift between gangs. You might be a member of one gang one week, and another week you may decide, no, I'm aligning myself with another hybrid gang, or you might be aligned with several gangs at the same time. It is not structured and it's not hierarchical, and there is not the degree of protection afforded to families. There is simply not the structure of criminal street gangs.
So what does ATK appear to be organized around if not a criminal enterprise?
They very much fit the portrait of an entity that's organized around rap music, hip hop, drill rap. It's very intertwined. The other significant difference between criminal street gangs and hybrid gangs, and even the cartels, hybrid gangs have a very high profile on social media. They use social media. They're on Instagram. You can see them there. The Sinaloa cartel does not have an Instagram account. Criminal street gangs do not appear on social media. They want to keep their criminal activities way below the radar. They want to be able to deal drugs, run guns, sex traffic. The Bloods and the Crips don't want people to know what they're doing. MS-13 does not want people to know what they're doing. There at times have been sanctions or punishment for being on social media. What distinguishes hybrid gangs is very often they have a very high profile on social media having to do with their music.
Now, one other thing we looked at, or you looked at, was the documentation of Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the first criterion was adopts the style of dress of a criminal gang, specifically the 23 chain. What was your thoughts on that?
I am very concerned with the vagueness and the broadness of that definition. I have students at UCLA that routinely wear gang-oriented jewelry and clothing, including many that have appeared with a warrior angel necklace that's been worn in the Crips sects and was worn by Tupac Shakur in several what are now music videos. They kind of retrofitted them, and in photographs.
Who say what now? Who are we talking about? Let's go back 30 seconds. Who are we talking about?
I am very concerned with the vagueness and the broadness of that definition. I have students at UCLA that routinely wear gang-oriented jewelry and clothing, including many that have appeared with a warrior angel necklace that's been worn in the Crips sects and was worn by Tupac Shakur.
Did she say she teaches at UCLA? Is this Isaiah's expert?
In several what are now music videos, they kind of retrofitted them, and in photographs. Gang-related clothing and jewelry is a multi-million-dollar business. So I don't see that as a definitive sign of gang membership.
Judge, I'm going to object. The comments that are are negating the Florida statute.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain the objection. So I understand that you're testifying as an expert here, but the legislature has written the law, and we all in the state of Florida have to abide by the laws written by the legislature in Florida, not California or the feds. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next criteria was association with one or more known criminal gang members. And a lot of these posts, the ways this was documented was from social media posts, not specifically with issues with the statute, but with social media posts of documenting criminal gang members. What are your thoughts on that?
I want to be very careful that I understand the law in Florida. So I'm offering an opinion with relation to that, which is social media is very, very tricky to validate. You have no real responsibility for who is posting what. I'm very concerned about the issue of people being posted on social media with gang members, because by that criteria, I've been posted on social media with gang members.
I'm gonna object.
Yeah,
Can you please approach?
Yeah, come on up.
What? I know I've been gone for a little bit, but what? Okay, let's skip ahead here.
And one of the posts on Mr. Chance's Instagram story was Mr. Chance using the word family and family time repeatedly. Have you seen that used in other instances?
The vernacular, the Black vernacular, family or fam, I have seen used throughout my career, most prominently in the last 10 years. I have undergraduates that use it. I know politicians that use it. I work very closely with somebody who is a community organizer who says family. It is a very, very, fam and family are very common terms. I've heard ministers use them. So I've heard them used in a number of different environments by all kinds of people with all kinds of statuses.
Thank you. Looking back at Mr. Chance as a whole, and understanding the statute is one of the issues about the purpose for the gang, which is part of the statute, that he's not doing anything for the purpose of the gang. Is that one of the issues you have with what you've read through the material you've been provided?
I have.
I mean, specifically in this case as it relates to this defendant, Mr. Chance.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, you can answer.
I have looked at the documentation regarding Isaiah Chance, and could you ask the question again? I'm trying to be very aware of it, respectful of the statute.
Part of the statute is for the purpose of the gang, and I think you talked about that, but I wanted to bring that specifically to Isaiah Chance and what you saw in the documentation.
I have not seen substantive documentation in anything that I reviewed that his actions were for the benefit of the gang.
Now, we also heard testimony that specific tattoos for this gang ATK and chains exist, jewelry. Is that something that you more formally see with a gang member?
One of the major indicators of street gang membership are tattoos. And not just one or two small tattoos, but neck busters, chests, backs. I've even seen people tattooed on their faces. Devil's horns for MS-13. I didn't see anything like this. There was no indicator of this. And that's very consistent with hybrid gang membership.
Another thing you looked at was the alleged gang war that's supposedly going on between ATK 1200 and 6 Block. What were your opinions based on what you reviewed regarding specifically the gang war?
In my expert opinion, I saw nothing substantive that would indicate this was a gang war. Gang wars are very, very structured. Leadership orders hits. Leadership may put something called a green light on somebody, but the message comes from either the leader, the general, the shot caller, and it is done with a definite strategy. And also significantly, gang wars relate to turf, the territory, and product. If someone makes a move on a drug distribution network, that can start a war. If someone makes, in other words, if you make a move on the business of another, particularly in their territory, that starts a gang war. Gang wars are not normal. They are significant. They last a long time, and they are entered into from leadership with structure and, strange as it may sound, certain rules of engagement as well.
Did you review reports from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office regarding these deaths?
I reviewed documents that were labeled that were described as part of a gang war.
Okay. And what did you find in a review of those?
There wasn't anything substantive. There wasn't anything that indicated to me that this was a gang war. There was no real research and corroboration behind it, and not all of the homicides that were indicated. Some were said to be gang related, some were not proven to be gang related.
Now, there's been some testimony that Mr. Chance may have been upset, or there was some allegation about his sexuality. Is that something that you've seen as a possible issue before?
I'm going to say this with the deepest respect. Within the Black community, as within many communities, there is a lot of homophobia. And
Your Honor, what is the relevance? I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. Come on up.
What do y'all think about it? I know we talked about different witness lists. Witness lists in terms of psychiatrists, psychologists, professionals like this, because the death penalty is on the table, right? I think we're all on the same page, chat. I don't know what to say here. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know what you want me to say. I wish I was here for the context of it. I'm going to rewind. But I have some TiVo time, so we're gonna skip through this.
Have you seen issues with sexuality in your research or in your work in the gang community?
yes, I have seen both within the Black and with the Latino community, homophobia, where someone is accused of being gay or accused of being a homo, and they react very strongly. They see this as disrespectful to their personal reputation, and they are very angry personally that this kind of a claim has been made. There's often very strong and at times very violent reactions.
Now, you did not interview Isaiah Chance personally. Does this affect your opinion?
No, I was asked to perform and be educational, to come in and talk to the court about my areas of expertise: gangs, gang dynamics, gang types. It was not, I was not supposed to make a clinical assessment. I'm not a therapist or a psychologist. I was called here to talk about gangs.
And you've referenced Department of Justice and national gang stuff in your research, but obviously you understand that we're here under Florida Law 874, correct?
Yes, I have read Statute 874 and understand it.
Okay. And you've only been set.
So is she a gang expert? Is that how she was qualified to come up here and talk about this?
Documentation that I've sent you in this case, which is obviously finite in nature, does that affect your opinion in this case?
You have sent documents to me, not voluminous, not every document in the case. But what you have said allowed me, along with reviewing research in this area about hybrid gangs and criminal street gangs, I feel I have had enough documents to review.
Judge, that's all I have.
Okay, Cross?
Ma'am, you said you received some.
It's ChatGPT. Is this her first cross of the day? I'm excited. I'm excited. Is this her first cross? Oh my God, I'm so excited if this is Anna's first cross of the day.
Reports from the defense regarding some incidents in Jacksonville, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that response reports or police reports for law enforcement officers who responded to the scenes of crimes of homicide or attempted murders in Jacksonville?
They were sheriff's reports.
Did you review the certified copies of judgments and sentence for the gang members convicted of killing their rival gang members in those instances?
Yes, I read a 200-page report on what was called the gang wars in Jacksonville,
Who was that from?
the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
You read a 200-page police report.
I believe so. I think it was the sheriff's office. That's
Sure.
what it was labeled. That's what it was labeled.
Did you have access to, did you access yourself, or did you review the actual conviction documents for the rival gang members convicted in those killings?
Not that I recall. No,
Did you attempt to retrieve or review that information?
no, I did not.
Okay. Now, you talked a lot about having reviewed those and that some of them were unsolved crimes. Have you checked now, since back in 2023 or 2024, when those reports would have been made, to see if there were updates on those cases or investigations?
No, I did not.
Did you meet with detectives from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to discuss the actual gangs or the neighborhoods assigned or associated to each of the gangs relevant to this case?
No, I was retained as a gang expert, not a Jacksonville gang expert.
Well, you testified that you had, in fact, been a witness in a Duval County case. What was the nature of the case that you were a witness in Duval County? Were you testifying for or in a case involving ATK, 6 Block, or 1200?
No, I was not. To answer your first question, I was testifying in a death penalty case during the penalty phase for a man named Rashad Lewis, and I was retained as an expert on housing developments because that is where there's so much criminal activity as well as gang activity.
Sure. And so you did.
Sure. You know about projects? Okay, sure. Let's keep going.
Not testify about any of the gangs in this case in particular, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you have testified a lot about criminal street gangs versus hybrid gangs. But in your review of Florida state statute, both are gangs, correct?
Yes.
Both can have individuals that qualify under the Florida state statute as gang members, either a hybrid gang member or a criminal street gang member under your definitions.
Yes.
And it's my understanding that you indicated you did not meet with Isaiah Chance.
I never met Isaiah Chance.
So you did not have an opportunity to evaluate whether he in fact made or matched or met the statutory criteria in Florida as a gang member, correct?
That is correct.
No admissions, or you mentioned that gang members would have giant tattoos, right? Large tattoos across
Large
their necks.
tattoos that are very, very evident. Yes.
Okay. And Isaiah Chance has tattoos, correct? Very evident tattoos.
I do not see any. I have seen very blurry pictures of him. I have no idea.
You did not meet with him in person or obtain pictures of his person?
No, I have not met with him, obtained pictures of him, obtained any social history of him.
You could not testify as to whether he actually has tattoos or gang tattoos on his.
This is his witness. This is his witness. Get him, GPT. Let her cook. This is his
body, could you?
No, I could not.
You did not have an opportunity to actually visit the neighborhoods that you discussed regarding the organization or the sectors in Jacksonville related to ATK 1200 or 6 Block?
No, it was not why I was retained, as I said.
Oh, I understand that. I just want to make sure I go through your testimony. I want to parse out whether you're talking to us about what you have experienced in California with the Bloods and the Crips since the 70s versus hybrid gangs as you've defined them in Florida. So I want to make sure I'm asking those questions. I'm sure it seems silly, but I want to make sure I get it correct.
No, it does not seem silly. It is something, by the way, that I I have not just studied in Los Angeles, but across the country.
Okay,
But you
have
are,
not-
you are correct. I have no knowledge of the gangs in Jacksonville. I have not visited sectors. I have not talked to law enforcement there. You're right.
And you indicated that you think that maybe hybrid gangs are too disorganized,
They are characterized as disorganized.
but
Yes.
can still qualify under the statute as street gangs.
As 874 is written, yes.
Okay, so you called the members soldiers that would go out and do crimes.
That's the label in criminal street gangs.
Okay.
And again, that's not the Florida statute.
Sure.
That's my own research.
How about, have you heard of little do-its?
No,
Have you heard of created players?
no.
Okay. You only know about soldiers and going out and those people being retained and committing crimes.
From criminal street gangs, I know that soldiers are expected to put in work. I also know that lieutenants guide groups of soldiers, and there are different, and I will also say there are different labels and names throughout the hierarchy of criminal street gangs.
And you did not have an opportunity to meet with anyone related to this case, specifically as to the gangs in this case, 1200, ATK, 6
I have not met with anyone or spent time with anyone or done any research with anyone with ATK or 6 block or 1200.
What is the California Penal Code for murder?
I don't know the number.
187 is not familiar to you at all.
The number is now familiar to me. It's
Okay.
not
Does that represent the Penal Code for murder in California?
yes.
And have you seen that number frequently?
Yes, I have. I'm sad to say.
You yourself indicated that you.
Anna! Yo! Anna! Listen, we don't call her ChatGPT for nothing. Anna on cross. Ooh-wee!
You have had a great amount of opportunity to meet with some former gang members or even current gang members over the course of your career. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you obtain information from those individuals and utilize that in your research going forward?
Yes, I do.
Is it common for you to reveal your sources or the information that those individuals gave you?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
If you said you write publications about gangs, do you reveal the source of the information if a former or current member comes to you and provides you information?
I always tell them that I'm going to be writing about them, and if there's something that they feel may endanger them, that maybe they shouldn't talk to me about it, or they should find another way to communicate with me about it. I do not reveal my sources. However, many individuals I interview are very comfortable with me using their names. In one of my books, I have a whole list
I'll
of
just
that.
subject at this point as non-responsive. So
Sorry.
some people are comfortable with you using their names.
Yes.
Are those the individuals that are no longer in the gangs?
Some are on their way exiting. I'd say there are some that are half and half and
Okay.
some that are exited.
So your work with gang members, you have interviewed them. They are still actively in the gang, and they let you put their names in a newspaper, magazine, publication of some kind.
I don't write anything for newspapers or magazines. I've written 3 books.
Are those books released to the public, ma'am?
Those books are available on Amazon.com.
Perfect. So they allow you to release their information, but is that the common practice? The gang members want you to say that they told.
Some of them allow me to release their information and some ask that I use a pseudonym.
And do you do that?
Yes, that is best practices in research and confidentiality.
Despite that confidentiality, though, you utilize the information they've provided to you in your publications.
In my books, I have used it. Yes.
And you rely on other publications where authors regarding gangs have utilized anonymous sources, confidential informants from these gangs. That's not unusual, correct?
That's part of research practice.
But you rely on it is what I'm asking you. I would say if you wrote a book about it and included it, that's reliance.
It's one of the methods that I use.
Sure. Okay. And your basically position here today is, even though both are basketball, right? Your example of basketball, a pickup game versus the NBA, both are basketball, but one is disorganized. So you don't agree with the Florida statute on hybrid gangs or gangs in general.
I'd like to see the statute change.
Okay, but your ultimate opinion here today is that you were called to testify about a witness in on gangs, correct?
Yes.
You did not have any involvement whatsoever, research, deep dive into 1200 ATK or 6 block in this case, correct?
That's correct. I think it's clear I didn't come as a Jacksonville expert.
Okay, or a gang expert on Jacksonville gangs at all?
I am not.
So your primary form of testimony is that you essentially disagree with the law in Florida, correct?
No, I understand why that law was written, and there are things in that law I agree with. I think the law is more applicable to criminal street gangs than it is to hybrid gangs, and I'd like to see a change. But I have a deep respect for that law, and I understand the intention behind it.
Okay, so although you respect it, the opinions that you gave of being disorganized groups and calling the statute vague and broad are that you don't agree that when you see evidence of the elements of those crimes having been committed with the fact that they meet the statute.
I'm going to try to say this in the most respectful way I can. Because the statute's broad and vague, they fit. But my research base does not agree with characterizing hybrid gangs the same way I would characterize a criminal street gang. However, the answer to your question is yes. Under 874, hybrid gangs qualify.
And the evidence that would depict tattoos, physical evidence, their appearance throwing hand signs, and in videos are elements of the statute in Florida that satisfy criminal gang membership, correct?
Absolutely, yes. I just don't agree. I wish it would change.
I appreciate your opinion, ma'am, but that is the law, correct?
It is, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, any cross, Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
Any cross, Mr. Wise? Any cross, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect, Mr. Petridis.
Man, I don't think on this channel, I don't think I've ever cheered for a prosecutor. Anna Ismer. Chat, I call her ChatGPT because she is so sharp and articulate. She does not miss. So I'm excited for the next 24 hours because we get to see this side of Anna. When she's asking questions, yeah, we get the long drawn out stuff. But when she's on this side, this is where this girl, she's flaming hot. She's great at what she does on cross-examination. I don't think I've seen an attorney on the prosecutor side in a very long time as sharp as Anna. So when I say that, I'm giving Anna her flowers, okay? Like, that's entertaining. She's like, oh, you're a gang expert? Are you a Jacksonville gang expert? Are you a Tampa gang expert? If you're not saying Tupac Shakur correctly, what type of gang expert are you, really? You know, so these are good questions that come out on cross.
Understanding 874 is the law, one of your opinions was the key being the hybrid gang had to be for a primary, actions had to be the primary purpose to benefit the gang, and you did not believe you saw that in what you were provided here.
I did not see any evidence of actions for the benefit of the gang. There was nothing there that showed me this was for the benefit of the gang. It was not present in what I reviewed.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, may this witness be excused? Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee. You are free to go. Okay, counsel approach real quick.
All right, so Dr. Lee just came up, and again, guys, I'm sorry, I had my whole pet debacle. I'm over here talking to Lyft, and they're like, we're so sorry, here's a $15 credit. Caused me $140 of anguish. Here's a $15 credit. How about you just have your drivers not accept an Uber pet if they don't want pets in their car? I think that's fine. That's easy to ask for. 2-pack. What did she say? How does 2-pack? So I don't know. I don't know how she described it. What did she say? 2-pack.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's now 5:14 and we are done for the day. So, as I have told you many a time, when you go home this evening, don't talk to anybody about anything related to this case. Watch, read, listen, any news accounts related to this case. We are on track to do closing arguments tomorrow, okay? So the schedule at this point remains the same. Tomorrow will be closing arguments. And then Friday morning, you would return for the final instructions on the law, and then you would begin your deliberations. Okay? So we are on track. Okay, very good. We'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All right.
We've made it. We've made it. Closing arguments tomorrow. Damn.
Okay, very good. All right, everyone have a seat. So, as to all of the defendants, Mr. Rashad Murphy, Mr. Davion Murphy, Mr. Sean Gathright, Mr. Isaiah James. Tomorrow morning will be the time officially when you will have to make the decision whether or not you wish to testify on your own behalf or remain silent. All right. So you've got tonight to think about it, talk to your counsel, and when we come in tomorrow morning, first thing, I'm going to have a colloquy with each of you to make sure that you understand that this is your right. Only you can make the decision whether or not to testify or to remain silent. So we'll have that colloquy in the morning, and that will be the time after consulting with your counsel to let me know what your final decision is. Okay? Okay, very good. All right, let's start going through the jury instructions, all right?
Chat is getting real. Sorry, I know I have to pause when I talk. Okay, it's getting real. If she's going through jury instructions and she just told them, guys, you have 24 hours to think about, less than, to think about if you are going to testify. We're on your side of the case. Alicia did, but these four have an opportunity to testify if they choose to. They don't have to, because at this point, the state has put up their whole side of the case. All right. 35, 36 witnesses, all of this evidence. Where y'all at? I haven't looked at it. Are you guys came down. We were at 70% Sean being cooked. We are now at 66% of Sean being the most cooked. Isaiah at 15, that went up. Davion at 10 and Rashad at 9. Rashad is still at the lowest, even though before I left, we saw all of those videos. We saw those music videos. Dang. Interesting, chat. Interesting. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day. I'm going to start early, but she's about to go through the draft of jury instructions. Pay attention to this because this is what the jury is going to hear tomorrow. So tomorrow's a packed day. The guys are going to have to choose if they are going to take the stand themselves. I mean, and if one chooses to do it, are they turning on the other ones? Is this a every man for themselves situation? We don't know. So, two-pack that did she cure or she did cure. I don't know what she said. That was crazy. Let's go to jury instructions, wrap up this day. I'll read some super chats and we're going to head out of here.
So I did, as I indicated, I did make some changes from the state's instructions. And as we go through these, I'll let you know the changes that I made. And you all just need to speak up to let me know if you have any objection or suggestions for improvement or whatever it may be. Okay. All right. In closing argument, I did change the language to state both the state and the defendants have now rested their cases. And also, as far as that goes, if any defendants are not going to testify, then what will happen is we'll bring the jury in, you all will rest in front of the jury, and then we'll go right into closing arguments. If any defendant does wish to testify, then that defendant would rest at the conclusion of their testimony. All right. So for any defendants who are not going to testify, defense counsel just needs to rest in front of the jury tomorrow morning. Okay. I also did change the last sentence to read each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defendants have each given their closing argument. So I just made it plural as opposed to singular. Okay? All right, moving on. And again, just speak up if there's a problem that you see. Next up is 3.1, Introduction to Final Instructions. This is the standard instruction, and I did not make any changes to that. On 3.2, Statement of Charge, I did add that in the last sentence, defendants Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy have also been accused of 3 counts of the crime of attempted murder in the first degree. Defendant Sean Gathright has also been accused of the crime of tampering with physical evidence. Okay. Next up, 3.4, when there are lesser included crimes or attempts. I did change the language in the first paragraph. As opposed to the defendant, I said a defendant. All right, so for example, the first sentence reads, in considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that a defendant committed the main crimes of which he, I think it said she, so I made it a he, is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute lesser included crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if a defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. I did note yesterday that on the attempted first degree murder, the state did not include aggravated battery, and I don't know if anyone's requesting it or not. So speak.
On behalf of Davion Murphy, Judge, we want the aggravated battery instruction.
Okay. So that's going to change the verdict form. So I will make a note to include aggravated battery. State, I'll make the change to this instruction 3.4. And I'm assuming it would be aggravated battery, great bodily harm, and deadly weapon? Or just ag-bat, or?
Judge, I think it would just be. Judge, I think it is both, because there are 1020 life languages in there.
Okay. Okay, so provisionally, that's what I'll put in under lesser included. So state, I'm going to need you to do the aggravated battery instruction.
Yes, Judge.
And then I'll make the change to 3.4. And then I also just need from the state, if you can email me on the, because I did the verdict forms and I have them saved. It might be simpler if you just type out what the AGBAT, which lesser it would be, and then I can cut and paste and put it into my verdict form. It might make it simpler. Okay, so but we'll take a look at the verdict form and you let me know. Okay, so I'll make that change.
Do you want us to change the verdict form, Judge, or just send you?
Well, you can, yeah, I can. I'll send you. What I'll do is I'll send to everyone because I did correct, or I did make changes to the verdict forms for all of the defendants. So you're going to need my updated one. So I will send the updated ones to everyone, and then if you can take the verdict forms and add in the aggravated battery lesser on the attempted first degree murders. Okay, very good. Just make it one more note. Okay, next step is introduction to homicide. 7.1, the only change I made was the very last sentence under excusable homicide. Again, I just made, it now reads, I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before a defendant may be found guilty of murder in the first degree or any lesser included crime. Okay, Next, I'm going to read murder in the first degree. I did not make any changes to this. So if anybody's requesting changes, please speak up. Next, I'm going to read 7.4 murder in the second degree. I did not make any changes to this instruction as provided by the state.
Judge, should we be also in number 2, saying the criminal act of a defendant?
Yes, I can. Yep.
Judge, that would be the way it's worded in 7.2 as well.
Okay.
But there's the principal instruction applies, so.
Yeah, that's why when it came to the actual, because they're going to have to take these instructions and go by each defendant individually. So when they're examining these instructions, it will be as to the defendant they're discussing. So when it came to the actual elements, I left the in there because I
understand, Judge. There are verdict forms for each one of the defendants, and
Yeah.
presumably they're going to be looking at the instructions and relating to the
Yes,
verdict form.
we hope that's what they're doing.
We certainly do.
Yes, we hope that they're taking the jury instructions and then individually going through each defendant. So that's why I left it as because that they'll be discussing one defendant at the time. So for now, I'm going to leave it just as is in the standard form with the. And that will be the same as to first degree and murder in the second degree. Manslaughter, I just had a question because we do have intentional act or culpable negligence. Are we leaving both of those in?
Judge, I would defer to defense counsel.
Do you guys want culpable negligence in?
Judge, Mr. Murphy is requesting, Rashad Murphy requesting culpable negligence.
Okay.
If he wants it, Judge, we'll agree.
Okay, that's fine. Then I'll just leave it in. Okay, that's fine. All right. Okay, then I will read the principal instruction 3.5A, and I did make some changes to the states. I did title it principal instruction as to count 1, just to make it clear that's the principal instruction for count 1. And I did change it to if a defendant helped another person or persons commit the crime, that defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And then I just had a question. Does principal theory apply to manslaughter?
I don't believe it does.
I'd have to research that.
I don't know that it does.
I thought that it did.
I don't know. I've tagged it. You guys need to let me know tomorrow morning, okay? Because I had a question about that because I don't know. I've never had the issue come up. So I'm going to tag it and then you guys research it and let me know. Okay. Next up, criminal conspiracy. I just made a style change. Paragraph 2, in order to carry out the intent, defendant agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with one or more of his co-defendants. And then the next sentence, again, I stated it is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words, et cetera, et cetera. Other than that, I didn't make any other changes. Okay, introduction to attempted homicide. On the second paragraph, attempted first degree murder, I did add the term murder after attempted second degree. And I did also change in the third paragraph, if you find there was an attempted homicide of a victim by a defendant, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the attempted homicide, et cetera, et cetera. Other than that, I did not make any other changes. That's for the remainder of that instruction. Okay, attempted first degree premeditated murder. I did add under, the state, I believe, the state had already the separate counts 3, 4, and 5. I didn't make any change to that. Attempted second degree murder, I did not make any change to that instruction. Attempted manslaughter by act. Now, since Rashad Murphy is requesting culpable negligence, does that change this instruction?
I don't believe so because of the attempted nature of the offense. I don't know that you could do an attempted manslaughter. I'd have to research that as well, Judge. I think it's a little bit different because it's an inchoate crime.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just flag it and let me know if we need to make any changes on that one. Okay.
I didn't catch that, but Rashad Murphy requesting culpable negligence. We're going to talk about that in a second.
All right. On principal instruction, I just added in the header principal instruction as to counts 3, 4, and 5, just to make it clear, crystal clear. So other than that, I didn't make any changes to that instruction. All right. Next up, tampering with or fabricating physical evidence. I did add a in parentheses count 6, and I did change it to read applies to defendant Sean Gathright only under the header. Other than that, I didn't make any changes to the jury instruction. Okay. 3.3a, carrying, displaying, using, threatening to use, or attempting to use a firearm or weapon, and then actual possession and discharge of a firearm. On those instructions, if you find that, and I just made it more specific, if you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed the first degree premeditated murder, attempted second degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act, do we need to just say attempted manslaughter since Rashad Murphy's requesting culpable negligence?
I think the attempted, Judge, I think that's the issue. I don't think there can be when it comes to attempted manslaughter.
So yeah, I'm just gonna flag that one again. Just let me know if we need to change the manslaughter language or not.
Judge, going back, I'm sorry to go back to 21.8, but the font seems to be a little bit larger than the rest.
Yeah, that you provided.
When I do it, I apologize.
I'll make it Times New Roman 12. Okay.
Sorry,
it's
I
all
was
right.
looking, it's probably my eyesight.
Yes, you made it larger, but I will make it regular size. Okay. So, all right. So that first sentence will read, if you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first degree premeditated murder, second degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first degree murder, attempted second degree murder, or attempted manslaughter, again by overt act, you will then be asked to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, that defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon. Next paragraph. If you find that a defendant committed first degree premeditated murder, second degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first degree murder, attempted second degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that that defendant personally carried, you displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon, then you should find him guilty only of first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act. And 3.3D, similar to 3.3A, that now reads, if you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed, et cetera, you'll be asked to determine whether the state proved it beyond a reasonable doubt that during the course of committing that offense, that defendant actually possessed a firearm and discharged a firearm. Okay, and you guys can look at these overnight, and if something you think needs to be tweaked, I can easily do it here in the morning on the computer, so not to worry. Okay. Next is definitions that apply to 3.3A and 3.3D. I did not make any changes to that. Okay. Next up is the criminal gang definition. And I think actually font, I did increase the font on that one, or I bolded it to make it, all caps, to make it in agreement with the headers on the other ones. I did add language in the header, applies only to defendants Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. And then I did add a preamble, which was not in the state's version, which I kind of took from the weapon possession one, which reads as follows. If you find that defendant Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act, you will then be asked to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt whether the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense, and whether the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang. Other than that, I didn't make any other changes. So, does that preamble at this point work for everyone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and again, if you think about it overnight and you think it should say something different, just let me know in the morning, but that was my best attempt to create a preamble. Okay, plea of not guilty, 3.7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, burden of proof. I did make a couple just style changes. The defendants have entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendants are innocent. The presumption stays with each defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome a defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendants are not required to present evidence or prove anything. And then under reasonable doubt, I just changed it to read the second to last paragraph. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of a defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. I can change that to say A as opposed to the. You guys tell me.
Judge, I'm fine with the way it is.
Yeah, I thought it got a little wonky with the A. So
again, same premise. I mean, either
yeah, right.
A all the way throughout,
right,
or B all the way throughout, except for the one time where the court, suggested and I agree needed to be A. If they're going to do what the instructions tell them to do,
yeah,
then
right. They're supposed to by this time. Hopefully they will figure out it, and they need to do an individual evaluation. So I'll leave it for now. Again, you guys think about it overnight. Okay, 3.9, weighing the evidence. At this point, we do have Mr. Howard who's been convicted of a felony. Yes. So I didn't make any changes. All of those factors appear to be applicable to me. So under 3.9. Okay, on the second page, it all depends whether or not a defendant testifies. So if no one testifies, then I'll take it out. If someone does testify, then I will say defendant A, B, C, or D, whoever it is that testifies, okay, has become a witness. But we'll see what happens. Okay, defendant not testifying. Again, depending upon what happens, I did change it preliminarily to state that.
So FYI, guys, this is actually standard. This is what we did last time too. The jury already went home for the day. Judge Sisko, because it's the day before the case is about to end, she's going through jury instructions with all the attorneys in the room right now and the defendants. So if they're pretty much going through a final draft. So they're going through every single paragraph. She's going through every single section, every single page, because this is the checklist and the packet that's going to be given to the jury tomorrow when it's time for them to go and deliberate. That's why we're watching this process. I know it's kind of like, we're watching somebody edit a document in real time, but it is important because she also gave them the option to decide if they want to testify. Alicia decided to testify in her case. And I swear to God, y'all were like, yo, when y'all came in throughout the whole day, people were like, is Alicia on the stand? And it looks like Rashad might. He asked for culpable negligence here. So he might. I don't know about the other three, but she's going to give them time to think about it. And again, if they do decide to come on the stand tomorrow and testify in their own case, she is going to have to adjust this. So you're just watching the regular judicial process. This is pretty standard in almost every case. The day before, the judge will typically go over the final draft of jury instructions before we go in. And yes, I'm watching the poll, guys. I'm just waiting for them to end. We'll look at the poll and we'll wrap up for the day.
The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendants. It is not necessary for a defendant to disprove anything, nor is a defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove a defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendants each exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by this decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Okay, so that's another one. Just depends how things play out, how that's finally worded. Next up is 3.9C, eyewitness identification. Is this included because of Mr. Howard's photo pack?
Yes.
And are you guys, is the defense requesting that? Or, I mean, I'll leave it in. It doesn't matter. I didn't make any changes.
It didn't necessarily become an issue as it relates to the photo pack. He did view it. He did make an identification. Whether it should stay in there,
It's up to you guys.
Judge, I would defer to Rashad Murphy's attorney.
Judge.
It really only applies to him, and if he wants it, that's why it's in there.
Mr. Murphy would like to leave it.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, defendant statements. I did make, again, just a couple of changes. A statement claimed to have been made by a defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that a defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. And then under elements 1 and 2, 1, whether when the defendant made the statement, he, state had she, he had been threatened in order to get him to make it. And 2, whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude a defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. Okay, rules for deliberation 3.10. The only changes I made, I took out, I think there was a quotation or what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, there's an unnecessary, there's something unnecessary in 2, parentheses, that's it, parentheses. So I took that out, and then I did change 5 to read, your duty is to determine if the defendants have been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. Okay, 3.11 cautionary instruction. I didn't make any changes to that. Verdict 3.12, I did just in the first sentence, you may find a defendant guilty as charged or guilty of
Yeah, this is getting real, guys. She's reading through the verdict sheets too, the draft of it.
such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. 3.12C, multiple counts or informations. I did make a change in the first sentence or second sentence. The defendants have been tried together. However, the charges against each defendant and the evidence applicable to each of them must be considered separately. Oh, it says him. Applicable to attorneys and the evidence applicable to each of them. I still have him, but I'm going to change it to each of them.
Judge, do you want to get rid of information in the header since this is technically
Yep.
an indictment?
Just multiple counts.
Yes.
Okay. I'll make that change as well. Okay, and then finally submitting case to jury. I just switched out court deputy for bailiff. That was it. Okay, those are the jury instructions currently. And does the defendants have any other proposed instructions for the court? I don't hear anything, so I assume at this point that's a no. Okay, let's go to the verdict form. Verdict forms. All right, starting with Mr. Chance. I did on the case numbers, I did just add their
This is pretty good, chat, and we're about to wrap up. The verdict forms. This is what the jury is going to get in front of them on a sheet of paper. Here's how you find each one of these guys guilty. All right, so we're going to start with the first one.
their letter after the case number, so it's clear. I did not make any changes to Mr. Chance's verdict form. Have you had a chance to look at that, Mr. Petrides? Any objections to the verdict form? Okay. As to Sean Gathright, I just added the C, the letter C to the case number. And then I guess what state's gonna need to change is the lessers on the attempted murder. So it'd be on counts 3, 4, and 5. D will become the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, great bodily harm, deadly weapon, right? A lesser included offense. And E will become not guilty. And that will be the same language in counts 3, 4, and 5, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Other than those changes, any other requested changes to the verdict form for Sean Gathright?
Just a minor edit, Your Honor, where count 2, to the jury find as well as count 2, check only A.
Oh,
or
yes,
B.
thank you. A or B?
Same change in Isaiah Chance's, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, let me,
That was it.
All verdict forms.
yeah. Okay, count 2 is check only A or B, right?
Yes.
Okay. Ha, you caught me. You got one. All right. And same thing. For count 2. Check only A or B. Okay. And then as to Rashad Murphy, other than those 2 changes, Mr. Gonzalez.
Hey, y'all, we have about 4 minutes left. We're just going through final jury instructions for tomorrow. I'm actually over here on my other monitor looking at their case files. Each Nothing new today, but I'll check in the morning before we get started tomorrow.
Is any other requested changes?
Judge, I don't have my indictment with me. Mr. Murphy has indicated to me that he doesn't know if it was formally filed this way, but he has a second middle name. And I just want to make sure that his name is tracked to the indictment. I just don't have it with me.
I thought that I went off the.
His second middle name is Trayvon. He wants to include that. Rashad Trayvon Murphy.
Let me look.
I will double check and if
Let me
there's
look.
another name that they want added.
On the indictment, all it is Rashad Travion Murphy. I'm looking at the indictment right now.
He's saying he has a second. Why do you want your second middle name included when you're on trial for murder? You want both names? Okay.
It's not his true legal given name.
Well, do you want me to take out Travion?
It is actually Rashad Travion Jakar Murphy.
I know this kind of, as long as me and my mom did it, but I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing
Judge,
you.
he's just saying that
He said his mama gave him two middle names.
his mother gave him two middle names. His legal name, although it's not the name that's on the indictment.
It's just like this is like Davion Rashad Travion. It's just like
Sure. I mean, I don't have a problem. The title can read however you want, and I don't really care. I don't think that it.
Judge, I was tracking the indictment. That was the
she
only.
can put. I just switched to Travion out with your car.
Okay, you're fine with Travion?
No, I switched to Travion out with your car. If I could.
You want to remove Travion and then put in Jakar?
Yes, no.
Okay. I don't know if there's any legal implications to that or not. So, I mean,
I would just want to track the indictment.
yeah, I think we need to track the indictment. I do think that's best.
I actually just had his case file up. He was the first one I pulled up. What I just pasted in the chat and what you see on the screen is how his case file shows up. It's the state of Florida versus Rashad Travion Murphy. Apparently, there's a third name. So it's Rashad Travion blank, whatever name my mama gave me, Murphy. And he wants to ensure that all these documents reflect that.
Yeah, every count has Rashad Travion Murphy. So, okay. So I think it's safer just to track the indictment in all candor. Okay, so other than that, making the changes to count 2, check only A or B, and then adding in the aggravated battery on all the attempted murder counts. Any other requested changes, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and then Davion Murphy again on his verdict form. I just added in the case number, the letter E. And then other than changing count 2 to read check only A or B, and then adding in ag bat, great bodily harm, deadly weapon to counts 3, 4, and 5. Any other requested changes, Mr. Sinardi?
No, Your Honor, those will do it.
Okay. Okay, so state, I'm going to send everyone my copy that I've got saved on my computer of the verdict forms, but the state's going to make the changes to the verdict forms. I'm going to make the changes to the jury instructions, and then we need to talk tomorrow morning first thing about whether attempted manslaughter gets a principal or not. I don't know. I just have a question. And then the manslaughter, whether on just because it's inchoate, attempted manslaughter, if it can only be overt act. Okay. Anything else we need to discuss this evening before we break? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Court's adjourned.
Actually, I tell you what, be here at 8:45 just in case we need to discuss if there's a dispute regarding the instructions. Okay, be here at 8:45.
Chat, we made it. Turn me up. What a day. We made it. We made it. We made it. All my pet things going on. Had to dip out for a little bit, but we made it. What a big day. So the state rested its case against all four of these brothers, okay, for the murder of rapper Julio Foolio, RIP 6. We learned a lot. We went back to this Jacksonville detective that arrested Sean, got some information out of him. We saw a lot of footage from different videos on YouTube that really came from Spin-a-Bins. That was different. That was a little bit new. And we hadn't seen that in Alicia's trial or any of the other trials that came before it. Wappa with the choppa was in there, but what you did see was Rashad in all of those videos, and that was dating back to 2000. How the jury is going to interpret that is going to be different. Sean, we talked about him being a creative player, all of that stuff. We had the firearms person on the stand for a majority of the day. I gave you guys something fun to watch during lunch, and that was Sean's mom on cross-examination in Alicia's trial. She is not, it appears as of today, that she is not going to be on the stand tomorrow. So with the state resting, what does that mean and where do we go from here? That means that we now transition to the defense putting on witnesses. I did step away earlier, but when I came back, there was this gang expert on the stand that couldn't properly pronounce the name Tupac Shakur, even though she teaches at UCLA. That was very concerning to me. ChatGPT, we saw her on cross. I popped in for that. And when she was on cross-examination, I'm telling you, this girl is, I don't know how far she wants to take her legal career, but I don't see a lot of people perform on cross-examination like that. And she's, ooh, chef's kiss. ChatGPT is amazing. Anna Ismer, I actually am now looking up to her for the way that she does on cross-examination. And also the woman yesterday, Miss Silva in Stephon Diggs case. When you see people that are just sharp, they anticipate what the witness is about to say and they just jump on top of it. It's so great. And Anna Ismer, fantastic performance today. And usually out of all of the defense attorneys, you guys know all their personalities. I really do think that Isaiah's is better out of the bunch, but even on direct, it's a little shaky, baby. Anna came in there and was just like, she put down that ChatGPT hammer. Okay, it was amazing. So that was very exciting today. But this woman is not a Jacksonville detective. She even Anna at one point asked a question. She's just like, so have you done any research on Jacksonville and the gangs in Jacksonville? She was just like, no, I haven't. And she's like, but I did read a report. She's like, so you read a 200-page police report? And she was like, yeah, I did. And that qualifies you as a gang expert. Ooh, unleash Anna tomorrow. Imagine Anna on these defendants. So here's the other thing. We ended the day with the judge going through jury instructions, preparing the verdict slips, all of the things that we need to go into deliberation. And so the judge said to the defendants, it's up to you guys, but tomorrow is your day. You have to let us know in the morning if you are prepared to testify. I have a feeling Rashad might. I have a feeling. Look at the end of this that we just all watched together. Rashad's like, can you get my name right? What is his full name? I never heard of anybody having two middle names. Rashad Trayvon something Murphy. He wanted his full name. Now, she gave them that, and then they started going through instructions. couple changes that were made in real time. Davion wants a lesser included charge included, and that's going to be aggravated battery, grave bodily harm, and use of a deadly weapon. Now, looking at y'all's polls throughout the last 9 days, it makes sense that that would be dropped. Rashad wants culpable negligence. You guys asked me what culpable negligence means. When you have culpable negligence included in somebody's jury instructions, that is typically the defendant acknowledging that they did some things to contribute to the crime that was negligent, and they're culpable, meaning that they're owning it. Okay? If you want the exact Black's Law Dictionary, hold on, I got it here. If you want the Black's Law Dictionary, let's see if we can find it real quick. And this is what we all use in the law. If you want the legal, complete legal definition, culpable negligence, because one of you guys asked me, and I thought it was a really great question. Curative, cumulative. If somebody's culpable, it means that they're guilty or blameworthy, involving a breach of duty. Okay. So when you're culpable, you're admitting to it. Culpability means moral blameworthiness, the quality of being culpable, the mental state that must be proved for a defendant to be held liable for a crime. So if you have culpable negligence, you are admitting that there are actions that you took that put you in that negligent place. It doesn't surprise me that the Murphy cousins are adding things like this towards the end of it. Okay, remember, you got 3 death penalty pieces on the table. And if we look at our chat, look at our poll right now. I'm going to end it. If you want to vote, you have 60 seconds to vote if you haven't put your vote in. I'm going to read it. Who is the most cooked? 15% Isaiah, 65% Sean, 10% Davion, 10% Rashad. I love these polls, man. When we did the YSL trial, I interviewed almost all of the attorneys involved in that trial except Brian Steele. He still owes me a favor. He's doing Dirk, so I have to wait. But I had all of them on here. And one thing that they told me, and this is why I do these polls, is that the attorneys would look at Law and Crime to see how the chat was feeling. Because what y'all are feeling is likely what the jury is feeling. So I'm going to end it. We have Isaiah at 15%, Sean at 65%, Davion at 10%, and Rashad at 10%. So I have no doubt in my mind that's why those those Murphy cousins wanted to make adjustments to the jury slip and the final information that's going to go to the jury. There's the poll results in the chat right now. What can we expect tomorrow? I think Rashad's going to take the stand. I could be wrong. I have a feeling. I could be wrong. Usually I'm pretty solid with these things. I was able to tell you guys what was going to happen in the Stephon Diggs thing just by looking at the police report yesterday, the day before. And I was right. Not guilty across the board. Rashad might take the stand. Davion is risky because it's going to make him look crazy with that interrogation footage. And I think Davion is more solid with not trying to implicate the other dudes. Spinner Benz, all those dudes on ATK 1200. And just looking at his facial reactions and shit like that and his attorneys, I don't think he'll do it. Sean is hard to read. If they put his mom on the stand, he might. But you guys see the poll result, 65% of you guys think he's cooked. Sean's looking like super baked. I mean, a majority of this evidence implicates him. Slightly above is Isaiah. And it is interesting that they bought this gang expert up today that cannot pronounce Tupac Shakur correctly, even though, and they paid her as an expert witness. When you have an expert witness, it comes out of your pocket. You pay them to testify. So he paid for what y'all just saw. Isaiah is either paying for that now or will pay for it later. That was a paid expert that they flew in from California. So we'll see what happens with him. But tomorrow's a big day. We are expected for these 4 boys to decide if they are going to take the stand or not. And then we're going to go into closing arguments. For Alicia's trial, Michelle, for the prosecution team, did the closing arguments, okay? It took her an hour and a half. Now, the state is going to get a rebuttal, but Michelle actually stood in for Mr. Harmon. Mr. Harmon had something to do, and I think he was originally scheduled to do the closing arguments. Tomorrow's going to be a long day, though. I'm going to warn you, chat, because you have 4 defendants. You're going to get 4 closing arguments. If you get a closing argument from Gonzalez, we will count on 55 minutes for that. If you go to Davion's attorney, Father Time might give you 20 to 30. If you go to Sean's lawyer, I'm going to ballpark it at 40. And if we go to Isaiah's attorney, I would say 25 minutes. He's the most brief. Okay. That is what our closing argument schedule looks like. And then the state is going to have an opportunity to rebut. So as I'm thinking about the day, we could be here from another 9 to 6 tomorrow. Friday is going to be a bit of a break because we don't want to overpower a jury. That's what happened in Alicia's case. And we'll talk about it more tomorrow. But the judge in this case, I don't know if y'all have noticed, she's been a little bit more even-keeled. Do you think that Judge Sisko is behaving? Put a 1 in the chat if you think she is behaving this time, or put a 2 in the chat if you're like, no, I think she's still biased, Avi. Let me know. But she has been a little bit more chill, I've noticed. I have absolutely noticed that. She has been very much chill. And this is a bigger trial. Really, really, really much bigger than Alicia's trial. She's been chill. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. I see all 1s. Y'all notice the same thing. Super 1. She's way more chill than she was back then. Way more chill. So, you know, with something as high profile as this, it's going to be pretty interesting. Okay, so that is the game plan for tomorrow. It's going to be a long day. I have nothing to do. I'm not going to be going out and getting dogs from vets and you know, dealing with shitty Ubers or Lyft. It's not even Uber. It's Lyft. Lyft sucks. I'm going to say it. I told them, I said, I almost have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. If y'all want to mess with me, I will talk about Lyft. Okay? And they gave me a little credit, little flimsy credit. But whatever. Right? But I am completely free tomorrow, so we will be here from 9 to about 6. Friday is jury deliberation, so we will be on verdict watch. I don't think we're going to get a verdict on Friday. If we do, holy shit, it is likely going to be Monday. Okay, so that's where we are now. I think I have a few super chats to read, and then we're going to head up out of here. We want to make sure that we get some sleep tonight, dear chat. For those that are watching in the future, this one I will timestamp for you. Yesterday I forgot, the day before I forgot, but I will timestamp this one for y'all. Coming to supers, I think I left off here. Miss Mara has been with me for a month. She asked if I'm going to cover the Mo case. God damn, some people just don't stop texting. Am I going to cover the Mo case? Yes. Here's what our summer lineup looks like. We have Courtney Clenny down in Miami, and we also have the Tupac murder case, which is going to be huge with Keefe D. You want me to cover Mo? Of course. I'm happy to cover Mo. There are some cases that are federal and will not have cameras in the room, and that includes David. David has some child undertones, even though it's state. I won't be able to do that one. Dirk, same thing, federal. We're going to probably have to do that by tweet, but I've done it before. I've done the Diddy sentencing by tweet. So we were able to do that. Mo, I think, is down in Texas. No, Texas, Atlanta. I think it's Texas. We'll be all right with that one. But yeah, guys, whatever you need, just keep posting these things and it gets on my team's radar. In fact, in the description box, we have an e-form that my team uses every week. We look at it every Monday. It includes a place where if there's a case, even if it's low profile or local, and you want me to cover it, that's how you let us know that you want us to cover something. Even if it's a 10-minute video instead of like a complete 2-week live stream, right? So that's how you let us know what you want. But thank you so much, Miss Mara. The real Petty Pendergrass said he looks like Professor Stanley Oakley from Apocus. Oh yeah, you were going in. DW, I caught this one earlier. He or she gifted memberships. KK got one, Rhonda got one, Antoine got one, Cherry got one, Paralegal Chris got one. Got a membership from one of the people in the Chatterhood. Please say thank you. The names must be names. Appreciate you, DW. Legally Diamond been with me for 9 months. Thank you, sis. Says, yeah, that's his stupid ass. Oh, I think that's when we were talking about Rashad being in those videos. Ready to Serve became a member. Welcome, sis. You're going to love it here. I recognize your picture, though. I feel like you've been around for a while. Michael Love with another 5 says, AV cursing out the groomer because they gave Luna the wrong. I was so mad. I was so mad. Because it's like, why would you give me the option of Lyft Pet? And I was being cheap. Y'all know I was being cheap because it's right there. I was like, all right, let me look at the prices on Uber. Let me look at the prices on Lyft. So I could have picked Uber Pet, but I'm like, I'm not going to pay, $25 to go less than a mile away. Let me look at Lyft's prices. It was like $6. I was like, hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. And then the dude got here. I got in the car. I said, hey, I'm confirming you're okay with Lyft Pet. He said, no, I cannot do this. I cannot do this. I said, oh shit. So I had to work through all that. And it's raining out. It was such a mess. But anyway, that's what happened. Shout out to Here Comes Drama with the 10 says Luna Therapy Fund. Yeah, she's good now. Like you guys saw her haircut is so cute. But I'm just happy that she is now here, settled, and we're back home. So thank y'all for bearing with me as I was off camera for a little bit. Shout out to Victory Taylor with the $2 super sticker. Thank you, sis. Hope you are having a wonderful evening. I am Sean Street with the 20 says, here's a $15. Thank you. Shit. Like, it's so crazy. Anyway, I'm letting it go. Shout out to, I don't know how to say this one. Sonia Norman became a member. Welcome, Sonia. You're going to help us with so many things behind the scenes with the membership. We have fun back here. It's going to be amazing. And then a few people, I believe Freddie sent me a $5 Cash App. Thank you, Fred. Hope you're doing well. Says, great job, AV. Thank you so much. I think that's all I got on the virtual side, but that's all I have over here. All right, folks, I'm going to get up out of here, get some rest, get us ready for the next few days. We're getting close. We're getting very close. And remember, I have ties. We're not ties, but I am in touch with Julio's mom. I want to wait till all of this is settled to bring her on for an interview, but I would love to hear how she was thinking. We were supposed to do this for Alicia's, after Alicia's trial, but I'm going to wait until the dust settles here. It's likely we're going to get more people in the courtroom tomorrow and the day after. So I know it's been a little empty, but you have to remember Tampa is very far from Jacksonville, So people have to travel down there, and they're not going to travel unless they know that something big is happening. All right. So anywho, love you guys. Stay safe out there. See you in the next one. Bye.